'cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Maintain its compliance, and that throughout while it's executing operations is going to maintain compliance. And that's a contract now that exists between the state. Why'd you bother putting that in unless you recognize that that was part of your duties and you're telling them to fulfill those duties? That's the only reason you would put it in.
That the vendor has to meet before the secretary can buy it, and secretary did buy it, and he bargained for and obtained contractual commitments to comply with all applicable standards, including federal information protection standards.
I mean, could the EAC, just hypothetically, I'm not saying this is a good idea, could the EAC just decide tomorrow, no more ongoing compliance that we require?
No, because the testing by the EAC on their website says the systems are tested against the VVSG. The VVSG requires ongoing compliance, so they would be repudiating their own certification guidelines.
Federal
they took that position.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. McDougall.
All right. I guess you don't need to hear from me about the adequate remedy at law then.
I feel like, well, I think that was addressed at the briefing.
Very well.
So,
all right. Thank you very much.
There. All right. So as indicated, I'm going to reserve the ability to come back and make a ruling on these issues. And I want to give the petitioner the opportunity to present some evidence to make a record, and so I think we need to press onward here. So,
morning, Eggsy.
And as it relates to that, on the motion eliminate to exclude both of these experts, kind of the core of the case, I think they play right into the same kind of arguments in terms of the relevance, the 403 objections. Certainly, if the motion to dismiss arguments on the statutory intent are accepted, I think those would be on point. But since I'm deferring those, I think those would also kind of travel along with it. So. The other issues in terms of the qualifications and whether they should be tendered as experts, I think I see that as something that we can handle through their testimony once they're on the stand and likely to go to weight, not admissibility. So with that, I think we can proceed. And Mr. McDougall, you could call your first witness.
I do have one more housekeeping witness. My two experts are in the courtroom, and I'd ask they be allowed to remain in the courtroom as experts, take in the testimony that's presented.
All right, Ms. Young.
I would suggest that the rule of sequestration prevents that and would object to that.
All right.
They haven't been qualified as experts yet.
They have not. And however, I would anticipate that
they will be.
they've testified. I mean, I can't say I have their CV right in front of me, but they testified as experts before, and so I would anticipate they're likely to be allowed to testify on that behalf. And I don't think the rule of sequestration limits the number of experts that may sit in and review. And
if you're a fact witness, you cannot watch other people testify. If you're an expert witness, you can watch other people testify. Her point is to become an expert witness, the court has to validate you as that. The judge is basically going down the road of saying, they testified as experts before. Almost always they're going to, once you qualify once or twice or three times, it's very rare for you not to be qualified. So yeah, I think I'm going to let them stay.
Hear each other's testimony. And have you got anything more specific for me? Just Ms. Young, you think makes it, other than that initial bar of, hey, they may not be experts at all, is there anything else under the sequestration you think that keeps them out of the courtroom?
I think we've expressed it in the motion in limine, and you've already ruled on that, so I don't want to belabor the point.
All right, fair enough. Then noted, and I think that I'd find
at the Fannie hearing, he seemed to actually be really on point with making accurate decisions as to how he conducted his hearing. He actually spelled out in his decision a lot of things that many judges would not. He lacked the cojones to really pull the trigger. He only half pulled it by saying either Nathan Wade has to leave or Fannie Willis has to leave. But so he seemed to like sort of shy away from taking the bold step of saying this case stinks to high heaven and Fannie Willis was
something about
crap.
Election fraud.
He just implied it with his odor of mendacity, but he seemed to be a little gun shy. That's the scary thing. But as far as running his courtroom, he actually does much better than most judges from what we've seen. So what we saw at that last hearing.
Rule is invoked if there are any other witnesses, especially those watching online, Mr. McDougall. So I'd ask you to inform your 7 other potential witnesses, or maybe you alluded to the chair.
I need you to excuse yourself, please. And if I have any other witnesses in the courtroom, please step out. I haven't actually met all of them in person.
Well, that always bodes well. We'll see.
It's a little hazardous, I would say.
All right. All right. With that, you can call your first witness.
I'm called Marcy McCarthy.
I put in the chyron in the bottom who the witness is and
Who
what.
do you prefer to swear the witness, Your Honor?
We have our Deputy Scott will handle that for us.
So make sure to check the chyron and whether it's cross or direct.
Testimony should give the court is the truth and nothing but the truth. Help you?
Yes, thank you.
Please state.
My name is Marcy McCarthy.
Good morning. Ms. McCarthy, how are you employed?
I own a company called Tech Exec Networks 10. That is how I'm employed.
And how long have you been there?
I have been there since 2010.
And what is the nature of that business?
We are a cybersecurity marketing and events company.
And prior to that, what did you do?
I was the director of marketing for a company called Landcope, which is now owned by SecureWorks, and also a director of marketing for Landcope, which is now owned by Cisco, and then the director of marketing for a company called Landcope.
All right, ma'am. And those businesses, those.
I'm sorry, SecureWorks. I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. I was the director of marketing for Landcope, and then director of marketing for SecureWorks, which is now owned by Cisco.
Thank you. And what was the nature of that work?
They're cybersecurity companies.
And so how many years experience do you have in the cybersecurity field?
Since 2001.
All right, ma'am. Do you have any involvement with academic institutions relating to cybersecurity?
Yes, I do. I'm an advisor on 2 academic advisory boards, the University of Alabama, Culver House Business School, their cybersecurity advisory board, and Georgia State University, their cybersecurity research board.
Have you ever given presentations or talks on the topic of cybersecurity?
Yes, very regularly. I speak at many different conferences pertaining to cybersecurity.
All right. Your Honor, it may sound like I'm getting ready to qualify her as an expert, but I will not be. It's just to establish familiarity. Where do you reside, ma'am?
I reside in Brookhaven, Georgia.
And you are a citizen of DeKalb County?
Yes, I am.
You are a voter.
Yes, I am.
Do you have anything to do with the DeKalb County Republican Party?
Yes, I'm the chairman of the Republican Party of DeKalb County, Georgia.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since April of 2021, I was reelected in March of 2023 unanimously by acclamation.
Oh,
Um,
it did sound like he was going to be qualifying as an expert witness, but apparently she's like the main person for
Thank you.
the petitioner.
That organization is the plaintiff in this case.
That is correct.
All right. There's a binder of exhibits in front of you, and I would ask you to turn to tab number 6.
May I have my readers? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm not too good without the readers.
Ask permission.
Thank you.
Use your
And you
glasses.
said 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Tell the court what that is.
This is our Georgia incorporation as DeKalb County Republican Party, Inc.
All right. Now turn to tab number 7 and tell us what that is.
This is the DeKalb County Republican Party rules. These are our bylaws.
And for the record, let me state that these are marked as exhibits 6 and 7. All right, Your Honor, I tender applicants exhibits 6 and 7.
All right. Any objection to 6 and 7?
Your Honor, we have no objection to 6 and 7. I don't have, well, it's not signed, but I believe her testimony is these are the rules. So I don't think we'd object to those either.
All right. I think she's identified and it appears properly authenticated. All right, so are we marking these as like as A6 and A7? Is that what we're doing?
That would be better than the way I have them marked now. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll say A6 and 7 admitted over objection for 7.
Yes, it is, Exie.
Okay. Can you describe how
First day.
the DeKalb GOP is governed or how it runs itself?
We are governed by these party
This is,
rules. These are our bylaws.
A pretrial hearing.
And so when the organization makes a decision, how does it do that?
There's a process that we do make decisions. First and foremost, you have to be a voting member of our organization, and that is referred to as a county committee member. So oftentimes, our executive committee will meet to bring forth proposals to our county committee for approval. And then the county committee is the decision-making authority of our organization on all expenditures, initiatives, and the like.
All right. So the committee members are all residents of DeKalb County.
The voting members, inclusive of the executive committee, are residents of DeKalb County, Georgia. Yes.
Do you have non-DeKalb County resident members?
I'm not sure if he's up for re-election in November. I don't know if it was primaries that he was up for in May. I know there was some election that he seemed to have gotten passed that was back in like May or so. I don't know if that was a primary or if that was the actual general election, but so I'm really not sure. You might be able to, you could probably Google that though. I know. I'll try and look it up later if I remember.
Yes, we do.
And what is their status relative to the committee and the executive committee?
They're non-voting members. They're just more a professional type of membership where they are able to attend
I'm at
our
one and a
meetings and
quarter.
events, but they cannot vote on any activities
saw
or any
that,
actions.
Are any
Claiborne.
of the members of the party candidates for office?
West
Yes,
Virginia
actually,
did,
we
too.
have a total of 14 candidates that are down ballot, 3 that are congressional, 11 that are comprised of state
No-
senate
no
and
federal
state
health
house,
coming either, of
and
course.
11 overall of these members are voting members of the DeKalb County Republican Party.
All right, ma'am. As the chair of the DeKalb County Republican Party, are you aware, one way or the other, of whether your membership is concerned about election integrity?
Yes, our membership is very concerned about fitness, faith, integrity, and trust in our elections. Many of the people in this courtroom are actually members of the DeKalb County Republican Party here in support of our petition today.
Does your background in the field of cybersecurity have anything to do with the positions you've taken as the chair of the DeKalb County GOP?
Yes, when I was elected and reelected as the DeKalb County chair, I ran on my number one thing was to first restore and then ensure fitness, faith, integrity, and trust in our elections. And as I mentioned earlier, I was elected unanimously both times.
All right, ma'am. How did you, or when did you first become aware that there was an issue with encryption keys in Georgia's election systems?
I first became aware of the problems when I read a CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Advisory for the United States, as well as an FBI report putting out information on a distributed denial of service attack on the potential for that to happen, also known as a DDoS attack on our election communication equipment. And I was doing research for some speaking engagements as well as some content for our programs. And what a DDoS does is it is a diversion. So it is an immense amount of web traffic that brings down the front door of basically your website. But what's happening on the back end of your infrastructure can be very nefarious. And I was putting together a list of different types of things that would potentially happen for our programming and speaking engagements overall. So they range from ransomware, phishing attacks, as well as exfiltration and upwards type of credentialing where they take over through phishing type of campaigns, advanced persistent threats. And you have no knowledge that this might be happening on the back end because the diversion activities of the DDoS attack take away your resources.
All right, so how did the issue of encryption keys fit into what you just described?
Well, encryption keys are basically the storage and the ability to anonymize data that is going in and authenticate data that would be going in and out of an infrastructure or device.
So, what the encryption key does is it just basically it helps you go in there and no one knows that you're there, as opposed to it being an attack from the outside that you can get around the encryption key and the system will pick it up. It basically is a way of restructuring the entire programming and no one will ever know it happened. And that's what they asserted in their petition.
Is the encryption keys issue a partisan or ideological issue, to your knowledge?
I wouldn't understand why that would be. You want to have your information stored securely as a end user of a financial services system like our banking system. There's an expectation that it is safe and secure regardless of your political ideology or affiliation. When you check into the doctor's office and share medical information with your providers, again, I don't think that the doctor is asking you if you're a Republican or Democrat. It's an expectation the system that you're using is safe and secure and protecting your information.
So when was it then that you first became aware of the encryption keys issue relative to the Georgia election system?
I became aware of it in late July, early August of this year.
She probably doesn't realize that by leaning so close and breathing into the mic, she's distorting the audio. You can't hear the
How did
audio
the
when you're
party,
up
your
there.
county party, decide to become the plaintiff or applicant in this case?
Well, we follow our bylaws very strictly. And my concerns as a cybersecurity professional have been raised numerous times with my members.
I think it's gonna be more than
overall.
that,
So I've
someone.
offered different types
There's a
of
lot of people
best
missing.
practices, quite frankly, from protecting their own identities, how we use our own passwords for applications in our own infrastructure. So with that said, I've been educating my members since I've been in office overall. So the fact of the matter is we are equally concerned about how we are authenticating systems, how we're accessing data in the systems, that everything that resides in there. So they are very concerned about it.
All right. So was there some kind of vote?
Yes. So I presented my concerns to our executive committee and our general counsel, outlining the encryption keys here and the passwords that are not being changed overall, and that the encryption keys themselves are static code in the source code in the database, and that actually defies many best practices around cybersecurity coding overall. And in the commercial world, that would actually be unacceptable. So I presented this information to our executive committee that we pursue a legal action overall to protect all Georgians, quite frankly. My executive committee agreed on the advice of our general counsel, proceeded to present a motion to engage in litigation to our county committee members. There was a vote for that, and actually encryption keys were used. It was anonymized in the voting because we used voting technology, so that we were doing this on a remote basis. And it was what we were able to do is overwhelmingly majority voted in favor to move forward with this litigation.
All right, thank you. What are the purposes of the DeKalb County Republican Party?
Well, our purposes of the DeKalb Republican Party is to vote DeKalb red. So we are there to help our candidates for the first time in decades. We have many candidates on the down ballot, giving our citizens of DeKalb County a choice in our elections. We want to ensure that we have safe and secure elections, and we've done a ton of work with the DeKalb Elections Office, establishing a joint stakeholders organization, which is a collaborative effort with the Democrats, the Republicans, as well as the election office leadership, and have accomplished many different things. Additionally, we have built an amazing infrastructure for our members and for our candidates to be successful.
All right, ma'am. Does this lawsuit align with the purposes of the DeKalb County Republican Party?
100% it does.
That's all the questions I have for you, Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Brian Tyson for the Secretary. Good morning, Ms. McCarthy. My name is Brian Tyson. I represent Secretary Raffensperger. I just have a few additional questions for you.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned that you followed issues related to encryption in voting machines for a while. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you closely followed the Curling versus Raffensperger trial earlier this year, right?
Yes, I paid attention to that case.
And in fact, you appeared on multiple media platforms giving updates on the case. Is that right?
Yes, I'm often asked to be interviewed by different media, different media outlets to speak on a number of different topics, including this one.
And one part of the Curling case involved Dr. Halderman's report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Halderman, in his report, specifically discussed issues related to encryption.
In the petition, they cite to this Halderman case, which was a few months ago, and they basically say there were certain findings of fact which support the claims by the petitioners that there's really grossly disturbing issues with the encryption keys. That the claim they use is basically like having a bank vault and putting the code for the vault on the outside of the door. That's what the finding was. That's what they were saying in the Halderman case. That's what the experts at least were testifying to.
Keys, right?
That is correct.
When did you first read Dr. Halderman's report?
After it came out in June of 2023.
So in June of 2023, you read what Dr. Halderman had to say about encryption keys, right?
Yes, I did.
And you have, as you testified, some background and experience in those areas, right?
That is correct.
And I believe Dr. Halderman's report, you said, was released in the summer of 2023. Is that right?
June of 2023. Well, to the public, you had it a lot longer.
Nice.
And you appeared on the John Frederick Show in January 2024 to discuss the Curling trial, right?
I regularly appear on John Frederick Show.
Now, you're aware that the state Republican Party passed a resolution about voting equipment after the 2020.
The line of question he's going down implies that he's attacking her on a laches basis. Again, laches means delay. You should come here in June. You should have come here. Why did you wait till the eve of the election? That's the line of questioning that he's going down here.
20 election, right?
Yes.
And you supported that resolution?
Yes, I support it.
And you personally oppose the use of Dominion voting machines in Georgia elections?
I oppose the use of equipment that cannot be verified and trusted.
And that would include the Dominion voting machines in your view, right?
Well, actually, yes, because you cannot trust and verify our vote right now in Georgia.
And you testified as well before the 2020 committee chaired by Senator Ligon after the 2020 election, right?
That is correct.
And did you do research on the Dominion system at that time?
No, I was a vote review panelist in DeKalb County, Georgia, and I was testifying on the lack of controls, inclusive of passwords and checks and balances with the adjudication process of our absentee ballots. And specifically what I did testify on, it was the fact of the matter is that there were almost 900 absentee ballots that were improperly adjudicated. They had no locks and controls on them, and they were adjudicated first by a bipartisan pair using the Dominion equipment. Then they were put into a suspense mode to a nonpartisan pair, which actually broke the laws of how adjudication is supposed to be done with absentee ballots. And that nonpartisan pair, there was no log files for them logging into a system, and we all were using same passwords. Mind you, there were even no locks and controls on the absentee ballots themselves, allowing them to change anything on those ballots. And the most common error of those ballots was the race for U.S. Senate, the special election that was there, where there was a jungle primary going on. So there was not a traditional nature of one or two candidates there.
Morning,
I believe
Brandon.
that there were 18 candidates. And the most common error was the voters were filling in overvotes for all the Democrat candidates. And it was based on a nonpartisan pair who was represented by the League of Women Voters, who are actually more Democrat than the Democrats in the room. So they had full control of those ballots, and we still don't know present day if those ballots were accurate.
You're aware that issues related to encryption keys were raised in Arizona litigation too, right?
I didn't follow that case.
Now, you mentioned you were doing research on a report on the distributed denial of service
Yes.
attacks from the FBI and CISA when you started doing research on this issue. Is that right?
That is correct.
And a DDoS attack, or DDoS attack, as you referred to it, involves internet-connected systems, right?
That is correct.
And you're aware that SEB rules govern the security of voting system components in Georgia, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And you're aware that one of those rules is that they cannot be connected to the internet, right?
I'm aware of that as well. But let me just add to that, okay? The DDoS attack that's happening on the front door is a diversion. So what's happening on the inside of your infrastructure, whether they're directly connected or not, can be a diversion of your resources. So the fact of the matter is what's happening on the front door, because your website is forward facing. And if it did occur on election night, quite frankly, a DDoS attack, and several have already occurred in present day, preeminent to it. When Twitter Spaces had Elon Musk and President Trump there was a major amount of web traffic activity. In addition, there was a DDoS attack. Additionally, in Florida, okay, just a few weeks ago during their primary, there was a election communication company that experienced a high volume of traffic within an election that had very little election activity, making it near impossible to the county election offices that subscribe to these services to access, for the public to access their information. So the diversion activities that were taking place with the limited resources in security organizations across the board, exfiltration happens on the back end, or access to systems on the back end are very obscure and often are undetected.
By the way, she's giving great answers, and he's doing very poor lawyering, because as cross-examining her, she's going well beyond the question he's asking and going off on her own little diatribe here, which is great for the petitioner side, for those of us who are hoping that to get relief here. I'm just noting that it's poor lawyering on his part, because he should be shutting her up. If he was a more effective lawyer, he would be shutting her up.
In your work on cybersecurity, you're aware that physical security is an important part of overall cybersecurity, right?
That is actually in tandem. So you have everything from biometrics to physical security and log files. But, when I was adjudicating ballots in DeKalb County, Georgia, there wasn't even a sign-in system to the machines that I was sitting in front of when I was sitting there, or even an adjudicator that was sitting next to me. We simply signed into the elections office, and we're sitting there for hours and hours. And then there were batches of ballots that would come about. So the best practices of the Secretary of State's offices, as it pertains to log files, password management, is despicable. It would not hold up in the commercial sector.
Let me ask you about.
You see, he asks her like pretty much a yes or no question, and she ends up giving a 90-second answer. to basically explain her position. He should just be saying, question is
Yay,
yes or
get
no
him to
question.
work.
Please just say yes or no. That's what he should be doing. But he's a little bit like most neocons. He's too much of a wuss. Encryption key should not be stored as plain text in database. That's another claim that that wasn't a petition. That they have it as plain text. You could just read what the encryption key is, as opposed to it being veiled in there. Encryption keys convert data from legible to unusable without the key. This is bad, Joe. You're saying it's bad. It's bad in how exposed it is, I assume. And yeah, that's why they're trying to fix it. Change the encryption keys.
The allegations you have here in this case, you are not aware of any actual manipulation of election results in Georgia based on the claims you brought in this case, right?
Who gives
Our
a
Secretary
damn?
of State and Gabe Sterling,
If you could answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer.
Hey,
certainly, they remain unproven because the fact of the matter is Gabe Sterling, our Chief Operating Officer, I believe that's his title in present day. It changes frequently, as well as the Secretary of State, make gracious claims on media and in public, social media, stating that Georgia has the most safe and secure elections, not just in the country, but in the world. So you just put a target on Georgia's back and head to prove our elections to be safe and secure. The onus is on the Secretary of State's office. He is the custodian of our elections. So we have the right as citizens to ensure that we trust our election outcomes as well as now verify them.
she's nailing
And my
it.
question was a little more specific. Are you aware of any actual manipulation of Georgia election results that have occurred on the Dominion system?
There's still a lot of unexplained activities that have occurred over the last 4 years that are still being litigated or reviewed by our State Board of Elections, as well as into the court system. So it remains unknown in present day.
And you personally believe that voters can never know for sure whether the voting equipment accurately reported that Joe Biden won Georgia in 2020, right?
Well, that is correct because you have a proprietary QR code that is doing the tabulation. That QR code, quite frankly, can be read by a phone that reads a menu or it takes you to a website. So you're asking us to trust and verify a ballot that has clear text on there, but not using that to be tabulated overall. I can't read proprietary QR codes, and neither can my phone, which is actually illegal to have in a voting precinct.
And you personally would support a system where Georgia voters vote on hand-marked paper ballots, correct?
Yes.
I would support a system
Everyone
that
with a
we can
brain would.
understand, and it is in clear text that our tabulation is taking place. So what I enter on my ballot, it can be trusted, verified. That is what is being tabulated on the back end. Yes.
And you don't believe the Dominion system today provides that?
Why would you have a proprietary code?
Answer yes or no?
I don't trust those systems, and many people don't.
And you would say as well that your goals in this case are similar to the goals of the plaintiffs in the Curling case, right?
You see, now she's starting to lose it. She's getting a little too emotional here, and that's what he wants. He wants to bait her into basically making her look like some kook who doesn't trust, what everyone else knows to be truth. Knows to be truth. So that's what his objective is here.
No, we're simply asking for a prayer for relief here today. Is trust and validation, a simple validation of the election equipment that is in place. We're not asking it for being removed. We're simply asking for a validation by a third party to ensure that no one has tampered with anything, no one has touched anything, and what was entered in there was correct. And there's a number of ways to do that.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Well, while you're conferring, Mr. Tyson, let me ask you a question, Ms. McCarthy. There was reference to I believe it was the Haldeman report you referred to. I haven't reviewed that. Did that ever have any specific discussion of how Georgia was handling its encryption keys?
That report was created for Georgia in the Curling versus Raffensperger case.
All right. So the core of how you believe the encryption keys are being handled in this case, was that discussed in that report?
Yes, it is. Numerous other cybersecurity endeavors. Yes.
Very much so, yes.
Was something you read when it was released in June 2023.
Yes, I did.
Mr. Tyson, you can follow up on that or anything else, and then I'll turn it back to Ms. McDougall.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDougall, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. McCarthy, to your recollection, in the Haldeman report, is there any discussion of the relationship between encryption keys on the one hand and certification standards on the other?
There is a correlation there. The certification has to be done in alignment with the law.
But in the Haldeman report, when you read that, to your recollection, does it discuss certification issues or just encryption keys issue, if you remember?
I don't remember specifically, but I do remember that the numerous tests were done in Haldeman's lab and performed them over a several week period.
What was the reason she
and
was elected
indicated that
twice
the machines themselves can
Run-
be
on
accessed
that
and
commission?
changed or manipulated both on premise and off premise, so illicit and illicit access.
All right, ma'am.
She's very
And
good with that.
when did you first connect, in your mind, the encryption keys issue with the certification issue?
Well, we're talking a lot about certification of elections by our board members, our state and county board members across the board.
Let me
So,
rephrase the question.
okay.
When did you first connect encryption keys issue with EAC certification?
Starting to dig into deeper, I would say probably more in the September timeframe. So just get a better understanding
Of what year?
this year.
To your understanding, would an exploitation of encryption keys be detectable after the fact?
No, because the intrusion detection system that is
Jody?
being used, as I understand it, is the base model of the escort, quite frankly, and would not be acceptable in the commercial private sector. It doesn't have any bells and whistles. It's simply there as a device that's adjoining to it, and it doesn't have an ability to really respond and react, and certainly doesn't have any ability to prevent any types of intrusions. You're simply relying on log files after the fact.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Recross on those points, Mr. Tyson.
No, Your Honor.
Can the witness be excused?
You may be excused.
All right,
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Step down. We do it and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will take up the court's suggestion to put our experts up before the authentication witnesses so that we can get them up and down.
All right. And so your next witness is?
I call Clay Parikh to the stand.
Testimony should get a court. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Please state your first and last name for the court.
My name is Clay Parikh. It's ClayParikh.
All right, Mr. Parikh, where do you live?
I live in Huntsville, Alabama.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a cybersecurity analyst for Northrop Grumman.
Give us a brief rundown of your employment history.
I've worked for all the major Department of Defense contractors. I've also done work in the private sector. I've done vulnerability management, site design. I've played threat, which is known as red teaming or acting like the bad guy. And I've also done systems testing, to include system testing in voting system test labs.
Tell us about the voting system test labs work.
I was approached by a professional staffing company that was looking for a cybersecurity expert that had a CISSP, which is a Certified Information System Security Professional. And I went and looked at that, and it was a way for me to keep my technical skills up because it was to perform security testing at these voting system test labs.
And how long did you do that work?
I did that over a 9-year time span.
And, okay, what is your educational background?
I have a master's of science in cybersecurity. My bachelor's, my undergrad is a bachelor of science in computer science.
All right, do you have any military service?
Yes, my first profession was as a United States Marine,
And how long were you in the Marine Corps?
22 years.
And what type of work did you do for the Marine Corps?
I did whatever I was told to do.
Did any of it relate to cybersecurity?
Typical jarhead.
No, we had security, and there, if you in the
Do whatever
CISSP
you
realm,
tell me to,
there are
sir.
2 domains that they talk about, and they deal with physical security,
goddamn
encryption. I
genius,
work
Private
in
Gump.
what's known as the CMS vault, where encryption materials were stored. So you learn about chain of custody, procedural stuff. Then, of course, there's always physical security.
All right, sir. You've covered this a little bit, but tell us anything else that you haven't told us that has to do with professional background in cybersecurity.
I've done the cybersecurity realm for over 20 years. I've held the CISSP for over 17 years in good standing, certified plenty of professionals under that certification. I was certified ethical hacker for, I believe, 15 years. And
But just to give you some background, okay? In order to be qualified as an expert witness, you need to basically explain your background expertise, and the court has to agree that you're an expert. Once that until you're qualified, you're not considered an expert witness, and you change nature from being a fact witness, someone who's seen something and testifying about that which he has seen and experienced himself, into being an expert witness. An expert witness has a lot of different rules once they get qualified as an expert. This is the qualification process where the judge is deciding, is this person going to be accepted as an expert? Once they're accepted as experts, they can testify about their opinion, which you cannot do when you're a fact witness. And they also can testify about things that they've never seen firsthand, just about how the world operates or how things that fall within the domain of the area that they're qualified as an expert. When you're qualified as an expert, the judge normally will explain the area, will label the area you're qualified, and only allow you to testify as an expert in those areas that you have been qualified, because that's what your expertise is. And you can't, just because you can be an expert cardiologist, that doesn't mean you know podiatry. Doesn't mean you know brain surgery. So you have to be qualified in the area you're going to testify about. And that's why they try to usually make it as broad as possible, that they get the qualification and allow him as much latitude as needed. So this is the qualification process. Often they'll give the defense, the opposition, an opportunity to cross-examine and try and show that the person is not an expert, that he's kind of an idiot or too ill-experienced. This guy has been qualified as an expert in other hearings, which means it's very likely that once you get accepted, and that's part of what the court will use. If you've been qualified in the past, they'll accept you again now. So, and I'm fairly certain he has been qualified multiple times in the past, so he's likely to be accepted. It's rare for someone to be rejected, but they're not always accepted. I would say it's well over 90% that someone who gets put up there as an expert gets accepted, at least on some basis.
And a cyber forensic hacking investigator for 12 years.
All right. Do you have any experience in performing cyber investigations in criminal investigations?
Yes, I have.
Jacob.
Describe that to the what
You and
government
Giles,
you're working for and so forth.
Chat?
I was working for the U.S. government, and in general terms, I would just say
Yep.
the investigations were with three-letter agencies, and one was with NASA, and the other two were Department of Defense related.
In the course of your training, experience, and education, have you had any experience with encryption keys?
Yes, quite extensive.
Can you describe the purpose of using encryption keys?
Encryption keys it's the part of cryptography that is to keep confidentiality involved. And so you use them to encrypt and decrypt files. You can use the security certificates and stuff for secure communications. It's basically a form of confidentiality under credentials management.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with how encryption keys are supposed to be handled?
Yes.
What cyber security experience do you have with respect to electronic or computerized voting systems?
I was a security tester for several of the voting system test labs during that 9-year period.
Did you do any test work on Dominion systems?
Yes.
What is the EAC?
The EAC is the Election Assistance Commission, which was established under the HAVA, the Help America Vote Act.
And this testing lab work you did, does that have anything to do with EAC certification of election systems?
Yes, it does. The EAC has these certification labs. The voting system testing laboratories have to go through a certification process themselves, which NIST co-chairs with the EAC.
What's NIST?
It's the governing body that looks over technology and laboratory research, and they do the laboratory inspection part of the voting system test labs. That's not really in the EAC's cog.
Is that the National Institute of Standards?
Technology.
In the course of your test lab work on election systems, did you ever attempt penetration or hacking of those systems?
Yes, I did.
And how long would it take you to get into one of those systems?
5 to 10 minutes. My best time's 2.5 minutes.
Can you describe the difference between an insider threat and an outsider threat in cybersecurity terms?
An insider threat, there are basically two types. An outsider threat is someone totally out of the organization that has relatively no knowledge or access. An insider threat is an authorized person. And this can be done, there's two categories, accidental and intentional. And of course, intentional would be like sabotage and stuff like that, negligence, that. The thing about an insider threat is it not only includes the organization, it includes any contractors or vendors who have access to said systems. For example, it could even include janitors that do. Because
the nature of the questions he's asking now is a little bit unusual. Normally, you would have him qualify as an expert before you start testing it, before you start having him explain all this sort of thing. I assume he's going to have him qualified as or ask the court to qualify him as an expert. That's when they cross over into technically being deemed an expert witness. This sort of question is the sort of question you would ask of an expert. I guess he's trying to use it to validate that he knows what he's talking about and prove to the court that he knows what he's talking about. But I'm just pointing out it's a little unorthodox the way this is going right now. Normally, you just ask about their resume and the background and the history and experience and how many years they've been doing it and articles they've written and times they've testified, and then you get them qualified before you start asking questions like the ones that McDougall is asking now.
The physical security aspect.
And so the vendor of an election system would be within the rubric.
Insider threat realm. Yes,
That's
sir. Yes, sir.
All right. You have a binder on the table in front of you, and I ask you to turn to tab number 14. And there's a document there that is marked as Exhibit 14, which is applicant's Exhibit 14. Can you identify that document?
Yes, this is my resume.
All right, sir. And if you would turn to tab number 15. And the document marked there as Exhibit 15, tell the court what that is.
Yes, this is the cover letter that whenever I applied for jobs that I always submitted. It includes my additional work experience and cyber experience outside of the normal DoD world contract, because it states, I was an avid member of InfoGuard, which is an organization underneath the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I participated in that, and it lists the voting system test lab work and experience.
All right. Now, you mentioned a certification you had, CISSP. Are there any other certifications that you have?
Yes, I had the Certified Ethical Hacker and the CHFI, which is a Certified Hacking Forensic Investigator.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would tender applicants' Exhibits 16 and 17.
14 and 15?
14 and 15.
14 and 15, I apologize. Thank you for the
Any
correction.
objection to 14 and 15?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, admitted without objection.
In the course of your work at the testing lab, did you become familiar with the requirements for an election system to be certified by the EAC?
Yes, it was one of the very first things that I had to do. The very first laboratory I worked for was Wiley Laboratories, and they wanted to become a certified lab. And so they submitted their testing procedures to me to do an independent review, and they were going to submit that review to the EAC as evidence to help them that their procedures were sound. So therefore, I had to read what is known as the VSS, which were under the Federal Elections Commission's very old guidelines, and then I read the HAVA Act itself, and then the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines.
It looks familiar
one
to me
and
too.
two that were out at the time.
All right, sir.
I knew how to spell his last name
What system is election
before he
system
told
is
us
used in Georgia?
because I've seen
It is a Dominion System DVS 5.5 Alpha.
And is that system, to your knowledge, certified by the EAC?
Yes, it's required to.
All right, sir. Are you familiar with the Dominion system that's used in Georgia?
Yes, I'm very familiar.
How are you familiar with it?
I've reviewed a lot of the system log information as well as for the databases that were provided via public record request.
Is the EAC certification document for the Dominion system used in Georgia available on the internet, the certification document?
Yes, it resides on the EAC's website.
All right, sir. If you would please turn to tab number 16. And do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is a printout of the document. All right. Yes, 16 lists the Dominion system.
All right, sir. And the second paragraph of the text, before I ask him to read from it, Your Honor, I would tender exhibit number 16.
Objection to A16.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, Mr. Parikh, in the second paragraph of the text, starting voting systems, what is that telling us?
It says voting systems will be tested against the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines, VVSG, which are a set of specifications and requirements to determine if the systems provide all of the basic functionality, accessibility, and security capabilities required. And I might add that there's also a state's requirements document that the EAC maintains. This is how the states get their HAVA grant money from year to year. That's one of the requirements of HAVA. Each state had to submit a plan originally when HAVA was created to the EAC and have it approved. And it lists Georgia, and in that document, it states the Georgia law applicable, where it also states that it has to be federally certified, and then the Secretary of State also has to certify it.
All right, sir. And so your testing was, as this exhibit 16 describes, against the voluntary voting system guidelines?
Yes.
All right, turn to tab number 17. And there's a document there marked as exhibit number 17. Can you identify that for the court?
Yes, this is the certificate of conformance, which is generated by the EAC from the test report that's submitted by the lab and reviewed. They submit a certification certificate on the front of it, but they call it certificate of conformance, and then it lists their evaluation of the voting system test lab testing report.
And this is for what system?
It's a model version 5.5 alpha.
And that's the one in use in Georgia?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I tender applicant's exhibit 17.
No objection.
A17 is admitted.
How would you describe your familiarity with the provisions of the voluntary voting systems guidelines?
I'm very familiar with them. I've actually been sat at the table with the EAC components that included the NIST representatives, and because they used to come around and audit the voting system test labs and check them annually. And part of the thing is I would always get called in to speak to them, and they would ask me some questions. And I've actually commented on the voluntary voting system guidelines specifically because to me they're not standards, they're substandards. They do not meet the level of security requirements required for systems of high importance or criticality.
Okay, sir. I'll now ask you to turn to tab number 19. And that is marked on the upper left as exhibit number 19. And if you can identify that for the court.
This is the 2005 voluntary voting system guidelines.
And is that the version of the VVSG that was used in the EAC certification in exhibit number 18?
Yes, it is.
All right, Your Honor, I tender exhibit number 19, applicant's exhibit number 19.
No objection.
All right, and are you going back to 18, or are you also doing that as well?
I'm skipping 18.
Okay, exhibit 19 is admitted.
Does the VVSG address cybersecurity requirements?
Yes.
Now, and you're familiar with those requirements?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what FIPS 140-2 is?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know that?
I had to repeatedly read it and explain to the software developers from the vendors exactly what it meant and how they have to properly implement it. And I've dealt with multiple vendors on this.
Sir, turn to tab number 20, please. And that's a document marked exhibit number 20, applicant's exhibit number 20. Can you tell the court what that is?
That is FIPS publication 140-2.
I tender applicant's exhibit number 20, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 20 is admitted.
Are you familiar with how encryption keys are employed in electronic voting systems?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how they're used in the Dominion system used in Georgia?
Yes, I am.
Are they important? Are they important?
They are highly important. That is the integrity of the whole entire system.
All right. And are you familiar with the EAC certification requirements with respect to encryption keys?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the EAC certification requirements with respect to storage and management of encryption keys?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what FIPS 140-2 has to say about encryption keys?
And their management requirements, yes.
Have you had occasion to examine any election databases of any Georgia counties that were used in the 2020 November election or recount?
Yes, I've examined 4 databases from Georgia.
What counties, sir?
They were Appling, Bibb, Jones, and Telfair.
Have you examined those databases from those counties with respect to encryption keys?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert before, admitted to testify as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Related to election stuff, 3 times for sure.
And how about other issues, other cyber issues?
A handful.
As any of your expert testimony where you were allowed to testify related to a Dominion system?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender Mr. Parikh as an expert on cybersecurity EAC certification requirements for election systems, including the Dominion system in Georgia, how they handle encryption keys, and what the requirements are for certification on encryption keys.
Now, notice how he's specified these are the areas I'm tendering him as an expert, because you need to clarify exactly where he's allowed to testify about his opinion.
All right, any voir dire of the witness, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could, voir dire.
Voir dire is the opportunity for the defense to claim should not be validated, and he's going to be questioned now by the defense for them to try and show that he's not sufficiently expert to be qualified as an expert.
Good morning, Mr. Parikh. My name is Brian Tyson. I represent the Secretary. Appreciate your service to our country and the Marines. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask a couple of additional questions about your background and experience. You indicated you worked for different voting system test labs that were certified by the EAC, right?
That's correct.
And you worked with ProVNV, but you were not directly employed by ProVNV.
No,
right?
I went through a professional staffing company.
And so you were not an employee of ProVNV. You worked for a staffing company that ProVNV retained.
Yes,
And ProVNV is the voting system test lab that certified or that was involved in the certification of the Dominion system that's used in Georgia, right?
yes,
And you last did any work with ProVNV in 2017, correct?
that is correct.
Was 2017 also the last time you laid hands on a Dominion voting equipment?
The actual hardware equipment, yes, sir.
And you've never reviewed the current Dominion 5.5A software in your role at any voting system test lab, right?
Not in the role as a voting system test lab, but I have reviewed plenty of forensic reports and reports that have been evaluated and can confirm most of them are true.
And you've not reviewed the Dominion 5.5A software in Georgia, is that right?
Reviewing the software, and this is according to ProVNV Lab, they never allowed security checks of the software. No voting system laboratory, which to me was highly strange. Normally, you test software as for its functionality, its components, and the basic functions, but then it's required a security review because, for example, an administrative console can be manipulated, so it has to be security reviewed in how it functions. And that's normally, I work in a classified environment for the Missile Defense Agency, and that's how it's always done. First by the software developers and then by security.
Let me ask a better question. In terms of your
And the fact that he worked in a classified environment, I think, likely weighs significantly in the judge's opinion. That, yeah, the government seems to think that he knows what he's doing here, which is kind of ironic that now a different wing of the government, of the state government, is questioning his expertise when the federal government seems to be okay with him as being an expert.
the opinion you're offering in this case, you're relying on your review of 4 databases, not of the Dominion voting system writ large. Is that right?
Yes, sir, but you're ignoring the fact that software development, they create an image and a versioning number, and the version used here is used across multiple states.
And you're not offering any opinions about the degree of risk. Is that right?
If you're asking me about the risk with these systems, the risk is high. They have no integrity.
Let me ask this. Did you rely on Dr. Halderman's report for any of the findings in your declaration?
I've reviewed Dr. Haldeman's report, and a lot of the vulnerabilities that he pointed out were things that I'd already knew and reported to test labs, but never made it to final reports.
And you reviewed the databases that were provided to you by VoterGA, is that right?
That's correct.
Are you being paid for your work?
As far as my investigative work,
For your testimony and your work in this
yes,
case?
for my testimony, yes, I am.
And what is your hourly rate?
My hourly rate is $250.
And Mr. McDougall had asked you about courts that accepted testimony from you. Has any court ever excluded you from testifying as an expert?
No.
Whoops! You
So,
don't
Your
ask
Honor,
that
I think
question.
at this point, if it's appropriate, I'd go ahead and raise an objection to the scope of what's being offered here. Our motion in limine lays out our concerns with Mr. Parikh's testimony and offering opinions. Also, his testimony that he's only reviewed the databases and not the software itself, hasn't touched the Dominion equipment since 2017. Mr. McDougall's expansive scope of his opinions to cover everything related to Dominion 5.5 as used in Georgia,
Every lawyer
is
is gonna
also
ask
beyond
it.
what he should be allowed to testify to.
All right, that was a lot, Mr. McDougall, that you asked, kind of the fields of qualification. Let's just nail those down. It's in cybersecurity, EAC requirements, encryption keys. Did I catch it all?
Certification, how that relates to certification, how those are used in the Dominion system.
All right, and other than what's already been raised in the motion in limine about the scope, how do
JC.
you respond to these issues raised
I'm
by
sending
Mr.
out a
Tyson?
big broadcast. We got a few
maybe-
events coming up.
It is.
How
Get some people to do
recent
some cleanup
his,
set.
Yeah.
review has been.
And I think
Data.
I might be able to address that by posing a few more questions about what his analysis of the databases entailed. If I could,
All right.
would leave a court to do that.
Or New Year tendering after that's done.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh, can you describe what analyses you applied to the 4 the Wetchen databases that you mentioned from Appling, Bibb, Jones, and Telfair counties?
As far as everything that I checked within the database, the very first thing is I restored these backup databases and was successful with all of them, like all the other databases were. If I did not get the database, I got a backup copy and proved to that. Then I compared it against other state systems, which had different versioning, which had the same database structure. They had a lot of the same stored procedures, which I might add are way too many. And they were the same functionality across different versionings. I can also state that I've reviewed Dominion correspondence that refers to how they handle software versioning. But I don't think that's in the scope of this hearing, but it's not the best practice.
Are you, in the course of your analysis of these databases, were you able to run, well, how did you examine them? I mean, what did you do? What tools, what software? How did you figure out what you figured out?
I used everything that was on the voting system, which from a security perspective is atrocious, because all you have to do is gain access and you're in.
You're right there.
My demonstrations will show I use the tools on the system. These tools that are on these systems would not be found in the DoD operational environment, in the financials on the system environment. These compilers on there, there's actual where the database resides, the management studio. These are all works practice.
What does that mean? What does the management studio mean, and how did you use it to examine the database?
That and the command line component does. I have free access to the database. And again, they use the operating system, the Windows login credentials, which when I access the system, I entered without a password, which is easy.
Were you able to run Dominion software as a part of your analysis of the system?
Yes, and components on the software, yes.
And how did you do that on your machine without having a Dominion machine?
As part of forensic investigations, the very first thing you do when you collect evidence is you create your hashes to verify the integrity of the system. You put the evidence away, you have that copy, and then you usually make another copy and you get the hashes of that, because you have to have a detailed chain of custody when you're dealing with evidence. And usually to expedite forensic investigations, you want the live system to pull it up. So what I did was from one of the image files of a Dominion system, I created a virtual machine. I then easily hacked into the virtual machine. And once I logged in, I had access to the database. I could manipulate the databases and control it.
And find out how the encryption keys were stored?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And do you think your testimony would help the court understand the issue of encryption keys and how they're used in the Dominion system and how that relates to EAC certification?
Yes, sir. And the importance of encryption keys that they're dealing with in the X059 certificate, specifically the X059 certificate. It's a security certificate that's used for communications.
And were the databases that were provided to you, are they a sufficient basis for you to form a reliable opinion?
Yes, they are.
Did you apply any particular principles or methods to your analysis?
Yes, I use standard testing methods and forensic steps.
And do they reliably support the opinions that you've reached here as well as in other cases?
Yes, sir, they do. As if I put my declarations under threat of perjury and submitted to the U.S. Supreme Court, I stand by 100% of what I've written.
All right, I renew my tender, Your Honor.
All right, based on the testimony I've heard so far and the voir dire of the witness, I do find this witness possesses information beyond the kin of the average layman, and that on the databases he reviewed, he has relevant information to share as it relates to the issues raised here, and concerns or objections that are preserved go to their weight, not their disability. So you may proceed, Mr. Dugal.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Parikh.
And that was fairly predictable. It's nice that he got the wide berth that he got, though.
Are encryption keys any part of the Dominion system used here in Georgia?
Yes, they are.
How are they used in the system here in Georgia?
They're used to encrypt some of the username passwords, which is not a really very good standard. They should always use hashes, but there are also hashes that are weak and vulnerable. They're left unprotected, but they use the Ringdale encryption key and its vector as their private keys, which those are supposed to be protected. Then they also use the X059 certificate, which is used for authentication. And this establishes trust between the system components. And then there's an HMAC key that's also, and these are all stored in the same unsecured table within the database.
All right, sir. And in light of how these, well, you said you used the word Ringdale.
Ringdale, yes.
Help the court understand what in the world that is.
Ringdale was that encryption algorithm that's used to create those keys. There were actually three people. He was the main person that submitted for the keys. And it's an encryption algorithm. That's just industry standard.
And it's named after a fellow named Rendell,
Yes.
but it's spelled, it doesn't,
Randall, yes, he's Indian.
okay. In light of how these encryption keys are used in the system, are they important to the security of the system?
They are vital to the security of the system and the integrity of the system.
If a bad actor who has a little bit of skill knows what they're doing and has access to the system and access to the encryption keys, is that system secure?
No, it is not,
Why not?
because they could do anything. They could decrypt the configuration files.
Some concerts
For example,
coming
the
up
tabulator.
this Thursday and Friday,
So
and
I can
then
make a tabulator.
next
They
month
could
we
easily manipulate
start
that. They can
hockey.
do whatever. They can decrypt
the
the
Toledo
information coming
Walleye,
back to the election management system, the
affiliate of,
EMS. They could manipulate
Red
the
Wings.
ballot images. They can manipulate the cast vote record. They could do any number of things.
What is the cast vote record?
The cast vote record contains the data, the ballot images, but it's basically the results from the tabulator.
Under the applicable standards of the VVSG and FIPS 140-2, how should encryption keys be stored or kept or managed on the Dominion system?
The management and storage of encryption keys are when they're in plain text, it's only within the cryptographic module. If they're taken outside the cryptographic module, they must be securely protected.
And is the way they are kept on the Dominion system in Georgia, does it comply with that requirement?
No, it does not. They're in an insecure operating system, information system, with hundreds of vulnerabilities. The database, and I've had database experts assist me in analysis, that they are not configured properly. They do not log properly, as I'm sure Mr. Cotton could testify to, which leads you hard to do a forensic investigation and determine cause analysis. Even a system administrator tech would be lacking information. And so there's lack of logging. The database, these encryption keys would be considered confidential. It's the same thing as like a doctor's office who has your medical PII information, or your bank any business that deals with credit cards, for example, would have to protect the database. And you can protect the table, you can protect the row, you can encrypt the whole entire database. And that is not done. And to use the operating system's password and authentication to get into the database is not best practice. And again, I did it without a password at all.
And so how are the encryption keys in fact stored in these election databases?
They're in plain text, unencrypted, in an insecure database.
And so that is not the cryptographic.
That's a violation of FIPS 140-2.
Because it's not in an encrypted or cryptographic module.
That is correct.
FIPS is a standard that EAC mandates that they have to keep compliant with in order for it to be valid. The key argument here that the state is making is that we don't have to maintain and ensure that it continues to be compliant with FIPS and EAC. We just need to know that at one point in time, when it was approved by Brad Raffensperger, he found it to be adequate. That's really what the key is, which sounds ludicrous, but that doesn't change the fact that that's what their main argument is. I don't think that that's necessary. I doubt that's, hopefully that's not going to wash with the judge. It doesn't seem like it will wash with the judge. So that's why they're trying to establish that not only is that not their duty, but they failed in their duty. And that failure has basically led to all sorts of gaping holes in the cybersecurity of Georgia's election system process.
And does that comply with the VVSG?
No, it does not.
Does that comply with the EAC certification requirements?
No, it does not. And if I can add, the VVSG, because of the way Georgia state law states, they're not voluntary now. They're now system requirements. They're standards. That standard is a requirement and should be mandatory because Georgia law states that it has to be federally certified.
And Your Honor, just move to strike that last answer regarding the legal implications here.
All right, I don't think we actually strike anything for the record, but your objection is noted and it'll be given the weight it deserves.
Are there any particular sections of the VVSG that are most particularly applicable to the management of the encryption keys?
Section 7 of Volume 1 is the primary security. The security is also mentioned in sections 4 and 6, but the main ports of those deal with that. Volume 2 also talks about security and from an operational perspective and the risk involved. But Section 8 talks about the quality and they mentioned the life cycle management, which means it's an operational thing, because the life cycle of any information system is from birth to death, and therefore you have to patch it, you have to do security updates, you have to meet all your requirements 100% of the time. It's not something where I get certified and I get connected to the network and I'm good. For example, in my work, when they take, I'm sorry, I got to pause because I got to keep this unclassified. But so in the software that we develop, if they take the system off to reload the application software, there's a whole process that's done, and we have configuration management. If you related it to election system engineering change orders, and so when they get that approved, the software developers finish their job, the techs finish their job. The last part is part of the QA where the security checks are done, and it has to be certified by the group that I work in, the information security officers, before it can be reconnected to the network. So that's the part about quality in the lifecycle management.
All right, sir. And so the VVSG speaks to life cycle compliance.
Yes,
And what part do you recall?
that's in section 8.1, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, would there be any point to having a test standards requirement for cybersecurity that was inapplicable in the operational environment?
No, that would make no sense whatsoever.
So you've had an opportunity to examine election databases from the 4 counties. How did it come about that you examined those databases?
I was able to obtain them to compare them with other databases in different states that I was doing as part of the Arizona. I don't know what it was called when it went back to the Supreme Court, but that was my evaluation. And because based on that, the investigation and the evidence found, the Arizona Senate allowed me to get their 2020 database as well and to discover the same inconsistencies.
Okay. What was your understanding of how the 4 Georgia County databases were obtained and made available to you?
They were given by the counties under a public record request.
And how did you get a hold of them?
In my investigation and the other system components that I've looked at as far as system log files and answering questions on what the log information did, because I can interpret that and give them meaning to the components. I was made aware of them, and I asked for them to review them to see, because again, this is software development. This is not just specific to the state of Georgia. This pretty much, my educated guess would be, this is even outside of the versions we're talking about. It's been demonstrated.
Let me stop you for just a second, because I think my question may not have been clear. How did you obtain a copy of the election databases for these 4 counties?
I was given access to the voter GA directory, and then I downloaded them from there, and then of course created my hash files.
All right, sir. In general terms, how do the backup databases that you obtained and then restored compare to the actual operational database used in elections?
It's the same database. It's the same exact database. The only difference between that and an operational database would be alive. If the system's up and functioning and that database is used on a daily basis, it's going to contain it. The backup database would be a snapshot in time.
All right, sir. And are the way the encryption keys were found in the backup databases, is that the same as how they are stored in operational election databases?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And so your analysis of the state, the management, storage, and nature of the encryption keys in the backup is valid for operational election databases?
Yes, it is.
Let me jump in on that point. So essentially what I'm hearing you say is the 4 databases that you analyzed and looked at very closely here, your opinion today is that is the same as the operating database that would be used live in an election. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how are you able to say that?
Because these are relational databases, something that I was educated in, and they're built on a structure. And the most important thing is that structure cannot change, because the way Dominion implements what's called stored procedures, that's the majority of their work. And those are in the database. So you cannot change a database table, for example, and it would mess all the voting system up, because then your configuration of your tabulators would have to change. There's all different components in the voting system. If it helps to answer, in any system when they create it, and this is whether it's ES&S or Dominion, but we'll talk specifically about Dominion, they create what's called an election project. And there's certain files that get created. And one of those files in the election project is the election database. And it's based off a template, a standard in the software development. that they create from, and then it's customized in the table columns are given specific names that do not change, but the rows may change. For example, if there's a state election within Georgia, it will be specific information for those candidates, their party, and the way Georgia runs their election. Even if it's for anything else, if you're voting on funding, how to change state appropriations, whatever, that has to go public, anything like that, that's what changes within the database. The overall structure of the database and the procedures do not, only basically row data.
All right, and these 4 databases, they are a snapshot in time from when?
We're from after the election. A couple of them are recounts, the 2020 elections.
We're going to switch over to watching the watchers.
Election,
Yes, sir.
or is it also the
Robert Gouveia at
runoff?
noon, and then we'll come back to this.
There are two that are recounts, so it would have been after the general election.
You may even be interested
Bottom
in
line,
some of
you're
this.
testifying that with confidence that the databases you saw related to that election are still the ones in operation today, or are they still the ones being used, and they weren't changed in any way in the open records disclosure process?
They're the exact same. They're a backup of that operation.
It's the same
If,
judge that we had.
for
from St.
example,
Louis.
you have 2 options, sir, if you want to see that. You bring in an election management system, which has the
Against
database on it. We can quickly do a query. It takes no time at all. And you can see structurally that it's the same as what I examined. Or there would be engineering change orders or a software update to say that they changed the database structure. And I can tell you for a fact that there's no such engineering change order for Dominion systems. I've looked at every one of them.
And as you would imagine, questions that the judge asks are of like the utmost importance in a trial, because it's really showing you what his concerns are as far as measuring the legitimacy of potential claim. And his point here is, how do you actually know that there's a problem here? And what he's essentially stated is, it's like the structure is pretty much, this is just it's the same system every single time, but the names are going to change. So, in this election, you'll have Jones versus Smith. In the next election, you'll have Harper versus Johnson. But everything else about the where they lay out, how everything is structured, everything else is preset. The same way a building is preset, and just the different people who are coming in and out of the building are changing. But the actual building itself is all staying the same, and it's the same today as it was in 2022 and in 2020. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. So let me try a short version of the questions that the court was asking. How do you know that the way the encryption keys are set up in the backup database is the same as they are in the operational database?
Because the backup database is the operational database.
All right, sir.
It's just a snapshot.
Now, is there some way for you to tell if the backup election databases that you examined are authentic?
Yes, sir.
What is that method?
That's by what was provided from the counties and verifying the hash. And there's also SHA files that are part of the system when it's created. And I can compare those SHAs to what I create and see that it was unchanged.
All right, for the benefit of the court, what is a SHA file?
A SHA file is a hashing algorithm. It's basically the fingerprint. It's the identity of the file. In file integrity, you have the SHA's hashes. And there's MD5 hash, there's SHA-1, which is used by the voting systems, or SHA-512, or 256 and SHA-512. The tool I use creates all those, because I like to cover the bases, because you never know what you might deal with.
So how to,
SHA, it's an acronym. Sorry.
what does it stand for?
Oh, it's a secure hashing algorithm, if I'm not mistaken.
That would be the one instance I might have a leg up on.
Yeah.
All right. So how does a hash value have any utility in authenticating a digital file?
It's the fingerprint. It's a one-way algorithm that it's a bit-by-bit binary operation that covers the file itself. In systems, and I've even read it in technical data packages of vendors, they recommend using a file integrity system. In the Department of Defense, we have them all the time. And an application does it. And on your critical portions of the operating system, you would create these SHA files, these hash files, and it's the fingerprint, so you know file integrity. And part of the application thing is it monitors the system. And it's constantly checking the hashes of the system. And so, for example, if a critical application on a server is changed or modified, that will flag it, and you will get a warning in a console. And
So I'm trying to understand the concept. Are you comparing the hashes at different times? And how do you use them to figure it out?
when the file is generated, for example, in the public record request or when the system creates them, they create that SHA-1 file. in the SHA file is the fingerprint of that file at the time that they exported it.
And so how, if you do, how do you use that to determine whether what you looked at was authentic?
You create the SHA yourself independently from what they provided you, and you compare them.
And if they match, what does it tell you?
That tells you that you have the file at untouched. It's exactly as they gave it to you.
And if they don't match, what does that tell you?
That it's been manipulated.
And so you've said this, but I'm going to ask it a different way. Is comparison of hash values an accepted method in the cybersecurity world for verifying the authenticity of a digital record?
Yes, it is.
In this case, were there hash values associated with the production by these 4 counties?
Yes, there were.
And did you carry out the process that you just described to compare hash values?
Yes, I compared the hash on the compressed files that I got, and they matched. Then specifically on the databases and those, because I was going to restore them, I checked that SHA file,
And what did you find?
that it matched.
And therefore the what?
The databases are the operational databases.
All right, sir. Do you have copies of the file? Did I ask you to make flash drives of the files that you got?
Yes, sir, you did.
All right. I have those on flash drives. I actually do not have a flash drive for opposing counsel, but I can make that available to them by the end of the day. And what I would like to do is tender those. Well, I'll show them to the witness. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Mr. Greek, can you identify these flash drives?
Yes, these are the 4 flash drives that I put the hash file that I created to do verification along with the compressed files. And then on the same exact media, I decompressed the files for your request. So if they wanted to look at the individual pieces of those compressed files along with the SHA values. So that's what's on here. They were brand new drives from Staples purchased. So there was open package. That was what was done. They were removed, label, and I've kept control of these the whole time.
All right. And you made those at my request?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I would like to assign those exhibit numbers 25, 26, 27, and 28. But they do not have exhibit labels on them, Your Honor. They do have the county label. And so if we could ask the court reporter to put an exhibit label on them at an appropriate moment.
All right, Mr. Tyson, so I know we could have your conditional thoughts on the admissibility of these so you can have a chance to actually look at them. But assuming they do contain what the witness says, I guess one I would wonder are these some kind of sensitive materials we have to handle in a specific way? And also if you have any other general objection.
So, Your Honor, I don't believe there are any sensitivities around that. They were produced already in open records requests, and they're kind of out there already. And then I think aside from us getting a copy, then that's the only thing we would have. Just make sure we have that, but no objection otherwise.
All right, so those will be conditionally admitted. You can re-raise it if you look at the copy and it doesn't turn out to be what you thought it was. So this would do with.
By the way, if you're wondering about the gravity of this, aside from is it feasible for someone to get this information? In the petition, they claim that that there have been so many of these open record requests and so much of this has become publicly available on the internet that the encryption key that it can be used to access the Georgian the Georgian voting system is so well known that they actually thought about making a mockery out of it by putting it on a T-shirt. That's how many people are aware of this encryption key that is out there purportedly protecting the Georgian election. Now, if you want to feel a little bit better about it, if you trust the government and their claims, they claim that there's a new encryption key every day, and that old encryption key is just not the same encryption key anymore. That could be, I don't know, but that's a question of fact, which I expect that we're probably going to come across at some point during this hearing.
If you could provide that at some point, maybe over the lunch break.
Your Honor, could I get some water? Thank
You
you.
don't have to ask if it's your witness.
I didn't know that was the rule.
Well, it's a personal one.
Yeah, that was kind of my question. It depended on.
It also doesn't answer the problem, which is that supposedly, and one of the things that was raised in this petition is that when they create these encryption keys, they keep it in readable form, that anyone who has access to the system can just go in there and see what the encryption key is and use it, and it's fairly easy for anyone to access. So even if you're changing encryption keys, you're just going to write it on a new piece of paper tomorrow. The ideal way it's supposed to be stored under the FIPS system, which again, this is the system as far as methodology for protecting the system. that it's the password itself is supposed to be on a different modular device, it's supposed to be like elsewhere in like a different kind of vault, and it's supposed to be itself encrypted, so that in order to get access to the key, you have to have a different key to know to learn this key. It's sort of like a 2-key type of system, like in your old style nuclear sub type of thing. And that's not what they've been using. Instead, it's just like basically written out that anyone can just walk right up to the thing itself and see it, by way of analogy. When I lived in there in Oklahoma, we used school Scantron ballots, paper backup the machine. I like that. Yeah, paper ballots always good. Also want to acknowledge this very generous super chat from you, and thank you so much, Marcelechka. And please do hit the like and subscribe. God bless you, brother. Thank you.
What the court's pleasure was. So, Mr. Parikh, what, if anything, did you do to check on the encryption keys in these databases?
I did a general preliminary query across the database and to look for anything encryption key. It first identified the tables in the Georgia databases. Well, a couple of them were large, but still no more than a couple of minutes to do that. Once I identified those tables, I went to those tables. I just did the basic request that's already pre-programmed in the SQL database to look at the top 1,000 rows. And within,
Hold on.
yeah.
What's the SQL database?
The SQL database is the relational database that's used by the Dominion system. And it's a relational database that uses SQL commands, the SQL commands, in order to execute, use, and search functions. It's a way to organize your data, and hopefully that's clear.
And SQL is pronounced SQL in the business.
Yes, it is. Sorry for
And
that.
that's okay. And are SQL databases common in the world of computers?
Yes, they are.
And what does SQL stand for?
It's a querying language.
I got another one on you. Is it structured query language?
Yeah, structured query. Thank you. I couldn't remember structure.
All right. I will look dumb later on, Your Honor. Okay, so what did you, and you did the same approach for all 4 of these databases?
And other states' databases as well.
And so how did you retrieve, what did you do to retrieve or examine the encryption keys?
It's easily, you can export that query from the database itself and get all the keys, or you can copy and paste. It's fairly easy to get them out.
So there's some kind of command you enter and it shows you the encryption keys?
Right. That query of the top 1,000 rows for a specific table election event, it's only one row, and it identifies the election, the time of the election, the county, what type of election, and then it has those keys.
And what is the state in which those keys are displayed? Encrypted?
No, sir. They are unencrypted, plain text.
And plain text in your world means unencrypted.
Yes, sir.
That means you and I could read them.
In encryption, there's plain text and then there's encrypted text.
Okay. And as a cybersecurity professional, how would you characterize
Unkeyed?
that method of storing encryption keys?
It's egregious in general terms. And I work in the cybersecurity realm, and I work with gentlemen who've got a year, 2 years experience, and then some who have as much as I do. And I just say, hey, what would you think about if the secret encryption key was stored in a database in plain text? And the very first thing you say, well, was the database encrypted? And I'm like, no. Well, how did you authenticate to the database? Well, I use operating system, and they're just like, their minds are blown.
So what does it mean for the security of the system that the encryption keys are stored in plain text in the election database?
There is no security. For what little that you could claim as security is irrelevant. What's more important than the security is the integrity of the system. There is no integrity, because you have to understand that these keys are vital to the security and the integrity of the system. This is how you validate that it's secure, that the data cannot be tampered with. That, along with the logging, which doesn't exist, there's not appropriate logging on these systems to even track the actions done.
If a bad actor,
And logging is to basically keep track as to who's doing what to the system. So
It's an
someone
audit
wouldn't
log.
even know who the heck
We have
is.
it in
If someone
our
goes in
systems
there,
here.
and anyone apparently can, anyone who's got access to the machine, if it's online, then anyone in the world, but that anyone go in there, get the encryption key, and just do whatever the hell they want. The point being, and this is the most poignant part of his testimony, obviously, that anyone can just come in there and do whatever the hell they want to Georgia's election.
And there's no trace.
got a hold of these encryption keys, what could they do?
They could change the configuration settings on the components. They could manipulate. They could create election data and encrypt it and make it seem legitimate when the system takes it in and evaluates it. There's the saying, 1,000 ways to skin this cat. There's about 2,000 ways to skin this with those keys.
And would such changes or such actions be detectable on these systems?
No, they would not. And as in Dr. Haldeman's, no, they would not be detectable. And Dr. Haldeman, in his report, refers to this because when people ask, is there any evidence of hacking? Well, one, two, nothing against Dr. Haldeman, but he was not requested to do a forensic investigation of the system. So when he makes that statement, it's not exactly accurate. He is a security professional. I admire his capabilities, but he himself states when you hack these type of systems and the techniques he used would be undetectable. And I can verify that. When I did threat system stuff for the Department of Defense and we played bad guy, we would have to leave little safe files somewhere to prove because they would swear up and down that we were not there. We'd give them a directory, go look here, and it would say, guess who was here, or Waldo, or something silly like that.
Kilroy was here.
Yes.
All right. If you would, in the binder, turn to
They
tab
got Kilroy's
21,
everywhere.
and there's a document there marked Exhibit 21. Can you tell the court what that is?
It's a security analysis of Georgia's ImageCast X ballot marking devices.
That
And
is
it's the redacted version of Dr. Haldeman, which
I'm just gonna pause and say I accidentally forgot to send her an invite, and that was the worst oversight, and it ruined the entire night. And I'm sorry.
for the record, its redactions were meaningless to me and some of the other technical people that I spoke with because for a tech person, it's not redacted.
in other words, you already knew.
The majority of regular people, yes.
All right. Now, have you prepared any demonstration of that would illustrate your testimony?
Yes, sir, I have.
And do you have your computer up there with you?
No, sir, it's back there. I didn't know whether I could bring it without permission for.
While you're doing that, Mr. McDougall, are you tendering Exhibit 21 for the record as well?
Actually, I think I would like to, but I don't have a witness to swear that it's, it's an exhibit in another case. I don't have Dr. Haldeman, so I'm not sure I can authenticate it. So, but I was going to let it be a document that the expert relied on. That was my intention, but if counsel would like to put it in, I'm certainly happy to have it in.
Any preference, Mr. Tice?
And Your Honor, we would object to it coming in. I think it contains a lot of opinions. Dr. Haldeman was subject to several days of cross-examination on it at the Kerwin trial.
I think that's fair. That was my thinking on it.
All right. Well, thanks for that clarification. Let me do a follow-up here as well. So the statement that if a bad actor obtained keys, it would lead to these severe consequences. Just want to be clear. We're not talking about the keys necessarily that you had and as a result of the open records request. We're saying that as you believe they're currently stored, however they're out there now. Is that
Yes, sir.
what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And it's one of the demonstrations I will do. Will show you there are common passwords. There are passwords that have been used for an extremely long time. The same passwords I saw in the voting system test labs reside on the Georgia voting systems. And that's an egregious violation of password management, credential management. So,
All right. And before I forget it, I'll have a helpful note from Mr. Olson.
It sounds as if he's going to hack into the system right there in front of the judge, which would be awesome. I would love to see him do that. That's a powerful demonstration, right? I mean, the guy goes in there, he's like, yeah, let's do it. We're going to hack it right now. That would be so friggin' cool.
Just as I was anticipating, is it X509 or X059?
X509.
Okay. I think earlier
Yeah,
you
that's
said
gonna be fire.
X059.
I apologize.
Okay. And is the X509 considered an encryption key?
It's considered a security certificate. It's a way of identifying and trusting a system. For example, if you go to Amazon or any of the web services, your computer or your phone, because your phone is nothing but a computer, it's going to connect with their server, and there has to be a
Seriously.
trust relationship built.
Destroy the
And
case.
that's done via the certificate. And with these certificates, a lot of times you really don't have to
I
authenticate
missed that.
with a username and password. It depends on how the system's built.
And have you made any findings about the X509 certificates across the election database?
For those of you who joined late, this is going on right now. I'm actually like 40 minutes behind, but this is a hearing that's going on this morning, which they're trying to basically say that the 2024 election system that Georgia has set up is completely unsecure, and that Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, has been neglectful in keeping watch over the Dominion systems, which are very easily hackable, and that they're looking for the court to mandate that they take steps in order to ensure that these glaring holes, like an encryption key that gives you access to the entire system and to do whatever you want without it being undetectable, that those holes be fixed promptly before the election, so we don't have to deal with hassles after the election.
That you have examined,
Yes, I have.
and what have you found?
They're the same.
And how would you characterize that in terms of cybersecurity?
And that's an egregious violation. And the fact that they're 10 years, they're allowed to exist for 10 years, means that they could easily be reused in election systems year after year if they're not changed or updated.
And so, as an example, on a local area network, what role does an X509 certificate play?
It would allow the system to trust the other system that has that certificate.
And so the system that is thereby trusted can do what with the other system?
It can communicate and access it, exchange communication, do whatever communications need to be done. And another thing about the certificates, because I've had them created, it's easy to do. They are not password protected. In other words, when I install the certificate, there's no password or PIN required to install them. And that's usually a security option that you do when you create a certificate that once you import. So that way you know it's an authorized user that installed the certificate on the system.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would like to move into the demonstrations, but Mr.
There we
Parikh is
go.
able to set up, and we've been at it for a little over 2 hours. So may I suggest humbly that we take a short break?
All right. Yeah, let's take 5, and we can come back and pick that up and go from there. Mr. Tyson, do you have any idea? I know we've still got some ground to cover here, but how long you're going to need for a cross?
I'm thinking I can do that in 45 minutes.
All right, we may end up wanting to break for lunch at the outset or maybe halfway through. Let's see where we get. All right, we'll be back in 5.
All right, so I'm going to fast forward through. As I said, we're 45 minutes behind.
And please,
I'm playing this at
Again.
one. I'm playing this at 1 1/4 speed. I'm trying to catch up.
5, they're going to go for lunch. That way you'll catch them after lunch.
We can get.
From his computer.
All right, we need to get him on Zoom then, right? Do we have he's got a link?
That was the question that I didn't know the answer to. He's got HDMI out.
it's
going
it's showing here.
I don't.
It's on that machine, but he needs to be on Zoom to do it.
We haven't done that way
You want to
before.
log into Zoom?
If you think you're on it and you can try it, you can give it a shot. Otherwise, it creates a lot of audio issues because it starts echoing and
So I can forward him.
Well, I'm just going to use video, sir,
it's just video.
with no audio.
We'll see if you can do it. I don't know.
Would that go out to the?
It should because
Watch it.
if he's able to share his screen there.
He's got it up on that monitor.
Yeah.
And so there might be some switch. One of y'all can fill up to get it.
Because
on the
that's
rest
going to be
of
the equipment. I don't know. We've not done it that way before.
I can actually run the virtual machines
So maybe we should go.
So whatever you want.
Yeah, let's do that. I would send them the Zoom link.
You
Have them
want me to
log
get on
on,
Zoom?
just because it's untested, so we don't really
Yes,
know
sir.
if that'll work. And then
Oh,
let
wait,
us.
I've got to get connected to the internet.
So Fulton County Public Wi-Fi.
You forward that email to me?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
And the reason I think that the state didn't want,
I try to keep this
the
going,
state tried keeping this hearing from
you
happening.
know, well,
Put
I'm,
up, put up,
I'm going to mute them for a second. Because they're saying, legally he's done everything he has to do. He has to just make sure that before he certifies it, that they're capable of doing what they're supposed to. And he's not. And Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, is not obligated to monitor and make sure that everything is being done properly. And he's like, well, okay, I'm going to put on hold whether or not the statute requires him to do that. The reason that the Raffensperger doesn't want them to look at this is, I think when you actually see how easy it is to hack, the judge is gonna be like, don't tell me that I need to let this go, because it's gonna show them
try to keep
that
this. with
this
my-
election that they're setting up is a freaking
No,
joke.
there is no cleaning. You guys don't know that. Yeah, you put the system in a shredder. I'm just, especially if it's our guys. Again, I'm middle of the road.
Yes.
I don't know what your favorite is.
We'll zip along here till
We'll be right there.
Looks like it's happening.
All right, can you try pulling it up? And you're gonna mute your laptop. About another hour here. Let's
Right.
see where we end up. Mr. McDougall.
All right, thank you. And before we play these demonstrations, I had a couple of additional questions for you. Do you have an opinion on whether the Dominion system that is currently in use in Georgia has the same vulnerabilities as these systems that you examined?
Yes, sir, I do. As
What is that opinion?
that it is exactly the same. And the reason I say that is because I've reviewed every engineering change order that, more than just Dominion, but every one that Dominion's ever submitted through the EAC, because the change of the database structure would require an engineering change order because you basically have to change it across all the software versions that are distributed.
And if the system had been changed so as to store the encryption keys encrypted or in a cryptographic module, would that require a version number change?
Yes, it would, because you're structurally changing that. But as I do not work in a voting system test labs, I can't state that. Here's what I will tell you. The voting system test labs, from a technical perspective, keep things what's called de minimis, which means a minor change, so no version change is done. But
Minimal.
the fact that not even an engineering change order has been submitted, it's
the same.
to me evidence that the systems are still unencrypted.
And if there'd been a change made to encrypt the encryption keys or store them in a cryptographic module, is that the kind of change that would require submission of an engineering change order?
Yes, it would.
And you have checked, and those are filed with the EAC?
Yes, and I want to state that while technically that will make it compliant with FIPS 140-2 and storage and management of the encryption keys, what it will not do is still mean that they cannot be obtained and decrypted, because the massive amounts of vulnerabilities on this system.
And the point you're making a fair point here, Patricia. I think many of us may have seen how easy this is to do. It's different when you're trying to overturn an election that already happened versus trying to stop it before it does happen. Because judges are very scared to overturn the results of an election. But to have them take steps to try and secure the integrity of an election before it happens, they're far more likely to be amenable to taking those steps to help keep it strong rather than feel like they might be overturning the will of the public. And that's why it's a significant difference doing this in 2021 after the 2020 election. I'm trying to overturn the 2020 election after the results have already popped up and gave us some sort of number that it's purporting to be legitimate versus it's a stitch in time saving none, basically. And that's the significant difference about doing this now.
The poor configuration of the database in itself, even if you encrypted that database, somebody mid-level could take over.
All right, sir. And now, did I ask you to prepare a demonstration of the topics of your testimony?
Yes, sir, you did.
And
The cowards.
did you record that in a video?
Yes, sir. I always record. I did why I brought the larger laptop, because I was going to pull up the virtual machines and do it live. But considering especially network connectivity and stuff for some of the password things, you always back up and record it. Ask anybody who's briefed at DEF CON or Black Hat.
All right. And Your Honor, I propose to have Mr. Parikh play the video recordings of his demonstrations and narrate them as he goes.
All right. Is this also something you're tendering this demonstrative for the record?
Well, since it's a demonstrative, I wasn't planning to tender it, and I do not have the videos on a flash drive, but I can certainly have that delivered to everybody.
All right. Any preference, Mr. Tyson?
I don't think, since it's just a demonstrative, I don't think it needs to come into the record. I think it's fine to play them and you can ask questions about them.
Demonstrative evidence versus demonstrative is not considered actual evidence. It's like it becomes part of the testimony, but it's not evidence that's separately submitted. Testimony is evidence. A document is evidence.
I like how
A
Joe
file could be
explains
evidence.
this.
They're going to be playing him here, actually, I guess, going through the process of hacking into the system. And the question is this recording going to become part of evidence or not? And it could be admitted as evidence. I'm not sure why he doesn't want to. I'll defer to Mr. McDougall that he knows what he's doing as to why he's not trying to get submitted as evidence. And the point being that he's going to testify about what he's showing you, and it's just demonstrative to display it, but it doesn't become part of the actual evidence of the record with respect to being something that becomes reviewed as the record. It's if anything becomes part of his testimony.
I'm fine with that.
All right. I know maybe not need to, but if there's maybe a preference for completeness of the record, since we'd be referring to things that may aren't reflected in the exhibits, or is this also going to be?
Well, these are illustrations of his testimony that reflect what he's talked about, and so they're demonstratives, 100% demonstrative evidence. So, that's why I didn't prepare flash drives to tender.
All right. Well, if there's no request by the parties, then
I'll
right.
put a flag in that, and I may bring them in because it will complete the record, and they are illustrative. All right, so Mr. Parikh, what is the first one that we're going to look at?
The first one deals with a common hash that's been known and still being used, one that I saw in the lab. And so before we start it, I want to explain in brief exactly what's going on. this. Well, it won't. All right, so I was trying to clear the screen so everyone can see. All right, so what we have here is on the left is the SQL database. Oh wait, it started to play, I'm sorry. All right, let's go back. So I want to explain everything. This is the SQL database. This is a DVS system of access. As you can see, it's Appling database, and we're going to go down into a table. It's called App User.
And
On
what you're showing is in the Microsoft SQL Studio.
Yes, sir. This is the tool. That's exactly what we're looking at. If you can see, it says Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. That's just how I access the database, and it is on the system technically when it shouldn't be.
Oh shit.
And then on the right is a website. It's called hashes.com. This is publicly available. You can go there and use it. So what we're going to do, I'll let it run here. We're going to go down to the app user table. We're going to select the top 100 rows, that same default query. Now, what I want to pull out, and I'm going to pause it right here, is these accounts, and you'll see, and I'll highlight over it with a mouse. There are certain
because they've been taken out with the hurricane, or you're a Democrat ballot collector or whatever. The registered voter may cast a provisional ballot that is counted only if they bring acceptable forms of photograph ID listed later, right? Now, so that sounds good. Of this subsection, no later than the end of business on the business day prior to the canvass of the County Board of Elections is provided under law. So, all right, so they do have to basically rectify this. So they'll allow them to vote without an ID. If they don't have an ID, okay, we're not to the exception yet. So let's just say they show up to the ballot box, no hurricane. Hey, we need your ID for you to cast a vote. They pull it out. I don't have it. I don't have my ID. You don't have anything? No, I don't have anything. I forgot my whole wallet. Oh, well, I want to vote. Okay, well, we have to give you provisional because we can't. So go get your ID and then bring it back. Well, can you go home and get it and just bring it back now so we can give you a regular ballot? No, I can't. I'm out of time. I'm on my way to pick up the kids. And so, all right, here, I'll cast a provisional. All right, then, as long as they bring it back and confirm it, the state board shall of the vote. As long as you bring ID back, you're good. Now, there are exceptions to that. Let's see. The following exceptions are provided for a registered voter who does not produce an acceptable form of ID as required. So there could be a religious objection. If the registered voter does not produce an acceptable form of photograph ID, then they can cast a provisional ballot. All right, so religious objection. Now, what if there's a reasonable impediment? If a registered voter does not produce a form of photo ID because the registered voter suffers from a reasonable impediment, whatever that is, like, I don't know, having your house blown into oblivion, that prevents the registered voter from presenting photo ID, they may complete an affidavit under penalty of perjury at the voting place and affirm, right, so you don't need ID, you just fill out a form, that they are the same individual who personally appears, that they will cast a provisional ballot while voting in person, and that they suffer from a reasonable impediment that stops them from presenting photo ID. Now, the registered voter shall also complete a reasonable impediment declaration form, and upon completion of the affidavit, the registered voter may cast a provisional ballot. And then does that ballot need to be cured with photo ID later? That's the question, right? And I'm sure there'll be lawsuits from the Democrats that say, no, they don't. Just count that. Well, now let's see. Natural disaster, let's see. If a registered voter does not produce an acceptable form of photo ID due to being a victim of a natural disaster occurring within 100 days before an election, ding, 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 that resulted in a disaster declaration by the president or the governor of this state, which I'm sure will happen or has happened, the registered voter may complete an affidavit under penalty of perjury at the voting place and affirm, so at the voting place, right? So you're not getting a mail-in is what it looks like. Affirm that the registered voter is the same individual who personally appears at the voting place, will cast a provisional ballot while voting in person, and 3, was a victim of a natural disaster occurring within 100 days of an election. Upon completion of the affidavit, then they may cast a provisional ballot. Now, these are let's continue on. Let's see how this works. But The reasonable impediment form. So inability, they say they shall adopt a declaration form. So really, I think could be either one of these. Like there's a natural disaster and we cannot get ID to you. The state board shall adopt a reasonable that includes the following: lack of transportation, disability, lack of birth certificate, work family responsibilities, I guess are all reasonable impediments. That's pretty broad. Lost or stolen. Photo ID has not been received yet, or other reasonable impediment, which could be, I guess, virtually anything. So if the county board determines that they voted a provisional ballot only due to the inability to provide proof of ID and the required affidavit, they shall find that the provisional ballot is valid. There it is, right? Unless the county board has grounds to believe the affidavit is false. So that is what gives them the ability to then just have people vote without ID. As long as they fill out the form, then it's going to be considered valid based on a national emergency. And I have no question in my mind that there are many people who legitimately need to use this provision because their house got exploded by the weather. It's terrible. And there are going to be many others who didn't have that happen to them. So the purpose of this is to confirm the person presenting the vote is a registered voter. And there you go. So that's another thing that I'm sure is going to be exploited. So we're going to keep our eye on that. I can virtually, if I had to bet on it, I'd bet on it that we're going to see lawsuit and litigation, probably from Democracy Docket and Mark Elias, to make sure that this is interpreted very, very broadly so that any ballots without identification are counted. And it's going to be happening in North Carolina, a very important swing state. So very interesting to watch that. Now, here's what Kamala said about all this. Joe says, you've got enough resources. Okay, stop your complaining. Here's Kamala. They wrote something for her, put it on a teleprompter. Here's what she said.
Again, I want to say a few words about Hurricane Helene. And please have a seat if you're able. I want to
Nobody
talk about
listened to her.
Hurricane Helene for a moment.
No one.
And I know that everyone here sends their thoughts and prayers for the folks who have been so devastated by that hurricane and the ensuing events in Florida, in Georgia, the Carolinas, and other impacted states. And we know that so many have been impacted, some have died. But I want to thank everyone for doing everything you can to think about them, send them your thoughts, send them your prayers. I want to thank the first responders who have done so much. And we will stand with these communities for as long as it takes to make sure that they are able to recover and rebuild. Earlier today, I received an operational briefing from FEMA Director Criswell. More than 3,300 federal personnel.
I like how she does that gulp. From Chris Wells, like she knows him or something. She's like, I never heard of this dude. Never heard of this guy at all. First time she's ever gotten a briefing of any consequence. So she does that little gulp thing. And I do that on the show sometimes when I'm trying to make an awkward point. Sometimes I do it in general anyways. I'm kind of, gulping and trying to survive as I'm navigating through the documents. But sometimes I'll do it things will be a little bit, I love doing that. No, it's my favorite thing to do. Because it just kind of feels weird. It's kind of like that awkward pause, like you're gulping, and it just looks like you're uncomfortable. She kind of does that. Let's see if we caught it right here.
Received an operational briefing from FEMA Director Criswell. More than 3,300 federal personnel have been mobilized. We are deploying food, water, and generators and working to restore water and
Chris
power.
Wells? Chris Wells? Yeah, I love Chris Wells. Yeah.
And the president and I have told state and local leaders we will provide whatever help they need in the days and weeks ahead. And so I thank you all for sending your best wishes to everyone there.
All right, send your best wishes. Hopefully that dries out the water over there, because the federal government really isn't doing anything. Now, Trump has hit her hard over this because it is part of their responsibility to make sure that this stuff is handled appropriately. We've got over 100 people now dead, but former President Trump, they say, is turning
it's over
this into
100
a
now.
campaign issue. You're kidding. During a rally, he accused Joe Biden of being sleeping on the beach and dragged Kamala Harris into it. Said when big parts of our country have been devastated by that massive hurricane. Now the number is at least 100 dead.
Hey, girl.
Storm made landfall. Trump campaign announced he's going there in Georgia. Biden told FEMA, and Biden was just out today, said that he planned to visit the impacted community this week and that Harris is going to go, quote, as soon as possible without being disruptive. Harris has been briefed by Criswell, that guy, according to the White House, and Biden has approved disaster declarations for numerous states. Oh, perfect. So now people can vote without ID. Nice. Harris released a statement expressing her condolences, saying that you should send your thoughts and prayers over there. Biden was at his beach house in Rehoboth Beach over the weekend, while other people had the beach delivered to their house. He urged agencies to speed up the deployment of search and rescue teams. Now, how elected officials respond to this may make or break their political futures. Yeah, Hurricane Maria. Trump got backlash about that, right? They turned that into a nightmare for him. First built up his trip on True Social. Trump's going there today. Tim Walz posted on X that the victims were on his mind. And we'll see who shows up there and what they can do for the people there. But we'll continue to pray for them. And my friends, if you're amongst them, please let us know if we can help or send some love your way. All right. So that is what's happening in hurricane news. But there's more. And this was a fun one from Trump world. Trump under fire for calling Kamala Harris mentally impaired. I don't know what the problem is. We all know it's true. She should be prosecuted, he says. And he said that maybe she was just this way. Joe Biden went through a shift in his lifetime, but Kamala always been like this. And so NBC News and many others, there were a bunch of articles out there and a lot of stuff on X over this. I've never seen anything like this. Trump is so disgusting for using this rhetoric. There were headlines all over the place. It's hilarious. Trump said at a rally that Harris should be impeached and prosecuted, which is absolutely true, for her actions related to the southern border, for facilitating an invasion of our country. Now, he argued that the people were murdered because of her action at the border. True. Thousands more will follow in rapid succession. True. She should be impeached and prosecuted for her actions. What's the problem? Now, Trump also lobbed personal attacks at Harris. You're kidding. That's how could he do such a thing? I mean, you know what would be really bad is if Trump called Harris like a threat to democracy or something like that. Is that not a personal attack? Echoing comments at his rally on Saturday when he called Harris on Saturday, quote, mentally disabled and mentally impaired. Now, they say Trump has gone after Harris in personal terms, often on her race and gender, and he's gone after her and Mark Zuckerberg and so on. All right, so they're melting down over this. You get the point. Now, here's the amazing exchange, the amazing clip from the president himself making this very astute observation.
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way.
It's true. One more time.
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way.
It's true.
She was born that way.
Yeah, it's looking at it. It's true.
And if you think about it, only a mentally disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this. Joe Biden became...
Yeah, she did it. She's doing it intentionally. And so he got asked about this, right? The media. How could you say such a thing? It's so terrible for you to say to CBS News.
I insult her intelligence.
Well, I have to do it. Well, I don't think she's a very bright person.
It's true.
I do feel that. I mean, I think that's right. I think I am a very bright person.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that. I don't think she's a very bright person.
And you know what? Our country needs a very smart person. And I don't think she's a very smart person. So I'm not looking to, I don't consider that an insult. That's just a fact.
No. No, I'm not calling her dumb. She just is dumb. So it's just an observational component of the campaign. I'm just calling her what she is. It's not even an insult at all, okay? And Trump is not alone in this, all right? Other Democrats are saying that Kamala is now underwater. Which is a bad euphemism when the South is underwater. Now, Elisa Slotkin is the woman, maybe Alyssa Slotkin, from Michigan, is a representative over there. This is what she looks like. She warned donors that the internal polling for her Senate campaign, she's running there, shows Kamala is underwater in Michigan. Axios got a video clip of this. Some people say, oh, it's just a standard electioneering. Okay, she's trying to raise money. She doesn't actually mean it. But why does it matter? Well, these are pretty important states. If Kamala loses Michigan, that's not good for her. She's probably going to lose Wisconsin and definitely Pennsylvania at that point, because Michigan was her biggest margin of error victory in Biden's in 2020. Harris and her simplest path to victory is through those states, the so-called blue wall. If former President Trump sweeps the Sun Belt, he'd only need to pick up one of those blue wall states to win. If he gets Arizona, Nevada, and theoretically Georgia. Now, the average of the polls has Harris up by 2.4 points in Michigan. Michigan is also a top pickup opportunity for Senate Republicans. Millions of bucks are going into that campaign. Slotkin versus Mike Rogers. What Slotkin said, quote, I'm not feeling my best right now about where we are on Kamala Harris in a place like Michigan. Slotkin said during a fundraiser in New Jersey with Cory Booker on Wednesday. Slotkin said, we have her underwater in our polling. Yeah, that doesn't sound like electioneering to me. That sounds like panic button. They reached out to Slotkin's campaign, did not respond to requests for comment. Said it's not unusual for campaigns to paint themselves as the polling underdog as a fundraising tactic. The polling average has Slotkin up 48% to 43%, and the recent poll has her up by 5 points. Republicans have also raised alarm. Yeah, money advantage. Democrats 2-1 money. Lots of rich Democrats. It's the party of the rich, really, now. It's a party of big pharma, big ag, big defense, big education, big everything. They own it all, so they've got a ton of money. And RFK Jr. has made this point many times, saying that the parties have inverted themselves. Big money, big Wall Street money. It's all Democrat money, big tech, right? Now, but there are some signs that the Senate race could be tightening. Republican internal polling shows the candidates are statistically tied. Woo! Senate races in Ruby Red, Ohio and Montana have been getting more money and attention, but a Republican win in Michigan would be a major upset and would virtually guarantee a GOP majority. And so we're liking the sound of that. Now, why might this be changing? We don't really know. Turns out the Democrats have a new strategy that they're on launching, and it is now masculinity from Doug Emhoff. So if you're looking to increase your alpha maleness, this is the man to follow.
Important part, or an interesting part of how people have talked about your role here is how your role has reshaped the perception of masculinity. And I'm not sure you planned on that, but you are an incredibly supportive spouse. Has that been an evolution for you? And do you think that's part of the role you might play as first gentleman?
It's funny. I've started to think a lot about this. I've always been like this. My dad was like this. And to me, it's
important.
Okay. That's Democrat masculinity right there. Symbolic of just teeming testosterone from that guy. Now, there is more from the Senate. Kamala not doing so hot. There's some good reasons for this. It's because she's pretty terrible. She wants to ban gas-powered cars. She wants reparations and more. Here's what Tom Cotton said about it.
Well, I think they deserve to hear a lot more from Kamala Harris because she's been lying to them for the last 3 months. If you look at her record, she's been trying to run away from it from the very moment she took the nomination from Joe Biden. She wants to ban gas-powered cars. She wants to give reparations based on race. She wants to ban fracking. She wants to take away private health insurance on the job. These are not positions that she took as a teenager in high school. These are positions she took as a 54-year-old woman running for president in her own right. That's the true Kamala Harris, a weak, dangerous San Francisco liberal. Kamala Harris is the one who owes the American people a lot more answers. Donald Trump can simply point at his record and say, for 4 years when I was president, prosperity, a secure border, and we were respected around the world. That's what the American people remember. That's what they're going to get when they elect him again to the White House.
Woo, Tom Cotton on fire on that one. And I think more and more people are starting to realize Kamala's a giant faker. And people are pretty tired of the lawfare and Trump being maligned as they prop up their fake facade candidate in Kamala Harris. Here was Eric Holder. They're all petrified that Trump is going to use the tools that they're using against Trump back against them. They're the ones who are the actual criminals. They're the ones who have created and used the government as lawfare institutions against their political opponents, which is in direct violation of their oaths as prosecutors.
United States attorneys, they will use the mechanisms of the Department of Justice to go after people.
You're doing it right now. Do you think that they are too dense that they don't recognize the hypocrisy in this? Or do you think that they're dishonest? Which one is it? It's got to be one or the other. They're either dumb or they're dishonest. They're too dumb to recognize when they talk to Letitia James or Eric Holder or any of these guys. I can't, they're getting weapon, they're against stuff. You go, wait, what? Do you not recognize that you're doing that currently? Are they too dumb or are they just dishonest? Like they know that they're doing
dishonest.
And they don't want to admit it, right? It's a projection tactic. Maybe it's intentional or maybe they were just born with it. I don't know.
This is something that has never really happened in the history of this republic. And that is something by itself that I think should disqualify Trump for being considered for president of the United States.
No doubt it should, among many, many other things that should also disqualify. I wanted to ask, I mean, I've been...
Thanks, Jen. All right. So Jen goes from the White House to now her gig at the MSNBC location. And it's not working out well for them. So you can see Harry Enton from CNN. He is one of the forecasters over there saying that Kamala is kind of at a historic low. Look at this chart right here. Not good.
Points that just jump off the screen should set off sirens. All right, this is union households. This is the Democratic margin in presidential election. It ain't what it used to be. You know, you go back to 1992, Bill Clinton won that union vote by 30 points. Hillary Clinton only won it by 12 points back in 2016. That was the lowest mark for a Democrat since 1984, Mondale versus Reagan. But look at where Kamala Harris is today. She's only leading by 9 points. That would be the worst Democratic performance in a generation, 10 points off the mark of Joe Biden, who, of course, won 4 years ago, was sort of that union guy, Union Joe, right? Won it by 19 points. She's 10 points off his mark, and the worst in a generation if this, in fact, holds, Sarah.
It is interesting to note that the difference between this, and Biden still won.
Still won.
But those numbers are significantly down. All right. Talk to me about manual labor, those folks who went to trade schools.
Yeah, those folks who use their hands. I think a lot of people oftentimes conflate the union vote with those who use their hands. Mike Rowe, of course, has been arguing more people should go to trade schools. More people should get a vocational degree. Look at this margin. Wow. This, to me, oh boy, does this tell you about the state of our politics now versus back in the early 1990s? Margin among vocational and trade school grads in pre-election polling. Bill Clinton was leading that vote over George H.W. Bush by 7 points. Look at where Donald Trump is today over Kamala Harris, a 31-point advantage. When I think people think of the working class, they think of people who use their hands. And we know that Donald Trump has been going after that vote, and he is in a very strong position, more so perhaps than any other bloc. The folks who go to trade school, vocational school, that has moved from being a core Democratic group to now being a core group of Donald Trump's massive amount of support among the working class.
All right, let's move on to voters of color. And there's a very specific group that you looked at. And what are you seeing there?
Yeah, you know, we've been noting on this program, right, that Donald Trump seems to have been having some real impact among voters of color, getting into that traditional Democratic support. And I was very interested to see this because we're talking about the working class, right? So this is the margin among non-college graduates All right, the voters of color. You go back 4 years ago, look at that. Joe Biden won that group by 45 points. Look at where Kamala Harris's support is today. She's still leading amongst that group, but that lead is down 17 points to just 28 points. And I will note that the margin among voters of color who actually graduate college has only been changed by 5 points. 5 points compared to 4 years ago. The reason Donald Trump is doing so well amongst voters of color is because he has really gone in and grabbed a lot of voters that he didn't previously have among those who didn't graduate college. And this is part of a larger trend that we're seeing throughout our politics era, in which Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, is doing very, very well among working class voters, whether they were in unions, whether they went to trade school, or whether they're voters of color. The fact is, Donald Trump seems to have gone into a hotbed of traditional Democratic support and made a lot of movement in ways I don't think a lot of people would have thought when he went down that escalator just back.
All people of all colors, all races want a good economy, want a safe country. I think most also people want no wars. It's only the elite that want the wars and the open borders. Everybody else wants a sound currency, wants a roaring economy, wants to work hard and have something to show for it. It's much broader than them cobbling together everybody. Oh, you're a victim because white people did this to you, and you're a victim because white people did this to you, and you're a victim because straight people did this to you, and religious people did this to you, and so on and so forth. Like the economy is the great unifier, and it's going to bring us all together until we find something else to fight about. When the economy's crap and the border's wide open and people are feeling it in their pocketbooks, people start to recognize that this race baiting, divisive crap is just that. It's just race baiting divisiveness.
In 2015.
All right, Harry Ensign, bringing us the numbers as they look right now. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so nice job from Harry. Good numbers. Glad to see some of those. Now, with all of this happening, they want to make sure that we can't talk about it, because if we talk about Kamala, then people don't like her anymore. So John Kerry was out. Wild that this is happening in the United States. There are arguments now. Actually, I mean, it's not that wild. This has already been happening for a long time. I think functionally, the First Amendment is not dead, but it's on life support. And the U.S. government has outsourced their censorship to private companies. And the Supreme Court has enabled them to do that based on the Missouri case that we've talked about on our channel. So they're allowed to do that while it's all pending throughout the rest of the election. So they can censor you. They can silence you. They did it to us. We suffered through it after January 6th. Multiple strikes, harmful, dangerous, medical misinfo, election misinfo, all of it. So we understand that, right? In America, you don't really have this. It's not what it used to be. 2016 First Amendment is very, very different than 2024 First Amendment. Very different. Now, functionally, it's been impaired. It's still on the books technically, but they want it gone so that psychopaths like John can then dictate the conversation for the rest of us.
And I think the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part of our problem, particularly in democracies,
Get out of here.
In terms of building consensus around any issue. It's really hard to govern today. You can't, there's no, the referees we used to have to determine what's a fact and what isn't a fact, that kind of, been eviscerated to a certain degree. And people go and then people self-select where they go for their news or for their information. And then you just get into a vicious cycle. So it's really, really hard, much harder to build consensus today than at any time in the 45, 50 years I've been involved in this. And there's a lot of discussion now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block.
Get out of here.
To just, hammer it out of existence. So
go somewhere else if you don't like it.
What we need is to win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change.
What, of the First Amendment?
Obviously, there are some people in our country who are prepared to implement change in other ways. And
so
that's
you're
really
questioning
dangerous.
really if democracy can survive unregulated social media.
I think democracies are very challenged right now and have not proven they can move fast enough.
Get out of here.
Or big enough to deal with the challenges that we are facing. And to me, that is part of what this race, this election is all about.
Yeah, you understand. The people slow down are disgusting elite that want to commandeer all power of the government for their own ends. And if we look at them and we slow them down and we challenge them and say, wait a minute, Putin is going to take over the world? What? What are you talking about? How about no? How about we want to have some eyes on our own border? Okay, we're not really interested in another foreign war. If we start questioning them and challenging them, then they have to slow down. They don't get to do their own limitless, power-hungry operation. They then have to acquiesce to the people who are really the people who are supposed to hold the power, not them. So they're sick folks. And of course, they want democracy is what he's talking about. They're concerned about democracy. They didn't even have a vote in their primary there, John. Trump knows all this. He was out campaigning about it. Here's what he said.
This is the worst vice president acknowledged to be in history. Everyone thought she wouldn't get it, but they wanted to be politically correct, so she gave it to her. And here are the facts. She wants open borders. She cost the typical family $29,000. Think of that because of her inflation policy. And it's going to cost a lot more than that very soon. It's going up by a lot. She was an original creator of Defund the Police. Are there any police officers? She was for Defund the Police. Anybody that wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being the president of the United States.
Yep, 30.
And, you know, just to show you, go ahead, put up that video, please.
Kamala Harris's radical ideas keep ending in tragedy. Harris raised money to fund the release of violent criminals like Sean Michael Tillman.
I thought we were going to see the video, but we don't get to see it.
Children are missing, many of whom have been trafficked and raped. As California Attorney General, she lost them all. And she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. No, this is a radical left lunatic we're dealing with.
Sick woman.
By the way, if she wins, it's not going to be so pleasant for me, but I don't care. I really don't care. We have a job to do. You can't let her win. You can't. Because they're unpleasant. They're unpleasant anyway. They're crooked. They're crooked people. They're crooked people. She praised the idea of a 70 to 80% tax rate.
Good to hear from you.
Let's go.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. President. So you can see a lot of energy there at the Trump rally as the train carries on. It's good stuff. So some good energy there. All right, now let's take a look at this story too, because this was a curious one. Representative Luna was the victim of a conspiracy, apparently, to have her assassinated. You see the story is here, and the DOJ came out with a new press release saying that an indictment has been unsealed because this guy was running against Representative Luna. She's from Florida, and apparently he wasn't happy with her. He was in the Republican primary. It's a wild story. He ended up fleeing the country. He's been extradited back, now charged with federal crimes. He was running against her, and he threatened to send a hit squad to eliminate her. The guy's name is William Braddock. He claimed in a recorded phone call with a local activist that he would send a Russian and Ukrainian hit squad to eliminate Anna Paulina Luna from Florida. They were running against each other for a primary seat, and he's now been extradited. All right, he fled the country, and then he's been extradited back. Here's what the DOJ said about this wild story. It says that an indictment was unsealed charging a Florida man with threatening to kill his primary opponent in the 2021 election. Another one. And a private citizen and an acquaintance of his opponent, taking them all out. According to the indictment, guy's name is William Robert Braddock III, 41, of St. Petersburg. and Luna, they were candidates running against each other in a primary election for the 13th District of Florida. Luna was a private, actually, victim 2 was a private citizen and an acquaintance of Luna. On June 8th, Braddock made several threats to injure and eliminate Luna and 2 during a phone call with victim 2. Right? So gets on the phone. He says, you know what I'm going to do? He's on the phone with somebody who's related to Luna or connected to Luna. Says, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up my Russian-Ukrainian hit squad, and I'm going to make Luna disappear. And what is that? A Russian-Ukrainian hit squad? Like, is that like one of those weird superhero movies where, like, they have to come together, like they're enemies normally in one universe, but then the aliens are coming, so they have to, like, come together to fight against the bad aliens or something? Like some Unity film. After making the threats, Braddock left the United States and was later found to be residing in the Philippines. Okay. Braddock was recently deported from the Philippines to the U.S. He made his first court appearance in L.A. He was charged with 1 count of interstate transmission of a true threat to injure another person, 5 years prison if he's convicted. Federal judge will determine any sentence after considering the sentencing guidelines. The attorneys from the feds came out and talked about it. They're investigating the case with support from St. Petersburg police. FBI's involved. Trial attorney are also involved. And yeah, it's part of the DOJ's efforts to investigate election interference or election threats, really, towards workers, which this is a pretty big one. Under the leadership of Monaco, oh gosh. So Luna had a man threaten to eliminate her. So there's Luna. Newspaper reports in Florida at the time were about a civil trial, and Braddock was also threatening her back then. Aides to Luna were unable to immediately comment as they dealt with recovery efforts. According to the indictment, he was going to call up his Russian-Ukrainian hit squad. Then he dropped out of the race, fled the United States. He was later found to be living in the Philippines. Recently was deported there. Luna is going to probably win re-election fairly easily. And the indictment comes down at a time when they're trying to clamp down on foreign threats or something. So another interesting one. We're glad that Luna is okay. All right, let's see what you guys say about all this and more. It's a beautiful day. And nice last day of the month, last day of the quarter. Q4 roaring in full tomorrow. And so it's great to see everybody who is joining us today. Hey, what's up, Carrie B? Hey, Carrie B was clipping for us today. Thank you, Carrie B. K Bean's clipping for us. Amazing. You guys are awesome. Hey, what's up, Voice of the People? Voice of the People is in the house, says, hey, cool. I got the convo set up on 10/8. Mr. Sweeney talks with us to explain why the Trump trials are a perversion of the law. To Brett, who's just waking up, Glenn Croy will talk with him about Beryl Howell, too. Woo! That's going to be good. Yeah, that's going to be good. This guy's coming on Voice of the People show. Good to see you. Very nice voice. Thanks for that one. Just Rhonda says, please have a seat if you're able. That was Coconut Kamala trying to imply that her rally is packed. Please have a seat if you're able. If you're able, because they can't sit because there's too many people or something. I don't know. Kamala's a weirdo. Thank you, Just Rhonda. Thanks for being a member. Great to see you. We got this from Sir Don Trip. Says, hey, Membo for 13 months. That's a baker's dozen of Membo months. Thank you, Sir Don Trip. Good morning, my friends. Good morning to you. And Sandy says, the Georgia hearing is on a lunch break. Judge McAfee is acting the same as in the Fannie and Wade case. He is trying to find a way to rule against the applicants. If that is his intent, he'll do it. From Sandy. And so, yeah, Joe mentioned that yesterday. And I wasn't even really aware of what this hearing was about. Let's take a look at it and see. Judge Scott McAfee. Here it is. DeKalb County. They're on lunch break.
Before you have to patch it.
Hey, that guy.
Admitted.
I was the director of marketing for Landcope, and then diligent job of exercising his discretion in terms.
Yeah, we remember this guy. What was his name? He testified in the Arizona case. I remember him. Yeah, sharp dude. Can't remember his name. Okay, so that's what that is. The Cobb GOP versus Raffensperger. Interesting. And I think Good Logic said he was covering that one too, which I'm sure is amazing because Joe's just the best. Hey, what's going on? This was a nice comment. We got some nice comments in here. Clay Parchik. That's the name, 51K. Clay Parchik. Hey, what's up, Peanut Gallery? Hey, good morning. Made it here. There should be a notification button when it actually starts from when you send the notification out. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, like locals.
Protect these, and Linux or different operating systems protects them in a different manner. There are different files, but those storage places for them are kept secure from a normal user. You don't normally see those unless you break into the system. And the reason that is because if you decrypt this hash, then you will see the password. And so when you log into the system, you log in with your credentials, it automatically creates a hash, and all it does is compare hashes. And there's still a hash and a whole bunch of other things I could get into on just this alone. But
So you've pasted the hash.
right
For this
on
user's-
an internet site, yes.
Okay, carry on then.
And so the internet site, of course, requires a little bit of security so they know they're not getting a bot. And so we log in, and then as you can see, there's the hash, and at the end is the DVS Core 08 exclamation point.
Well, what is that?
That is a password that's been around for about, I do want to show one thing in perspective of this. Excuse me, get a little water. But this is a deficiency report from Wiley Labs from back in 2010. And this was reported, and as you can see in there, that DVS Core 08. And again, this report that I grabbed is from the EAC site, another publicly accessible site. So this password has been around. This report was from 2010. This is Dominion's. They're not the only vendor that hard-coded passwords, which from a software development thing is a critical sin.
This sucks because I actually use DVS Corp as my password for everything. DVS Corp 08 exclamation point. I'm feeling a little bit unnerved by this whole situation.
Anybody who's properly educated in computer science and software programming knows you do not do this. And so this was one of the major findings, and you can see that it's still in use.
All right, so going back to your...
If I could, just since we're now referring to a different document, I feel like that's a demonstrative territory. I feel we should mark that at least. I think he's testified as to what it was. But
I think that's fair. I don't actually have it to mark or tender, but I can cure that. Maybe not today because I'm not in a printer, but I will file it I'll submit it with a notice of filing this evening.
All right. Well, you potentially could also just email it to our court reporter, and as long as we're looking at the same PDF, we can have it noted as, is that going to be what, Exhibit 26?
All right, sir.
So Exhibit 26?
It would be, sorry, I'm going to go to my exhibit list. It's going to be 31.
31, okay. And so if this particular document is marked as Exhibit 31, I don't know if he's identified it enough for you, but is there an objection to this being tendered as Exhibit 31 later through email and digital version?
not to that method, Your Honor.
Would you like
just pose a relevance objection, but that's a low standard. So
okay. All right. So over that objection, then.
So I can provide the full report title. It's Wiley Deficiency Report. It's T57381 TAC.
He's playing at 1.5 too, so I can't.
All right. So we'll do the record for us, and now we can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to your demo, can you get back to where you were?
Back in the DVS Core or
Yes,
to the
yes.
demo? Okay.
All right, so towards the end, where the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point was visible. And so the result of the calculation performed on this public website on the hash reveals that the password is DVS Corp 08 exclamation point.
Yes, sir.
And that's been a hard-coded password on the system since at least 2010.
What's more importantly is it.
Wow. So basically, he was able to figure out their password, which was the original password that came with the system when they pulled it out of the box. Unbelievable.
It's the password for these administrative accounts.
Yeah. I just scheduled people for tomorrow.
That password is the same as other systems.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Every system you've
Yeah, I'll
got.
check it in.
Every system I've looked at, yes, sir.
And I believe you said that from a cybersecurity standpoint. How would you characterize that?
That's an egregious violation of the basic security principles. I have to state that. You could be year one cybersecurity and know that you don't do that.
And because it's an admin password, what does that mean from a security point of view?
There are so many things that can be done as an administrator. We would take up a lot of time for me to list them. You could basically do anything you wanted to.
All right, sir. All right. Do you have another video? I assume we're finished with that one, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay.
And So the next one is going to be, and let me pause it here to give the setup. And this is done a little bit more professional. So it's got some graphics in it. But what we're doing here is, again, this is the SQL database. We're still in appling, but we're going to run through every county. And what I'm going to show you is that even though the passwords are different and their encryption keys are different, because they're accessible, they still expose the password.
All right.
And so on the right is another public website that does AES encryption and decryption. We're going to use the decryption portion. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to run this query to find the keys, and this is simply it, an election event.
So let's stop there for a second. Now, we've talked in this case about you run a SQL query and you can retrieve the unencrypted keys.
Yes, sir.
Is that what's happening in the second pane?
Yes, that's
And
it.
so the query language, the form of the query, the computer command is what's up at the tip top of that pane.
Yes, sir.
And that's what tells the database what to show you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's
And-
just kind of walk through the query so we know what it's asking for.
Okay, so from an initial query of where the keys are located, I identified the tables. That's why you see it says from election event. That's the table that's shown. And in the other demo where I was going to do live, I would show you that table at first, but it's got a lot of extra things. You only want to see the keys. So this is that query. It pulls up all the pertinent keys. The one thing I want to stress, and for everybody to pay attention that watches this, is pay attention to the X059 certificate data.
Before you go on, it says select name, and then it's got Rindell key, Rindell vector, X509 data, HMAC key.
Yes, those are the column names for those.
And so the effect of this query is to tell the system to go to the election event table and show you the Rindell key, the Rindell vector, the X509 data, and the HMAC key.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, carry on.
So we've got the key, and you can see it partially blurred out. Now, as we cut and paste those in, we're going to go over. Now we're going to go for appling, and we're going to query, and I'm going to pause it right here. Querying the tabulator user. So these are the passwords for all the different tabulators. And the thing that needs to be noted is they're all the same login, and notice they're all the same password. And again, they're encrypting passwords, which is just ridiculous in itself. But so we're going to, now that we have that, we're going to put that in the encrypted text.
All right, pause there. So to summarize where we are, you retrieved the Rindell key and vector.
Yes, sir.
On the system from the election events table. You pasted those two values into the appropriate fields on the web page.
Yes, sir.
And now you've gone and selected a password.
We'll write down a temporary password for you.
Encrypted password from the user table.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what do you do with the password on this web page?
This password is used for the administrator to log into them. Oh, you want to see it execute?
Well, yeah. So just explain what's happening on this web page.
All right. So if you see down at the bottom, and again, I partially blurred it out. This is one of the passwords in plain text. So this is what the administrator, when he goes to log in, the PIN that he would put in to run that tabulator.
And so what this demonstrates is that you can retrieve the encryption keys, which are in plain text, and use them to decrypt an administrator's password.
Yes, sir.
All right. Carry on.
And so what we're going to do is now we're going to go back. We're going to pick Bibb County, do the same thing. We execute the query. We get that. And notice.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Parikh. When you execute the query, the result is displayed below the query in that middle column.
Yes.
All right. And so it's a row with columns, a single row with columns.
Yes, sir.
And the columns are?
The columns are, the application calls from the column and per the row when it makes the software applications make queries to these databases. So it's got to identify what data to pull. And so the application will say, hey, I go to Rindell key because I need an encryption key for a certain administrator. And then basically it would write this stuff there. And it's got to verify the encryption keys we use for verification to decrypt the files once they're taken on. And so.
All right. Now.
And this result that we see, those are the encryption keys in plain text. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
The decrypted at the very bottom. Of course, I blurred a little bit of it out.
But over in the middle column, the query result is showing you encryption keys, right?
Yes.
And they're in plain text.
Yes.
Okay. And that's how you're able to use them to decrypt the password.
Yes.
All right. Carry on.
And so we'll go back over, execute the same query to find the tabulator users. And as we can see, a lot more tabulators here, but again, all the same password. And so while we're cutting and filling and pasting in, I want to pause it right here because this is important from an auditability standpoint. You've got the same password and the same account logging in with no traceability to who did what. It only takes one nefarious person, one insider, to do something, and then it's game over. He can do it on every, or he or she can do it on every component. This is very poor credential management. And
Does that
as
comply with VVSG?
no, it does not. The VVSG states to use best practices, and this is not a best practice. It's a worst practice. And we'll run through each and every county. Again, pay attention to the X05 certificates being the same across different counties. And you see, they're different keys. We get a different password in each county, but they're still all easily done.
All right, sir. And that's the end of that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
And have you got another one?
Yes, I've got one more. Hold on a minute. All right. Oh, wait. Selected the wrong one.
Yeah.
All right. So what we've got here is I'm going to do a little bit of what we call key math, as I'm going to refer to it. This is the database. Appling again pulled up. I want to point out that, and I've already executed this other one. Several people have, of just flipping the vote. And the reason I kept talking about the X05 non-certificate, because I'm doing these things manually. This data can be collected. I can do these queries remotely. There's also a command line back in for studio management, which is on the system. So this stuff, once you've got connection on an internal network to the system, then this is easily done. This could be put on a USB drive. For example, USB drives are small. Our wireless devices for our Northrop Grumman corporate laptops, because where I work, we can't have them internal. They remove them because that's the only way to shut it off. Then you get a little, it's the same size as my mouse plug in for the USB adapter. That's the wireless card. So that's how small. On that wireless card, I could also put, I could put the wireless card. I could put an application to make it think it's a keyboard, do the commands, all this in the background. Put it in a phone cable card, in the power card, printer cord. That's how easy it is to put these scripts and execute them on the systems. And I want to bring that out because that's where we manipulated one digit for two candidates in that table, which would be least notable than this. But so what we're going to do, we're going to go down here. We're going to go to the stored procedures, which is where the majority of the work. But what you see is, and I did not open the other folder. This is just the stored procedures that are ran in the database for the application to work, a ton of them. But we're going to go to contest report results. We're going to execute the procedure. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm putting in a variable because the application would do this in order to make it execute. It would send this automatically. And so what we're doing is we're putting in the variable so we can run it. And as you see here, you see that Donald J. Trump got 6,526. Joe Biden got 1,779. Now I'm going to use snippet because I don't have that great a memory. We're going to cover this up. So we got it frozen. And we're going to downsize that. Now I'm going to go back and I'm going to modify the actual stored procedure with just a few lines of code. So we're going to scroll down toward the bottom, all the way to the bottom, right before it goes, and I'll show you when we get to it. I'm going to pause right there. Notice print 4 is add totals finished. So we're going to submit this right before all the totals are calculated. And so what we're going to do, I'm going to put a hard return in there, that's hitting enter. And then I've already got the instructions so to make this quicker and expedite. And so I'm copying these instructions and pasting them in there. And we're going to pause this right here. Notice that choice ID number 2 is getting 1,000 votes taken away, and choice ID number 1 is going to get 1,000. So I'm going to execute it. So now it's functionally stored, and then I'm going to go over here. We see how the totals are. Now we're going to execute this again, and we see that the totals have changed.
And how?
And right here we're comparing them. So from the screenshot, so you can see that they've changed. This can be done on any race, anything. And again, this is one of the 2,000 ways to skin this cat.
All right, sir. Would the encryption keys allow a bad actor to perform this exploit without detection?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third and last demo?
Yeah, yes, sir, it is. Unless you wanted to see the decryption of the DVD files, but that's a little bit more complicated. It's not complicated, it's easy to do, but we would be seeing it in the command line terminal, not the application itself. So I think for most people who aren't nerdy, they wouldn't. You can see the candidates' names, choices, and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I think that one is a little too nerdy for us. We went to law school for a reason.
Yeah.
Which most of us, it's because we're not good at math. Okay. Now, you've already talked a little bit about the DVS Corp 08 ! And the common passwords. Talk about that in terms of the VVSG and certification requirements and what kind of risks it creates.
You should object to that.
it's a significant amount of risk. Now, the VVSG states that you're supposed to use best practices for your authentication methods, and this is definitely not one of them. The worst thing is in my investigations of the database I've seen that these usernames and passwords are the same in other states. So what that means, for example, someone from Arizona or Colorado could just wander in, or they could share that account information that has it. So by them being the same, not only just in the state of Georgia, but with other systems, it allows now the password to be known by anybody. So you get somebody in Colorado that says, hey, calls a friend in Georgia, boom, and it's over. Because they can access, they have the credentials. They don't even need to go through this. They're already going to be able to get on the component and then do whatever they needed to do.
So the password in Colorado is the same as Georgia?
Yes, sir. In my declaration of the Supreme Court, I actually highlight and show those.
In light of your testimony about how the system in Georgia does not comply with the requirements for certification, can you help the court understand how it got certified?
I can simply state what I've stated for a while, that the certification is simply more than a rubber stamping outfit. There's a reason I left in 2017, because I did this to keep technically proficient. I got to create different versions of virtual machines. I hacked in. Matter of fact, it's sort of like a rock star in some of the labs, because when I show the guys the simplest things they'd never seen done before, I can tell you, I taught them about how to test tamper seals, because when I started, there weren't security seals on the voting systems. I showed them how to pick locks, because most of the locks on these tabulators and are incorporated on them are what's called wafer locks, which are easy to pick. I've shown, we actually using an alligator clip from things, showed them how to encrypt a secured storage compartment for poll books. Those are the things that I taught them. They have no security people. And again, I went to a professional staffing company, not a full-time employee. I was the only security person. I cannot speak for SLI, but for Wiley Labs, which transitioned to NTS, which no longer, NTS still does the hardware portion for ProVNB and ProVNB. They have no security professionals in there. They barely comprehend software quality testing, let alone security testing.
As you understand the VVSG requirements, is it a continuing obligation that election systems used by the states meet those standards?
Yes, and you should be able to meet those very low standards.
Is there any reason that, well, why don't you tell us whether these Dominion systems can be brought into compliance?
And this is really the key. Like, okay, you identify a problem. It's really important that you identify a solution that the court can compel Raffensperger to comply with between now and election day.
With the certification requirements for encryption keys?
They could be. I'm highly doubtful that it would be anytime soon. My suggestion is to have a mitigation plan in place and to make the appropriate engineering change orders and modify the logging and stuff and make it more transparent and more viewable. Allow these logs, and again, and I state this as a systems person and IT with over 20 years, system logs are not proprietary. They contain no confidential information within them. DOD even makes sure they have a standard that you can't even have the username or their password in the same log file. What you do find, and I'm just going to give you this example, when you put your password in as your username, we still see that in the log file. So then we have to look at another portion where we remind that user, please go change your password because you've just identified. And we're the only ones in security that see that. That's the extent as far as critical infrastructure in the DoD realm goes. Now, voting systems are been deemed critical infrastructure by Department of Homeland Security, but yet we don't make them maintain and follow the same critical infrastructure requirements. That's why I'm saying if the Dominion voting system can't meet those standards, it's bad. So mitigation, you open up the logs, you allow transparency, you start doing the logging, and you put those steps in place to allow trust and confidence to come back into the elections and make it.
And that sounds like at least a realistic solution. That for the 2024 election is like, all right, that anyone who comes in here and does anything, they're going to have to leave footprints behind. So at least it can be reviewed to see whether, that's a bare minimum.
More audible.
Are there any other transparency or disclosure measures that would help mitigate the risks that you've identified?
Yes, I've started a fairly detailed list, but that's pretty lengthy. And that would be something that I'm unsure. I believe the state election board, I know they do rules in Alabama. Our state election board approves the engineering change orders. And so to me, it would be the state request engineering change orders to make these small changes as far as logging audibility, and then on the county or the state's behalf to make sure that they're public records so that they can be checked by third party.
Would it mitigate any of the risks you've identified?
It would help you identify that the risk occurred and actually pursue and possibly identify the perpetrators or the cause of the incident.
So let me ask you this. If there was a requirement to produce promptly system logs, ballot images, and cast vote records, would that help?
Yes, sir, it would.
And would that change the voters' user experience on the machines in any way?
Not in any way, sir.
And are those records already exist in the ordinary operation of the system?
Yes, sir. The only thing that I would add on that is to ensure that all ballot images are retained. A lot of them, to include my own state, do not retain them all. And to me, that is a digital chain of custody infraction. You've lost the chain of custody. You're taking something that started as a sheet of paper that went into a tabulator. It's transformed. A picture's taken. That picture is what's analyzed by the software. It's now in digital form. Every process of the digital form, which would include, once that image is taken, all the hash files there, all the identifying fingerprint signatures for each file to show that it's not manipulated, because it can be manipulated. And you track it all the way through. And all that stuff should be auditable. But to have those images, it should be required. I complained about this when they started allowing vendors the options and the states to turn the option off. Because two, you're evaluating the ballot differently for one voter than another.
Do you have any understanding of whether HAVA imposes any auditability requirements?
Yes, sir, they do.
Of the nature you just described?
Yes, sir. They require all system logs, and those are often not provided. The best way to actually get them sometimes is to grab an image of the file. So then you get the operating system logs and all that. Any forensic investigator would tell you this. You need all the possible data you can get. And this would include any components.
And producing the records that are already maintained by the system in the ordinary course, to your understanding, does that impose any significant burden on election officials?
No, it does not.
That's really important.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Parikh. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Tyson, why don't we get started, see how much time we can make?
Certainly.
That was really important as far as establishing.
Mr. Parikh, good to see you.
It's very important to establish that there's a viable way of at least mitigating the problem and improving the currently disastrous system that's in place.
All right, so I wanted to kind of drill down a little bit. As I understood your testimony, you're offering opinions about the storage of these encryption keys and the compliance with both VVSG and HAVA. Is that fair to say?
Yes, but the main thing is it's about FIPS 140-2, which the VVSG require.
And so it's your conclusion, essentially, that the EAC improperly certified the Dominion equipment that's in use in Georgia, right?
They took what the voting system test labs gave them. What I would tell you is that system testing is incomplete and not to par. And whether it's considered, but I've got it from Wiley employees, to include the same employee who started ProVNV, told me directly, we are just a tester.
Stop you before you give hearsay testimony here. I mean,
Right.
That's what somebody else said.
Right.
So I can just be clear on this. You're not saying that the Dominion 5.5A system we use in Georgia is not EAC certified today, right? You're just saying it shouldn't be, right?
It got an EAC certification.
And that certification has not been revoked, correct?
That's correct. Also not followed is the EAC's election guidance, and that the component should be suspended until an investigation is done before it's utilized in an election.
So from your perspective, the EAC made a number of errors when it certified and did not revoke the 5.5A system, right?
So I have to explain this. And again, I'm not an attorney or a lawyer, but I did read the Help America Vote Act. And when I first saw voluntary voting systems guidelines, I said, well, why are standards and requirements voluntary? I'm from a DOD world. And so bear with me on this. So I'm used to requirements, you follow them. There's standards, you follow them. You get certified, you meet them all. The voluntary, I had to go back and reread the Constitution because the federal government cannot dictate to the states how they run their elections. And that's why they're voluntary. But once the state says that it's their requirement to be federally certified, then it is a requirement. And so necessarily the way you're leading it would also, you would have to include the Secretary of State failed before I would say, but both those parties.
But an EAC failure is part of
No,
it.
I sent it to me too, so I'll print it. That way you'll have a printed copy. You don't
Let's
have to-
talk a little
the
bit
phone's almost
about
dead.
the EAC certification process, because I believe as you testified, the EAC certifies different voting systems, right?
Yes.
And the VVSG 1.0 standards are the standards that all current voting systems are certified to, right?
Are you specifically talking about Georgia?
I'm saying as a general matter, do you know?
No, there are actually other certification levels. Now, only less than a handful.
Oh, yeah.
But VVSG 2.0 has only been adopted recently
Yeah,
by
read
the
it off
EAC,
there.
is that right?
Apparently I didn't
That's
type
correct.
in the email right. 'Cause it's not
And in order to get certification by the EAC,
No,
the
I
EAC also
it didn't
certifies
come to me,
voting
so I'm
system
thinking that
test labs, right?
I might not have
That is
typed in the
correct.
email right.
And ProVNV
Now,
is a
those
certified
are the
voting
numbers you
system
wanna use,
test
though.
lab by the EAC, right?
Yes, they are.
And when the voting system test lab makes its report to the EAC and the EAC certifies, there is then a version of the software that is retained by both the voting system test lab and the EAC to say this is
Oh,
kind of
there
the
it goes, it
gold
just came.
standard software, right?
You're all
The
printed.
voting system test lab actually retains that.
And any change in the voting system that's more than a de minimis change that you reference requires a new certification, correct?
That's not necessarily true. There are varying parts of the changes, but most of them do, yes.
And that would include even, for example, installing an operating system software update that could require a new certification from the EAC, right?
Not necessarily true.
But it could, right?
It could.
And as I understood your testimony, there were two main areas that I understood you to say didn't comply, in your view, with the VVSG standards. One was the storage of encryption keys, and the other was the reuse of passwords. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And you'd agree that on the Dominion system, encryption keys change with each election, correct?
As I demonstrated in the video, they were different between each of the counties within Georgia, but that's irrelevant to the point because they're unprotected.
So just so we're clear for the court, it's your understanding that at each election, each county has a unique encryption key, and then each of those encryption keys also changes, not just between counties, but also from election to election, right?
Speaking specifically about Georgia, but in some Dominion systems, that's not the case.
Look at how desperate they are to try and stop from being forced to keep log entries of people who might hack their system. It's astonishing just the level of corruption that our government has. It's like, how dare you try and push us into actually logging people who might come in here and F around with our system behind our backs. It's just like, this is just astonishing.
But in Georgia, it is, right?
Yes.
And so if someone had the 2020 encryption keys for Bibb County, Georgia, they would not then be able to access automatically the 2024 Cobb County election database. Is that right?
Well, if you taught the keys, there's a reason I talked about the X059 certificate being the same and good for 10 years. You don't have to have the keys necessarily to get to the system. Once I get to the system, I get the keys. For example, let's go off what you said. The 2020 keys are irrelevant. But to get them, you know where you got them from and how you acquired them. It would only take you a minute to get the new keys.
So let's talk about that piece, because you'd have to have physical access to the election management server to get that database.
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What non-physical access method could you utilize to obtain the election databases?
Would you like me to go over the 5 APTs for standalone air gap systems within the last 10 years, or the recent one where they could exfiltrate data from the sound, from the color from your monitor?
Wow.
That's a way.
So it is your testimony that anyone without physical access to an election management server can access the database?
I did not say anyone, sir. So what I'm telling you is if you rely on physical security, and by the way, I'm a physical security subject matter expert in the state of Alabama. I do know a thing about it. You are already gone. You cannot rely on physical security. As someone who's looked at some of the voting locations that are run by counties, they're improper. They do not meet regular physical security standards, so they're not really secure facilities. These systems aren't stored. There are improper procedures on how the voting systems are stored.
Blowing them up.
And the auditability of when they start them up. So not anyone, but the majority of people who watch a few YouTube videos on Kali Linux or anything else and vulnerabilities and spend a couple hours of research. And again, we're talking about critical infrastructure for $1 trillion economy. It's fairly easy to do.
Now, we can agree that new election project files are created in Georgia for each new election, right?
Yes, you have to create a new project file that's specific to the election.
And part of that election project file is a new election database like the ones you reviewed, right?
No, sir. It's a new database. That's correct. The structure of the database and the composition of the database maintain the same. You have a template to where the data that you put in for the election through the EED, in Dominion's case, Election Event Designer, you put all your data into that. It does the configuration for that specific database. But the structure, the keys are stored in the same manner.
So just so we're clear, the structure of the database is the same because that's the Dominion system's method of using that database. But the information in that database would be different for each election. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. And it's still unencrypted and in the vulnerable database.
And that would involve different candidate names and different races that are in the database, right?
That's correct.
And it would involve different encryption keys as well, right?
But not necessarily. If you had a lazy county worker that wanted to use the same encryption key, just like we see they use the same passwords, that can be done.
Is it your understanding that county officials in Georgia build election project files?
Oh, Jesus.
No, sir. But that leads us down another path with the way the technical data packages, which I've reviewed plenty of, and the way these things are sold. I will tell you, and this may be irrelevant to Georgia, but my state of Alabama, we violate our state constitution by having it contracted out to a third-party vendor. So what I would tell you is many counties let the vendors access it. And again, a vendor, a contractor, is an insider threat.
So you don't know how election project files are built for Georgia elections, right?
From what I've gathered, I'm not 100% on, but they are created by the vendor.
And you've never reviewed the process that Georgia uses to deliver election project files to county officials, right?
That process specifically, no.
And you've never reviewed the process that counties use to test voting equipment with logic and accuracy testing for Georgia elections. Is that correct?
Logic and accuracy testing are nothing but a semi-weak functional test of the system. They have absolutely no security relevance. What you would do prior to an LNA test each election, but you would do acceptance test or a trusted build test, which only does file integrity and basically say, I got the software I'm supposed to have. And that's on the base system. But because you have an election project, that's going to change a few things. So the limited hashes that they provide the counties to validate that, it probably would be irrelevant. But to say that logic and accuracy, I refer to them as a dog and pony show. It's a warm and fuzzy.
But to be clear, you've not reviewed, even though you don't think they're valuable, you haven't reviewed Georgia's logic and accuracy processes, right?
No.
And you haven't reviewed the process that is used, well, go back. In terms of the election project file, what you were looking at in the demonstrations you showed us was a post-election file, correct?
And you keep referring to it as a project file, you mean the database?
The database.
Election database, yes.
And in order to manipulate what's in the database, you would need to get access to the system somehow, and then you would need to then get to the encryption keys. Is that correct?
That's correct. Easily done.
And then the individual or hypothetical person we're talking about would need to obtain access to each component of the system if the program file had already been distributed out to those components, right?
Not necessarily. Again, there are literally hundreds upon hundreds of attack vectors. Based on the data in the different counties I've examined in Georgia, I would say there's at least 6 different attacks that occurred, or techniques in the attacks. They did different counties and different methods. And again, that's because you know your target. Some counties are larger. You evaluate the process and procedures, and you find where the vulnerabilities are.
This whole line of questioning is basically maybe we won't be hacked. Maybe we won't be. You don't know that we will be hacked. You don't know that. You don't know we've been hacked. It's like, please stop punching us. Oh my God, this guy is this lawyer is flailing. Oh, the witness is just taking him on the woodshed.
And so my review of process and procedures, which I bet would be lacking like most other states where I have reviewed it, would be that, but it's irrelevant because the keys are in a highly vulnerable system with hundreds of vulnerabilities and an insecure database, unprotected.
And you mentioned several times the different attack vectors. You don't have any evidence that anyone has ever manipulated any of those attack vectors in a Georgia election, right?
Nobody
I will
cares.
reiterate what I said earlier that Dr. Halderman has reiterated. If you do some of these vulnerabilities, there will be no detection, especially in a system that does not upsize the logging information and constantly overrides the Windows logs. These are not best practices. You cannot audit or track down anything. Half the logs are not recorded. The application logs that are developed are improperly done anyway. They don't even go down to the millisecond, which is a best practice standard.
Great.
So to be clear, my question was a little more specific. You don't have any evidence that anyone has ever utilized these attack vectors. Excuse me.
Nobody could have
Georgia
evidence.
election, right?
There would be no evidence.
So you don't have any, right?
You're so desperate.
Of course, you're not going to have any. But if I attacked them, you still wouldn't have any.
And it's your testimony that even if the encryption keys were stored in an encrypted way, you would still consider the Dominion system to be vulnerable to attack, right?
Of course.
It would decrease the likelihood because you're going to knock out the low-level kitty scripters. That's why.
But I believe your testimony was that there would be a long list of things you would want to see changed in the Dominion system to make it more secure, right?
Yes.
It's a detailed list, and as I do when I provide, and I've provided it for counties
So
in
do
Arizona
nothing?
and in other places, because believe me, I think my voter count for different states is 26 currently, and people ask for help and advice, and so I do that. A lot of it is process procedure reviews. That's why I'll state LNA testing overall are a farce.
The line of questioning is so stupid. It's like, well, since we don't have state-of-the-art testing, we should just leave our jewelry on the front lawn. Idiots. Stupid line of questioning.
And so the longer it's dependent. I started writing one specifically for Georgia because I told them I don't think the vendors will come through in time. But so you've got to we do it in the Department of Defense, they do it in Health and Human Services, Department of Labor, all the other programs and agencies I support. You have to have a mitigation plan. If you can't fix a vulnerability and remediate it on the spot, you've got to have a mitigation plan. Every agency in the Department of Defense has to report back up those plans and in a timely manner, and it depends on the criticality. What I would tell you is, it's based off what I saw the EAC and the states talk about between some governor's email and the remediation times. Oh, I think it came from CISA. Those remediation times were obnoxious. And then they try to keep it secret from the public on the mitigation. And their timelines were, it's just ridiculous.
So I believe your testimony was that there was a production of ballot images, logs, and cast vote records, that would help with this mitigation
Yes, it
you're
would.
talking about?
Yes.
But you'd agree that wouldn't address any of the undetectable hacking you testified about, right?
It would help identify that something happened. There are different things that you can do. For example, you can just look at the election data as precincts come in and analyze from a mathematical standpoint. You cannot fight math. It can only do certain things. So when you, and I'm talking from a security incident response, a security operations center perspective, if I saw some of the anomalies like I've done in the different states in the elections, you say that, you immediately notify the certain image that, capture that network traffic. We have to analyze because there's an anomaly there and you have to investigate. There's been no investigations of any detail. And even if you do, the way the systems are built and configured, they do not log it. And so it's one thing to try to find evidence. And you keep going on evidence of it there's hacked. And I, Dr. Halderman, have said there would be no evidence. But the thing is about the trust of the system. Would you put your money in something that you couldn't guarantee wasn't hacked?
Nice.
It's crazy to base it on that and trust a system that has no integrity.
Is it your testimony that Georgia voters cannot trust the outcome of the 2024 election if the system is used as it's currently configured?
Yes.
What a stupid
And in
question.
terms of the various pieces you said of things you would analyze and look at, you'd agree that's a kind of a policy decision of where you're going to put resources to investigate. Is that right?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
Sure. So we were talking earlier about the cast vote records, the ballot images, and the log files that you believe should be made available. You'd agree that how many resources to devote to those types of investigations is a policy question, right?
It can be considered a policy question. But again, these voting systems are paid for by tax money, which is the voters. And so to make something publicly available, and if you look at HAVA, Title III, Section 301, and the requirements of Section A A voter not only has to verify and independently check his ballot cast, that voter has the same right to ensure that his ballot was done that. And
Brad Raffensperger could decide to have a policy that we're going to have completely unsecure elections. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I've read a lot of state constitutions, and so that varies. But that's something that should be done anyway, to make them publicly thing. Now, if you're trying to go off to like the way Fulton County said about it would take them 50,000 hours to gather data, I could pull 24 database people in here that could show them how to do it in an hour. And so resources to access public records and to extract these logs and back them up and put them somewhere secure for people to be able to request them is not that labor intensive.
So let's talk a little bit about the data and the pieces here. When did you download these Georgia databases that you began your review on?
Oh, I don't know the exact date. It was a while back prior to our submission for the Lake Fincham case to the Supreme Court.
And that's the Arizona case you were referring to?
Yes.
So at least several months ago?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first started preparing your declaration for this case?
It was somewhere in between my trips to the state. I've come here several times to talk to the state election board on behalf of some of the complaints there, and I've been asked to speak, and I've been asked technical questions. And I will give Georgia kudos. At least your state election board is listening to the voters and hearing things, unlike my home state.
So it'd be safe to say probably several months is when you started on the declaration as well?
I would say probably after late July, I think.
Do you recall when you first identified the encryption keys being stored in an unencrypted way in Georgia?
In Georgia was when I got those databases. I saw the same exact thing that I saw in Arizona and Colorado.
And had you reviewed Dr. Halderman's report from the Curling case before you downloaded those databases?
When was that released?
I believe it was the summer of 23 was the
Yes,
testimony.
the most definitely. Believe me, people. I got several copies of it. People asked me to review it and give my opinion.
And you're aware Dr. Halderman discusses this encryption key issue in his report, right?
Yes, he does.
So was that when you first learned about the encryption key issue, not when you looked at the databases?
I knew there were issues with keys from other reports, but then again, knowing this vulnerability and the amount of stuff that was going on in different states, it didn't register until I really focused in on the Kerry Lake case and examining that, and when Arizona wanted their data.
In the Kerry Lake case that you referenced, the court didn't order any relief in that case, right?
No, they did not.
Oh, well, basically, I plan to report your preference on there.
So I know we're about 12:30. I'm about to shift to a different area, maybe a good break point.
This is a good stopping point, and yes, let's take a lunch recess. We'll make it somewhat abbreviated. Hopefully, folks are packed. Yes, sir.
Are you going to ask me any questions to where I need my demo? Can I shut my laptop down and put it away?
That is a great question. I don't believe I will. I have some questions generally about them, but I don't think we'll need to look at them to answer those questions.
Feel free to disconnect.
Thank you.
Let's take a 45 minutes. Let's be back ready to go at 1:15. I'll instruct the witness that while you can discuss the matter with counsel, not to discuss with any witnesses in this case that may testify here. For the parties here, if anyone wants to assemble in the jury room over the lunch break, they can do so. We also have we're hold like 4, so if someone wants to take that, I'll let y'all arm wrestle over it. And we'll be back at 1:15. All right, thank you.
Damn it.
I'll be under oath.
That's right.
I was really hoping he would say he's going to be back.
Yeah, we do everything electronically.
All right. But I am going to set up another stream. I know. It's just like it's what I have to do. So I am going to be setting up another stream. I'm going to be shutting down now and reopening back up at 1:15. I might start 15 minutes late. I'm probably going to set up for 1:30 because I still need to take a half-hour break. So I will be back here at 1:30. We'll catch up. We'll be like 15 minutes behind. That's okay. And I will see you all back then. Thank you, those of you who gifted memberships and stuff and gave comments and things and were very generous with your super chats. This guy is fire. He's amazing. Oh my God. He's just ripping. He's destroying. You rarely see an attorney just get so wrangled by the witness. Where it's like the witness is like,
we have
you're being kind of stupid. This is off to a really
so I'm just going to delete that one.
strong start. It's very important that he has some sort of recommendations that seem practical and logical to help at least be able to ensure that they're easily tracked if something is manipulated. That's a really, really important thing, assuming that those remediation steps are implemented properly, which I have concerns about. But at least this is a step going in the right direction, hopefully. obviously, it all depends on the outcome of this case. I will be back here at 1:30. Look for the news stream. You'll find a link to that over Locals, which is goodlogic.locals.com, goodlogic.locals.com. I'll be back up here on Rumble, on YouTube, X, and we'll continue up at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is in 35 minutes or so. Look for those links.
Cool.
They should be coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. Till then, I'm Joe Neerman. I'll catch you all soon. Godspeed.
Now, did you want to do the orientation now, or do you want to come back and do the group one tomorrow? I want to do it. Okay, I'll show you the film. How soon can I work? It'll be up to them. Yeah, we'll reach out to them and see. Oh, there's one line left. Sweet. Huh? You got a problem, brother? Oh, okay.
Have you worked there before?
But apparently one of the leaders.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
I know I did get a message from Swan, but I gotta check. All right, that froze. Let me see if he's live again. Yep, he's live again. All right, let me put this new link in.
More secure or less secure, right?
Correct.
And part of understanding the security of any particular system involves looking
He's
at
an expert
some of the
witness, this
cybersecurity
guy.
components, right?
Yes.
And it involves looking at the physical security of those components, right?
True.
And in determining how a system functions, you'd agree that sometimes
You have
usability
your
for users can be.
And just a note for you, if you come and go, always check when I'm live streaming a trial. Whenever I'm live streaming a trial, always check the banner. I try to keep that updated as to who's on the stand, whose witness it is it direct, redirect, cross, whatever, and also their name and background. So this way, instead of asking the audience, you'll just be easily informed on that. So try to take note of checking out the Chiron or the banner I'm running below at all times when I'm live streaming a trial.
Kind of at war with security at some level, right?
In certain aspects, but in system design, if you create the system appropriately, usability is already taken into account. So security never really hampers anything.
And part of the EAC's review of a voting system includes its usability both for voters and for poll workers, right?
But we're talking about critical infrastructure, the thing that decides who you put in office, who you vote to protect you as sheriff, how you fund your parks. That's critical. Those are high value systems. You don't put security in the back end of it and say that usability is going to be paramount over security.
Well, my question wasn't which was paramount, just that part of the EAC's review of a voting system includes its usability, right?
Any system that gets evaluated is usability, security, and all that, not just in the technical world, in any process or procedure.
And there are some times where you may make a choice that makes a system more secure but less usable, right?
Yes, but what we're talking about as far as these systems doesn't make it less usable. I would care to sit down with any of the vendors and talk that technical conversation.
And so when we're talking about voting systems, just to come back to the main point, we're not talking about whether a system is, the Dominion system, for example, is secure or insecure. We're talking about if it's more secure or less secure, right?
No, it's not secure at all.
So in your view, it's not an issue of degrees of security as to the Dominion system. It is just straight up insecure.
Yes, as I've stated before, your home computer is more secure. But I don't know about your work. When you're an attorney, I often find that attorneys don't even use hard disk encryption on their laptops, which is another issue I have. But that's a side note. Please do it if you don't. Your clients will appreciate it.
So, but again, when we're looking at this, what methodology did you use to reach the conclusion that the Dominion system is insecure, not just less secure than you would like it?
The primary factor are the keys stored the way they are. Then within the operating system and the outdated applications, when I literally say there are hundreds of vulnerabilities, there are hundreds of vulnerabilities. And I've done this analysis on different machines. And for example, ESNS in my home state of Alabama, just between the operating system and the database server, 330 something vulnerabilities. And that's a conservative estimate. There's other things about your transport protocols, the SSL version being used, all those other things. There are literally hundreds of vulnerabilities.
And you'd agree there are many vulnerabilities from kind of any election system a jurisdiction chooses, right?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about the data that you looked at. I just want to make sure I understand the pieces that you downloaded from the website.
None of that has anything to do with the fact that he said, so you should be logging what steps people are taking in there, making that public so we can know what that is, right? I mean, okay, if any system could be attacked, shouldn't you want to know when it was and what the nature of the attack was? Doesn't that make sense? That they should leave a footprint? That most people who are not the top hackers in the world should at least be leaving a footprint? Doesn't that make a little bit of sense? So some 16-year-old doesn't come in there and tear apart your election?
From Voter GA. You mentioned those were SQL files. Was it just the databases or was it the entire election project that you downloaded?
They had other elements in it. They had ballot images in it, TIFF files, and there are other components. There was the package info XML, which allows, because with the SHA file of that, I was able to check timestamps of the other files to know that they hadn't been tampered with. Because if the XML has not been tampered with, it had the timestamps of the files for some of the stuff. There were multiple things.
But the pieces that you were analyzing were only the databases, not those other components. Is that right?
I looked at them. I have analyzed the TIFF files because I've done calculations on how much it takes to transfer the image files and how some counties in Georgia don't do it to the next day, which is an improper procedure. It's different even from what is called for by the vendor. And so anyway, the person who asked me about that, I told them they were given inaccurate information, and I calculated everything out from the USB bus speed, which is the wires that allow the transfer, the type of compact flash, and I use the very lowest possible rate. So I've looked at several things like that.
Okay, but for your testimony today, you're relying on your review of the databases, not those other components.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the hash values of those. Did the Dominion software generate a hash value for those databases that you relied on, or did the initial hash value come from somewhere else?
There are SHA files in those folders with the files.
And it's your understanding that those SHA hash files were generated by the election management system to travel along with the databases?
Yes, and your technical data package is reference to that. It's part of the system check that they do when they get it. So they ensure that, hey, this is coming from where I think it's from, and then they decrypt the file. Because on the compact in Georgia, since they're Dominion, they use compact flash. And on those tabulars, when the compact flash gets inserted, there's that check, and then it moves the files, and then it decrypts it. And that's how it knows it's legitimate. That's why if you have those keys, you can put illegitimate data in it to include ballot images, the CVR, and you can make it seem legitimate. The system will take it as valid votes when it should not.
And so then before you did your analysis of the databases, you ran your own hash value and compared it to the one that was in the technical package. Is
The
that
very
right?
first thing I do when I get files is to create the hash.
And those matched, right?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned too, I believe, and I may not have heard this right, you loaded the files into, I believe you said, a Dominion system?
Yes.
And what Dominion system was that?
That was from Mesa, Colorado.
Did you have access to the Dominion system from Coffee County, Georgia?
No, I did not.
And so you loaded the Georgia files into the Mesa, Colorado file. Do you know what version of Dominion's software is used in Mesa, Colorado?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's 5.10, but the SQL server is the same version.
And so the demonstration you did for the court earlier, you were in a Microsoft SQL suite of some sort to look at the
Studio
databases.
Manager.
Studio Manager, thank you. But you performed your analysis in the Dominion system, or did you perform your analysis in the SQL system?
The SQL system is in the Dominion system. The Dominion system runs a SQL Server 2016, and in that server is where the databases get loaded. In different areas, in different states, you'll see old databases, you'll see new databases. It all depends on how the county or state runs their elections and how they preserve their data.
But just so we're clear for the record, in terms of your analysis, did you use the SQL database functions of the Dominion system from Mesa to conduct your analysis?
It's the same database server. It's just basic software deployment development. It's version controlled. It's the same. The SQL server is the same.
Certainly. You also mentioned, I believe in your testimony, you had some database experts who helped you. Who were those individuals?
I'm not going to disclose that.
Those individuals assisted you in your analysis of these databases in Georgia?
No, not the Georgia databases. But again, it's the same database structure, the same stored procedures.
And just so I'm clear, the individuals you referenced who were database experts who helped you were not involved in the review of the Georgia databases you're testifying about today?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now let's talk a little bit about things you're not offering opinions about. I believe you said you're not a lawyer. You're not offering opinions on the legal compliance aspects of Georgia's voting system, right?
No.
And you're not offering opinions about the overall security of the system because you haven't looked at all the different components of how Georgia handles its election processes, right?
If the system itself is bad, and again, if you're relying on physical security, the other processes are irrelevant.
Yep. This guy's beating him.
So it's your belief then that any other element of the system does not matter from a security perspective?
Of course not.
If the vulnerabilities you've identified exist?
I will tell you, as I told a county commissioner in Colorado, when he told me all the steps he did, and I told him, you served your community well, because everything he did. But then I put my hand on his shoulder and said, but all of it's irrelevant because the system is flawed and has no security, no integrity whatsoever.
Is that also the Dominion system you were referring to?
Yes, it was.
And you did not offer an opinion at all about the degree of risk.
How did Fox
because you
lose to
concluded
Dominion?
The system is just insecure, right?
That is correct. If you would like a risk analysis and assessment, I would be glad to do it for the whole state of Georgia. I would ask if you have the program. If you do not have a risk analysis assessment program and work, I can do it. I helped design the one that the Missile Defense Agency uses several years back, and Health and Human Services as well.
And you don't have any specialized knowledge or experience about the administration of elections separate from the voting systems, is that right?
The way the voting system test labs function is they set up the different scenarios, specifically if it's a state certification, which is different because Georgia did follow federal. So they run it through the whole gambit. So they have to set the components up and the different configurations that are listed in the technical data package. They run an election to include conduct an LNA test, and then they run sample ballots through, and like a regular election.
And you participated in those processes?
Yeah, I've observed them, and in certain security functions, I would get to participate in them because we would look at things, especially when a vendor would try to connect something to the internet and have a firewall that would get inundated within a minute. But yes.
And it's your understanding that Georgia Dominion equipment is not connected to the internet, right?
That's incorrect. So
you believe Dominion voting system components in Georgia are connected?
Some unrelated, meaning documentation, I can specifically tell you that there is connection.
Which county in Georgia was there a connection to the internet of Dominion equipment?
It would be Gwinnett, if I'm remembering correctly. There were several states involved.
And which time period are you referring to?
This was 2020.
Before or after the election?
During the election.
And you've never participated in the training of poll workers for an election, right?
No. I've talked to them in my home state because the training is often done by the vendors, the majority, and they ask me questions because they found flaws in the systems.
But you don't know who conducts poll worker training in Georgia, right?
No, not poll worker
No
training
one
in Georgia.
cares.
Now, I understand that you don't believe physical security matters in this context.
I did not say it doesn't matter. Okay. I'd say you cannot rely on it solely.
This is one of those times you start feeling frustrated that the law doesn't have objection stupid.
And you're aware that there are state election board rules regarding physical security, correct?
True. Again, bad guys don't follow rules.
And do some of those rules prohibit connecting Dominion equipment to the internet?
I'm going to get away from using the term internet. I'm going to say network connectivity. I've noticed that many states violate their network connectivity. Their law says no network connectivity anyway. Local area network still increases your attack vectors by 1,000-fold. For example, the switches, are they solely for that? Or are they connected to any other part of the county? It's been the case. A lot of counties don't want to provide that information. In Arizona, they wouldn't provide that data. This is that digital evidence that would show that they have outbound connections and not necessarily the internet. Some people will say it's a secure VPN if you're in Wisconsin or Arizona, which is irrelevant because VPNs can be had as well.
This is a witness who knows a trap when it's coming. He's like, because you're going to say, you see, it's not attached to the internet, and since it's not attached to the internet, it's fine. He's like, no. It's attached to other systems, and they have leaks, and that's all you need.
So it's fair to say states have a variety of practices involving how they handle network connectivity.
Yes.
Do you know if the SEB rules in Georgia require secure physical storage of equipment?
Objection.
Yes, I believe they do.
And do you know if those rules require limited access of who can access the equipment?
I don't know all the details on that, but again, any logging, access to those systems, any of the security seal tape logs, all that should be publicly available. For example, my company, when the federal government comes in and inspects us, there's an agency called DCSA, Defense Counterintelligence Service Agency. They come in and audit us. We provide everything to them, to include our corporate information, because it's in our corporate building. That's why they have authority over us. Why? Because we're in contract with the federal government. So every access log, everybody that badges in, and I work in a closed area, classified area, all that stuff's publicly available to them. And anyone, as far as the county, should be able to look at that. There's nothing classified about it.
And in preparing your testimony today, you didn't consider the SEB rules related to voting equipment. Is that correct?
Again, when you're talking about systems that are this bad, it's a minor point on what the rules are.
So that would be a yes. You didn't consider that?
No.
Let me ask a couple questions about your illustrative examples that you played earlier. So the first one we talked about the password, and then you were able to decrypt and obtain the password using the decryption tool and show where the password was the same as it had previously been. Do you recall that?
The very first video was actually a hash of the DB Corp 08 exclamation point.
Yes, but that showed where the password was similar to what it had been in the past.
It was the exact same thing. It's the same thing I saw in the labs back in 2008, 9, 10.
Do you know if the full database and those administrative account records exist on every component of the system or only on the EMS?
For the database server?
Yes.
There's an SQL lot database that goes onto the tabulators. I have not seen detailed system logs from the tabulators in Georgia, but I would find that they are not logging just like the EMS. But specifically, we were talking about the database that resides on the EMS. That's what those files. They were the normal election management database, not the SQL lot versions that run on the tabulators.
Did you want to come in and do them now? Or
the part we were looking at on the videos was the election management server that stays at the county office, not the other components of the system that are distributed on election day, right?
That's correct. But with those keys, that's easily manipulated. Like I said, I can decrypt the configuration files. The tabulator will assume that they're legitimate, and then whatever configuration I put on the machine, the configuration files.
For me just a second.
One of the other videos you showed a modification
we'll have you
of
just
those
do
that you did by running some scripts within the database. Do you recall that?
Or you could do it on the computer.
And the manipulation that you showed there occurred in this example after the
Juggling
election
like
was
10
over,
things
right?
at once right now.
That's because that's the way my demo went. This could easily be put on beforehand. And if you want to talk about beforehand, we could talk about supply chain management, and I could tell you some of the atrocious stuff I've seen, the technical data packages as far as where they get their parts.
But for the specific video you showed, in that situation, if that manipulation were to occur, we would still have the paper ballots go back and could count those, correct?
Are you going to hand count the paper ballots? Because here's the thing that I've noticed. Even if like the state of Florida, which has, they say they do a hand count, but they use an automated system. It's another machine. Anybody that knows anything about system testing knows you will not use the same device or the same type of device. You will use a totally different method. And two, it's not independent because it has to use a ballot definition. So you've got your other third-party verifying app talking to the vendor. So it's not actually what we refer to as IVMV, independent verification and validation. So if you're not hand counting them, that's irrelevant. And I might add, I think there's a county in Georgia that's not obeying the court by providing the paper ballots to someone who requested them and won their case.
Fatality.
So just so I understand then, it's your view that hand counting of ballots is the only way to actually accurately tabulate an election?
That is not what I said.
Okay.
I said when you verify it, you do it by a separate method. If you're going to audit something and do that, that's the way you perform the test. And that's the way you can do it. I have personally went through hand counting class and observed it, and especially from my major in computer science is on system design. And so we look at system and processes. And I will state I'm pretty good at it because I do process improvement, and that's when I've gotten financial rewards from my companies. And what I would tell you as far as that is that in the process, it's got to be scalable, and you have to be able to adapt it because each county, just like each county in Georgia, is different. Telfair is a lot smaller than DeKalb or Fulton County, correct? Therefore, it'll be a different type of a method. The main thing you want is the process to be solid in its performance, to be auditable, and that's what.
Okay, is your phone number still
accurate? And the training I went through, we had
34
about
Yahoo?
races on it.
Okay, and your phone number still
Using
ends
a
in
risk-limiting audit
6657?
post-election is a good practice, right?
Only if the risk limiting audit is a valid audit. And it does not. What I will tell you in every state or county that I've evaluated the risk the risk limiting audit is ineffective. For a point of reference, St. Charles County, Missouri, stood there. They're a county official and everything. Oh, we're 100% correct on audit. 100%. Just up, down. Sat down with pencil and paper, did the math. They did 0.004% of the votes.
Saying there's a
So what does
nationwide
that
outage
mean?
for
I have a
Verizon.
99.996%
Down to-
not getting called.
Well,
It's
my
ineffective. You
other
want your
jobs
audit
work
to be
phones on Verizon.
statistically significant to give you the comfort of trust that it's supposed to be. I have yet to see a risk limiting audit that does that.
So just so I understand then, it's your testimony that a risk-limiting audit could be used
looks
to
like it's
verify
responding
results of an
back to
election, but the ones you've
Oh,
seen,
yeah,
like
there was a
used in
ton of them.
Georgia, do not?
Over 100,000 reports
I would not use a risk limiting audit
at
to
11:30.
verify. I would use a
couple hours
separate,
ago,
totally
and
different
the
kind of
reports are going
method,
way down, so
complete
whatever
in
they
its
did must be
entirety.
fixed.
Because my observations, and not necessarily in Georgia, but in other states,
too big of a network.
I've seen more things happen
Well, I
during
mean,
primaries and
Nothing's ever
local
really too
elections.
big. But
And again,
So-
counties run the election.
as far as the address and
Now,
all
when
that
you were
stuff,
at
on here knows
ProBNB,
that
you conducted a
that'll
security
update
review
whenever
of the
you do these
Dominion
forms.
5.0 system, right?
Jim is,
Yes, I did several different vendors with them.
Do you recall if encryption keys were stored in clear text on that system?
From 2000,
Now he's walking into a little bit of a dangerous area here. While his testimony is phenomenal, he is walking into a dangerous area. If you make it sound as if it's hopeless to try and have a secure election, then you're not encouraging the judge to take steps to help you, because what this lawyer is going to say is whatever we do, they're going to claim is not good enough. So let's do nothing. So you sort of want to, if you want to encourage the judge to go along with what you're saying, you have to build confidence from the court's perspective that this is
Do you have your
actually
social with you too?
Otherwise, why do it? Why take the politically
Okay. Yeah, just for when we do the I-9, I
damaging
mean,
route of
we'll get it-
saying I'm
we'll
going
get
to
it
make you
first.
do something if you feel like it's not accomplishable. So it is important for him to sort of lay out there that it's not like it's utterly hopeless. There are ways that you can remedy this, and that's what I liked about the suggestion that he gave earlier. But you can't make it sound as if like it's, no matter what you do, it's going to be an utter failure here. And he's getting a little dangerously close to that from my taste. So I hope that he basically, can inspire confidence that these remedial measures can actually be effective.
They at Wiley Labs, where Jack Cobb, the owner of ProVNB, worked as the supervisor lead. I have not been able to do security testing to the realm that they should have been. So they were never, ever checked. Here's the thing, the labs probably never look at them. I stated the way I've stated before, I felt like I had a choker chain on me from day one in those labs. They do not test these systems to the appropriate level they should be. What they do is the lab will spend a week getting the big tabulators, like for ES&S, the 850, the DS850, big monster machine that they have to spend a week to configure to get it to pass the certification test. Or you talk about the ICCs. The labs will spend more time getting them to pass certification on that portion than they do on security testing.
So your testimony then is, while you conducted some testing on the Dominion 5.0 system, You don't know if the encryption keys were stored in plain text because you never looked.
I would be I'd be allowed to have like 1, 2, maybe 3 tests, because you have to do up a test, right? In basic system development, you have use cases and your requirements, and that's how you develop the system. Then you go to testing, and in the test, there's a portion that would be security. And so I would write up my test cases. Here's the thing I would tell you: in earlier Dominion systems, like 4.14 or whatever, I've done several of them. I would do a test, it would fail. I would want to redo the test in a new version.
Type in your email there.
Told, no, you've already done it. I'd say, but it failed. They go, no, do something different. Again, why I stopped? I got tired of the rubber stamping, and it was typical federal agency type stuff with the EAC. I just no matter what I put in my internal security lab,
because it
they always
covers
got certified, whether by state secretary of state or by the EAC.
So it's not your testimony that the lab was doing something inconsistent with the EAC, it just wasn't doing as much as you thought needed to be done to test the security of the system.
Nate, I'm not good. Well, because you told me to say, I will tell you that it's where states are supposed to be. Just like in Georgia, the Secretary of State has final say. Even though it's supposed to be certified. When it came to labs, they would say, well, it's got to go through a federal lab, so we got to do all the tests, but it's state certification, so we don't care. So are you going to allow that? I can tell you who said it. And the multiple times he said it.
It's going to change that.
Now, you are aware that the federal CISA, Center for, I can't remember all the acronyms.
CISA, yes, I'm very familiar. I've talked to several of them. Southeast region.
So CISA is a federal agency involving infrastructure security. Would that be a fair statement?
Is D period?
Yeah. And you're aware they reviewed Dr. Halderman's report in the Curling case, right?
Yes.
And they issued recommendations around security practices for Dominion voting systems after reviewing that report, right?
Yes.
And I think we said earlier the encryption key issue was contained in Dr. Halderman's report, right?
What you're trying to infer is out of the 8 things that they listed were very limited in scope, didn't cover half of what Dr. Halderman covered. What I will tell you is I know, because I talked to the Southeast region,
get away with doing this
without areas, Alabama, for many years. See, I attend forensic.
The lawyer was trying to ask and say, look, everything you're talking about came from Halderman, and Halderman took care of those problems. And the witness saw where he was going, and that's why he's like, they solved the tiny fraction of the problems that were identified in the Halderman report.
Conferences, usually in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, because of the environment, right? Can't blame me. So as I attend that, they had 1 representative for a year. There are 3 gentlemen now that handle the Southeast region. So when you look at that, and CISA is also responsible for providing recommendations to industry within those regions, to the municipal governments, for example, city and county infrastructure. If you don't want
that, you don't have to change
it.
it.
County got hacked and everything went down. If you don't want that, you're supposed to consult with them. And some other people are pretty good. What I will tell you is their evaluation of Dr. Halderman's report was probably very limited and very rushed to put something out to the public because his report was going to be public.
And so you'd agree with me then that the encryption key issues you're flagging in this case were not part of CISA's recommendations after reviewing Dr. Halderman's report, right?
We missed a lot of stuff.
But that CISA made no recommendations about encryption keys after reviewing Dr. Halderman's report, right?
That's true. It wasn't in the report.
I got just a moment, Your Honor. Just a couple more questions. I asked you earlier about the 2024 election results, or whether people could trust those results. Is it your testimony that Georgia voters can't trust the results of the 2022 general election held in Georgia?
I would say yes.
Is it your testimony that Georgia voters can't trust the 2024 general primary results held in Georgia?
Considering the state of these systems, yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Here we go.
If you could go to tab number 19, turn to section 8. What is the title of section 8?
Give me just another second.
Yes, sir.
The title of Chapter 8 is Quality Assurance Requirements.
All right, sir, if you would please direct your attention to section 8.1.
Yes.
And that first paragraph, if you would please read to the court the first two sentences.
Quality assurance provides continuous confirmation that a voting system conforms with the guidelines and to the requirements of state and local jurisdictions. Quality assurance is a vendor function that is initiated prior to the system development and continues throughout the maintenance life cycle of the voting system.
Impact employment norms.
And so that means while it's being used in elections.
When you talk about the maintenance life cycle of any system, that's from inception to death. So
generally
you get a
about
new
16.
system, you start tracking it, you analyze it, you maintain it, you record all those. We have a system that we use on our program that everything, when it
so
comes in from
website,
procurement,
IES
it's in the
Corp,
system, there's change
IES
requests done on it.
CORP.net.
Everything that's done to that system is tracked until we decommission it.
All right, sir, you were asked
Do the application when that's
questions
done.
about whether
Done.
software
We
updates
stop
would
it now
require
for
a new
sure.
certification. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the Dominion system has applied
IES Corp.
Windows security
IES
patches and
CORP.
updates since its deployment?
No, I'm not. I've seen a couple of them with ES&S, but that's something that doesn't go. To further this point, I have voiced my opinions to the lab when I was in them, that when you bring a new system in and you're going to get it certified for use and sell the product, you would agree that you would bring your best, that you would make sure everything functions, that we've tested internally and it's good. I've been in the lab, seen antivirus in the certification lab now, not even being used, so we're not even talking about having to update it yet. 2 years, definitions out of date. The version, the antivirus actual application, several years behind with multiple vulnerabilities in it. And this is just talking about the antivirus. And that's what was delivered in certification, let alone maintaining it. But as far as engineering change orders and normal patch management processes, that the rest of their industries anywhere that deal with IT, no.
So to your knowledge, are security updates being applied to the Dominion systems used in Georgia?
No, they're not. I wouldn't see all the vulnerabilities I do. You can pull any test report from the EAC site. All you have to do, type in Google, CVE, and that software listing and the version number. I can guarantee you'll find multiple vulnerabilities of high and critical.
Do you have any understanding of why the state of Georgia, well, let me back it up. Do you have any understanding of why the systems in Georgia have not been updated with those security patches?
No, I do not.
From a security standpoint, how would you characterize that practice?
That's gross negligence.
Yo,
You were asked
stupid.
a number of questions about the key
That's what he's saying.
being different from one county to the next. Is that true with respect to the X509 certificates?
No, they're the same.
And they're not just the same from county to county, they're the same from state to state that you've examined?
Yes.
All right, and the same question for that vendor password, DBS Corp 08 exclamation point. Is that different for every county?
No.
Is that different from state to state?
No.
And how long has it been the same on all the Dominion systems?
I saw it in the test labs, and like it's documented by the EAC even as a deficiency, so it went forward formally in 2010, but I know I've seen it prior to that.
I can guarantee DVS stands for Dominion Voting Systems. It's DVS Corp 08. They've been using that same thing since 2008.
If employed gives a user what authority on the system?
Yes, they would have administrative access. Here's the thing, these systems are so horrible. Any access to the system, there are so many vulnerabilities where you can escalate your privileges. So even the normal user who wouldn't have it as they're working can just exploit one component of that system, elevate their privileges, and then act like they're an admin.
Now, you talked about escalating privileges, elevating privileges. That sounds like industry term. What does that mean, and how is that type of thing exploited if it is?
So in normal organizations, you're going to restrict users' access. We call them privileged users on the program I work at, and even those aren't admins. They get there's special access that you can have to run applications, because some applications.
What happened?
Yeah, I'm muted. I know. I want to point out the difference between an old lawyer asking questions and a young lawyer asking questions. This old guy is like, so what does that mean to increase privileges? That's an old lawyer asking questions, which is like, all right, it's something he knows, but that's like the extent of his knowledge. Is like, obviously that means you have greater access to the system. You sort of want to get that on the record. The young lawyer is like, so when you uploaded the SHA, that was before the SQL was brought back into the interlock faith, and it's like you're sitting there like, yeah, and I wonder, does the judge looks relatively young, like, which one is more his level? Is it like the old guy asking questions or the young guy asking questions? Because these are totally different level questions.
Require system level, or what we refer to as root access. When those applications do, if they have a vulnerability and you're allowed to run them, you can exploit them, and you can raise from your limited access. For example, in the probate judge that allowed me to look at a system in Alabama, he got a little too afraid, wouldn't let me touch, but I had him log in, and his limited visibility, as we looked at the systems, and that's how I came to the 300 and something vulnerabilities, he could have easily, on just the access he had, manipulated, run a script that he copied down from Google or one of the hacking websites, ran it, and then elevated his privileges up, become admin, and see things he couldn't normally see. For example, a lot of the vendors will not let you see that the wireless connection's on, and you won't be limited. You can't do that. On my program, because classified systems have to be up 24/7, normal users can't shut them down. When you go to hit the power down, shut down button, you're not authorized to do that. It tells you that. You give levels of access to what they're done.
In the configuration of these Georgia election systems that we've been discussing, are they robust to nation-state threats that are faced by the United States?
No, they're not.
And how would you characterize the level of capability of the adversary compared to the level of protection in these systems?
Considering nation states like China have buildings literally with people that probably may be as far as my technical capabilities, it's a cakewalk. Again, I say someone of PD scripter level 5.
No, you don't have to do the script. You can skip that part.
You can understand the
basics. It'll go automatically according to your address. So.
Easily.
Now,
I don't know why they highlight that. They should just like grade that out to where
air gapping or internet connectivity. And
then again, every form wants
express
dates
it
in a different
of,
format too. So.
Network connectivity.
One way, guys.
Just to be clear, is the air gap that's touted in this system actually an air gap, and does it protect the system against penetration?
When there are different areas, and this is only an argument that depending on what state you're in, because how they define the system and the voting system. To me, as a security person, you have to look holistically. To me, as somebody who's hacked before, you look at the whole system, because there are things in the hacking world called pivot points. For example, if I can get in on the poll book, then that means I can get to the printer. If they have the ballot on demand printers, like a lot of states do, I can manipulate that. I can insert a QR code on that could execute some malware on the tabulator. There are literally thousands of ways to do it. I see some states that actually violate their law because they say no capability, and yet the systems have capability. There's probably not an EMS out there that doesn't have a wireless or Bluetooth card on it. And I'm keeping it simple because you don't need those cards on there to manipulate and to establish a communication channel. Those are the primary ones that normal people understand.
Despite the air gap.
Despite the air gap. And again, air gap systems can, and they'll use this term, it can include network connections. But the minute you have network connections, that you increase your attack vectors 1,000-fold. And what I will say is these air gap systems utilize compact flash, USBs, removable storage. I can tell you, I put files, they were harmless, but I put files on Dominion and the SNS systems, and they did not identify them.
Through the path of removable media?
Yes, on that, and on the systems to where they actually had the data encrypted as it should be. What I've noticed during forensic examinations is a lot of this election data is not encrypted. For example, I can't remember the Georgia County, but when they removed the compact flash or the USBs during the election and replaced them for some reason, that would leave that data that was currently on there in an unencrypted state. That does not happen until you close that tabulator, that you close the pull down on that tabulator.
And so the removable media, when they go in and out of the slots from one machine and one component of the system to another component of the system, that's mechanically bridging the air gap?
Yes, sir. And another thing is, as far as that is the election not reporting. right? When you've got your main reporting server, usually on an EMS, and it's air gapped, but yet if they reuse that, and that's where procedures come into play because some don't, if they reuse that USB and take it to the internet connected computer and transfer that data off to the other third party private entities that really shouldn't be involved in elections, when that gets done and then they plug it back in, was there any virus? Oh, we're going to check with the 2-year-old virus definitions that have never been updated. And virus definitions are irrelevant to any good hacker anyway. But the thing is there's no check on the integrity of that USB, that compact flash that gets transferred back and forth.
Between an internet connected machine
And
the
yes, sir.
So are we talking about a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible level in terms of difficulty to get across the air gap?
No.
All right.
No.
Okay. To your understanding, is Dominion able?
And I just want to point out, this is what's so horrifying about Brad Raffensperger and the state here. It's like, obviously, I and most of you who are probably watching this right now have concerns that the Democrats are going to try and cheat in the election, or the state's going to try and cheat. Because let's face it, Brian Kemp doesn't really like Trump so much, and that is Raffensperger, that they're going to try, the state's going to try and manipulate it. But just putting that aside for a second, if they were acting in remote good faith, would they not be afraid that Putin is going to access it? Would they not be afraid of China accessing it? I mean, he referenced foreign actors like China, the building full of people in China who make him look like he's incompetent when it comes to cyber technology. And I'm sure Russia does too. So it's like, you actually care about having a good faith election. Why would you be resistant to trying and doing everything you can to ensure that this is going to be run properly? I mean, how are you? Even if you think that, if you're a Democrat, why are you not concerned that and you think that Putin wants Trump to win? Why are you not concerned that Putin is going to hack into Georgia and these other Dominion systems across? I mean, he's making it sound like it's so easy, even from sitting in the Caribbean and do it, you're sitting in the Kremlin and do it.
To remotely connect to these election systems.
Yes.
Are they able to do that without detection?
Yes.
And are you aware of any instances in which that has occurred?
Yes.
Can you identify those instances?
One would be the Denver, Colorado server was requested to grant Belgrade, only Belgrade. I did search. There is a Belgrade, Montana. Again, why would Montana need to connect into a Colorado file transfer server as part of the election system? And there are other components and things that were done in the background concerning the database and the configure of the database server that still do not have an engineering change order. Because if somebody works in an operational environments for a lot of different things, what I will tell you is sometimes things break or you have a problem and you have to fix it. And you submit a change request, or in this case, an engineering change order that's retroactive, right? You want to go back and make sure that you record the process so that you have change management and integrity of the system. If you do not record changes, you lead yourself down a very bad road.
All right, sir. Does the storage and management of the encryption keys relate to or affect usability of the system?
To the user and the way the system functions. No. Vote. If your question is, would voters be affected? Would county workers be affected? No, they would not. If I might state something on hard disk encryption, because I suggested that from 2008 on every year. I would listen to these software developers tell me how it's going to be a hit on performance on the election systems. These election systems are nothing but a database server that's taking in data and adding the data and printing reports. We run classified systems. Everything has disk encryption. And so I've dealt with that now. Finally, once some videos have gotten out of how easily they are to get in, they're trying to implement changes like that. And so as far as those systems and the way they design it and the functionality of affecting the voter, no.
All right, sir.
It's underneath. It's behind the scenes.
Thank you. Now, the common vendor password that we've talked about, DVS Corp 08, exclamation point. Does that relate to or affect the user experience, usability?
No.
You've stated your opinion a couple of times in response to my questions about whether the system complied with the VVSG guidelines. Was that a technical opinion or a legal opinion?
That was my technical professional opinion.
All right, sir.
Now, I do know enough about contract law that when certain sections say shall and you don't violate it, so if you shall do a requirement and you don't do the requirement, I don't see how that gets to be into a legal basis. You did not follow it. It's either a yes or a no. And the way I read it, it's binary.
All right, sir. Now, you mentioned that certain components of the system are connected to a local area network.
Yes, usually your ICCs are connected and they report back that way. And then you have what's called adjudication workstations. There's different levels. Each technical data package from the vendor, they'll give different designs. Again, because each county is different size, you may not need all the components of that system. So they provide different configurations, and each of those configurations are supposed to be tested.
And the X509 certificate that we've talked about, that's how one machine on a network knows to trust another machine on the network?
Yes, sir.
And so the X509, the presence of that on the system is designed to enable network communication. Is that right?
Yes, if one of the users, yes.
All right, sir. Now, Professor Haldeman's report, if you would please turn to tab 21. Tab 21.
Okay.
Does that report identify the system component that he was analyzing?
On the front cover page?
Yes, sir.
It says it's for Georgia, and it's the ImageCast. It's the ImageCast X ballot marking device.
And is that the election server, or is it something else?
That's a ballot marking device. It's for accessibility for those with disabilities. And what you do is you mark your ballot on the screen, and then it prints a ballot, which I might add, and I will state this because I know the VVSG requirements. Title 3, Section 301, Paragraph A, the voter will verify in secret and confidential or something like that. Their ballot is correct before they cast it. There is no human being that can read a barcode or a QR code and verify their vote. I dealt with a hearing in Pennsylvania where the printed text at the bottom, which is not evaluated by the system, was different than the barcodes. These were ES&S systems, and people complained, and they allowed it on a clerical error. The clerical error that the court dismissed everything on there is a technical flaw in the system that should be that. And to my professional opinion, based on what HAVA requirements are, that these systems, whether ES&S or that, if they use a barcode or a QR code, they're in violation of the HAVA.
All right, sir. Now, I would like for you to turn to page 48 of Exhibit 21, the Haldeman report. And let me know when you're there. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
You see the indented line towards the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what database? Well, tell me what that is and what database is being queried.
I'll just object at this point. We don't have this in evidence, and so I think this is getting a little squirrely in terms of how we're handling the.
What's the ultimate point here? If it's not for the truth of the matter.
And this is in rebuttal of questioning on cross that the database with the encryption keys vulnerability existed only on the server, and this report demonstrates otherwise, and I'm calling it to his attention.
And Your Honor, I'll just say that wasn't the testimony. I believe the testimony was there's a SQLite database that's on the BMD versus the entire database.
But you were questioning his credibility on
Regardless,
that.
wouldn't that you're now doing exactly what you said you would be unable to do, which is to say that whoever wrote this report, you're now putting it in for the truth of what's in the report.
I'll ask him if he has independent knowledge. Do you have independent knowledge of whether the encryption keys are stored in plain text on the ballot marking device?
Yes, they're the secret private keys, and they're obviously this is the same exact query.
And how do you know that they're, apart from Haldeman's report, do you know that?
Because these Rondahl encryption keys are symmetric. There's two different types of encryption. There's symmetric and asymmetric. And
This
that's
guy's
the
a
reason
rock.
they're a private key, and they're supposed to be stored securely, not in plain text, is because if you get the key, you now risk exposure. They're a lot faster to authenticate, and they're used, but usually, and we'll talk server communications and authentication, you authenticate with asymmetric, right, public-private certs. That's quicker. You get the connection, then you exchange the private key. And these are considered private keys, and they're sitting on the tabulator. This ICX in this point
Do you know that apart from the Haldeman report?
is actually having an ICX image myself. No.
So how do you know that?
because the queries here and the way the components are built and designed, they have to. It's just a technological piece of it.
In order for the ballot marking devices to work as a part of the...
How would the tabulator decrypt the DVD configuration files and operate if it couldn't decrypt the encryption? It's basics.
In order to do that, it has to have the same encryption keys.
Yes, because of the way this is, yes.
And those encryption keys that were used to encrypt those files, that was done on a...
The same key and the same vector are on the tabulators, the other components.
You mentioned supply chain. Help the court to understand what the concept of supply chain vulnerability is.
Well, considering Lockheed Martin made me go through class on this, I'll try to keep it short for the court. But especially specifically in any major company where you're worried about, especially in the DoD environment, you're going to build a weapon system, an information system, whatever the case is, you want to know that from the concept of the products used to build your components is done in a secure manner. Because technology today, you can fit a microprocessor on the tip of your finger and barely it'll look like a speck of rice, even smaller. And these things are that. I know Northrop Grumman touts it on their website. And the thing with these type of things, it can be embedded. Years ago, there was a USB battery charger that they did not discover that China had malware on it until 10 years after the fact. It had already went off market before. So how many computer systems, how many people's systems were infected with that? And that's why you have to look at the products where they go from. It's called global supply chain. And you go through that management. And certain companies have the training, and it's so you ensure the products and the components that you use to assemble your system are secure.
And the election systems that are used in Georgia, do you know anything about their supply chain? You mentioned it in response to Mr. Tyson's questions. What can you tell us about that?
I cannot speak, I have not seen the 5.5A technical data package. I will tell you, I've seen several other technical data packages, and to that fact, some of these components that are in the newer versions are the same components that are in the older versions.
And you're talking about hardware components?
Yes, sir. And so because these tabulators are basically optical scanners with some other homegrown software thrown on them and other components, certain kind of little small printer to print reports and do the things it needs to do. You have to separate in the bins. You're supposed to separate stuff that goes into the adjudication database to a different one and all that. So there's a lot of mechanical points. They build these things. I will say some of them are built poorly because they're supposed to run off backup battery in case you use power. As they found out in Arizona, you've got to plug them in 20 minutes before you can even power them back on or they'll start charging. That's poor system design. And so anyway, these components have to be listed in the technical data package. What I can tell you, I personally verified, is that there are same email addresses for components that go from different countries, and then there's bogus ones, and it's laughable at what they consider supply chain management as far as voting systems.
We regress on those points. Just briefly, Your Honor, my best on this. I want to follow up on a few of Mr. McDougall's questions. First of all, as I understood your testimony, it's your belief that any ballot marking device system that's used for all voters that uses a barcode or a QR code either is or should be illegal. Is that right?
Yes.
And so there's no configuration of Georgia's Dominion system if it prints a QR code that you would consider to be compliant with existing law and structures involving voting systems.
See, I warned you about this. He's going to try and portray it as there's nothing that this guy will ever be happy with. So why try to do anything?
Right.
As far as with the voter being able to independently verify.
Mr. McDougall asked you about applying system updates. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Dr. Halderman covered system vulnerabilities in his report in the Curling trial, right? System update vulnerabilities?
Yes.
And he also covered privilege escalation as part of his report?
Yes.
And he also covered root access in his report?
Yes.
He also covered nation-state threats faced by the United States and states?
Yes. As far as ease, I believe, is the way we reference it. As far as ease of access, getting into the systems.
Mr. McDougall asked you about internet connectivity. You mentioned you put some files onto Dominion systems. Did I get that right?
Yes.
And you did that in your lab environment at the voting system test lab, right?
Yes.
Mr. McDougall asked you about the air gap and moving election results from the EMS over to the election night reporting computer for each county. You have not reviewed the training that is provided to county election officials about how to do those uploads, right?
Specifically to Georgia? No.
You also mentioned Dominion remotely connecting to election systems, but you don't have any evidence that occurred in Georgia, correct?
There was one county. I've seen a lot of Dominion
It's a
emails.
Gwinnett.
I've had to translate Dominion emails from Serbian to English to verify the technical questions I was being asked about them, to verify that it was translated properly. So
it's your testimony that there is evidence of Dominion remotely accessing Georgia election equipment?
yes, on the one county. It was included with stuff that I was researching and reading through, considering Colorado. Michigan was also involved, and there were other ones.
And so I'm focused specifically on Georgia, and we're referencing the Gwinnett County 2020 incident. Is that what you're referring to?
I believe so. I have went through a lot of Dominion emails.
And ultimately, for all the different vulnerabilities we're talking about, someone has to gain access to the system in some way, right?
Yes, either locally or remotely.
And I believe earlier we covered that of all these different vulnerabilities, that every voting system has vulnerabilities, right?
It just takes forever sometimes.
Every system
It
has
does
vulnerabilities.
take
The
too long
thing
to
is,
hit the back
these
button
voting
and
systems,
try and get back into it again.
irrespective of the vendor, have a ton more. I don't take that saying your home PC is more secure lightly. I'm a professional with over 20 years experience in this field. I've worked in every federal agency there is. I've been consulted by private companies. I worked internationally for NATO, recovered NATO's infrastructure when it was being rebuilt and had an issue. So I do not state that lightly.
This is a recross, which is like blowing up in his face. You're basically letting him finish on a strong note here. The lawyer understands computers better than I do, but he's literally just keeps it's like he keeps firing off his gun, and it's aimed at his own toes. This is just not good lawyering. It's a guy who's insightful about computers and not good lawyering.
These systems are horrible.
And you'd agree that ultimately each state has to decide which vulnerabilities it wants to encounter when it's choosing an election system, right?
That's basic risk management, and that resides even outside of technology areas. There's all kind of risk assessment and analysis, and there's risk. Even with anybody that deals with a contract knows this.
But ultimately, it's up to the state to make that selection of that voting system, right?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McDougal, can this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, sir. Please sit down. All right, you may call your next witness.
I call Ben Cotton to the stand.
Ben Cotton. Finally, Ben Cotton's coming up. I'm saying that facetiously. I have no idea who he is.
That's why I should get appointed.
I do like the name.
Please state, swear, place, and last name for the board.
I think he's another potential expert witness.
My name is Benjamin, Benjamin Cotton, Cotton.
All right, Mr. Cotton. Where do you live?
I live in Big Fork, Montana.
How are you employed?
Well, until this last Friday, I was the Vice President for Incident Response for East Entire USA. I retired from that position. As you may be aware, incident response is a 24/7, 365 commitment, and my wife was diagnosed with a medical condition that requires someone to care for her.
So you mentioned incident response. What does that mean?
Incident response is the industry term for responding to a crisis in which a hacker has penetrated a network and is exploiting that network, whether it be for personal gain, monetary gain, or just kicks and giggles.
And so that's IRT. Is there something called HIRT?
The HIRT program, HIRT, stands for Hunting and Incident Response Team, and that is a subdivision of the CISA, DHS CISA agency, and I have supported that as an active member.
And so the hunting part is what?
The hunting is actually finding out who did the penetrations, looking for these breaches, and then trying to perform attribution to those intrusions.
Prior to your last employment, I can't remember the name or pronounce it correctly. What did you do?
So I basically got into computer forensics through the military. I'm a 21-year veteran of the military, of the Army. 19 years of that was spent within the Army Special Operations Command. The last 6 years of that was spent in support of a special mission unit as a fully qualified operator. As part of that military service, I got involved in what myself and two other people for that special mission unit termed digital media exploitation. And that is essentially exploiting devices that we found on the battlefield and turning that into actionable intelligence to feed the operations and intel cycle. Operations and intelligence cycle. In 2003, I retired.
From the military?
From the military. And I became a civilian contractor for the Drug Enforcement Agency as a senior forensic examiner in the digital forensics lab in Lorton, Virginia for the DEA. I subsequently moved or was asked to join an effort that performed the deep dive computer forensics for the high value terrorist target disk drives that were seized overseas as part of.
I predict he gets qualified as an expert.
Of the CIA.
Was that for in connection with the Gulf War, or was it generally post 9/11 work?
That was post 9/11 work, basically from the beginning of 2004 through 2007. I was part of the team that did all those deep forensics examinations.
So after you, so then what? Take me up to
eCentire.
eCentire, thank you.
So eCentire, that's E, capital S, E-N-T-I-R-E.
Take me up to them.
So I created a company called Cyber Technology Services. We did business as SciTech Services. We supported the intelligence community, other government agencies, both from analytic and digital forensic support through that time period. Additionally, when I retired from the military, I was hired by Guidance Software. They were subsequently acquired by OpenText. That's one word, O-P-E-N-T-E-X-T. And I was an instructor for the Encase forensic software. So I taught other experts how to use the Encase software.
And what is the Encase software?
The Encase software is a GUI-based analytical platform that will perform forensics imaging, and it will also conduct detailed analysis and allow the examiner to conduct detailed analysis of forensics images of digital media that is pertinent to law enforcement, intelligence, or whatever the issue may be.
That's a standard tool in the business?
It is.
All right, sir. So in this company called SciTech?
That's correct.
And did you remain at SciTech all the way till?
eCentire?
eCentire.
No, I did not. So as part of the SciTech experience, we actually created our own digital forensic software designed for very large enterprises. And essentially, if you're familiar with computer forensics, then you've ran into a one examiner, one computer dynamic where it's very difficult to analyze and triage tens or hundreds of thousands of computers at once. Our software was created so that we could perform forensics analysis across hundreds of thousands of computers simultaneously and return results in the same amount of time as it would take to examine one computer. That software we spun out into its own company in 2018 called Cypher. That's C-Y-F-I-R.
And what was your role in the development of the Cypher software?
It was my brainchild. And I also assisted in the development, the testing, and the full spectrum as CEO of that company.
I remember the bad people.
He's good.
And then from Cypher to
He's got everything done.
eCentire.
So
Okay,
eCentire
let's
actually
set him
purchased
up,
Cypher in 2021,
Gina, an email.
and they insisted that I come along.
He doesn't have the resume.
All right, sir.
Thank you, resume, sir.
No.
Any
Just
notable
for-
achievements in the attribution
For,
of significant
Bolton.
cyber penetrations or hacks?
Yeah.
Yes, so
I already told him
as
he
part of a
won't be able to
demonstration
start
to the
before
Office of
October
Personnel
14th.
Management in,
That's how.
I believe that was April of 2015,
No. So it'll be
we
after that.
we discovered
Your
the
physical,
Chinese
your drug
breach
test will
of
probably be before
OPM,
that,
which resulted in the
but
largest
I know for
breach
sure
So I'll
you-
just
in the history of
nominate
U.S.
After
government,
this group.
and that was attributed back to the Chinese.
So,
And how long had that gone undetected, if you know?
Almost 3 years.
Yeah,
So
we
that
got,
way
we got the
we'll
email
be-
up right now.
or is
So
that-
he's good.
Do you hold any security clearances?
I don't know what this
I do.
means.
I hold a top secret government security clearance.
Have you ever had higher levels?
Oh, I set that on your desk.
As needed per specific programs, I
Yeah,
have been
she
involved in multiple secret compartmentalized information or SCI programs. All right, sir. Any
She's a good one.
Yeah, I know
prizes
that.
or awards in your field?
A couple that I thought were good ones that they.
No, they want to hire her in, but she needs to get all those hours in.
I don't remember the exact ones. We had multiple, best technology, leading technology, that type of thing, from different magazines and industry groups.
All right, I believe you've got a binder on the table there with you.
Yes.
If you would please turn to tab number 22.
Okay, I know, you can drive over there, I know that.
I work for. I would get one of the little
Easy passes?
easy passes.
Yeah. Can you,
I had to get
see a
one.
document there marked exhibit number 22?
I was driving.
First page, lower right corner.
Yes, I see it.
I was working for George Balance Dillon person all over Ohio and all over Michigan.
Okay. Oh, okay.
They had the
All right.
easy passes for us because we was driving these vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
Is, can you tell the court what that is?
This is
It's a lot easier, man. You get through that toll a lot faster.
CD.
Yes.
All right, sir.
Did you do machines of it, did you? You did,
I'll tender exhibit
If
22
something
into
comes
evidence, Your
up
Honor.
and.
No objection. Applicant 22 is admitted without objection.
Where is it, in Weston?
Weston, yeah,
You know-
ain't too far either. I don't
No,
know.
that's not too far, that's like closer, I
That's
think.
close to the cookie. pretty much.
We talked about your background,
Is it?
training, experience. Anything else on the CV?
Yeah, I think it is.
Think is worth pointing out to the court?
I know sometimes they.
Well, I do have a master's degree in,
Like a food place, like a.
master's degree in
Just like a
information
zero,
systems
they-
management, and I hold a CISSP certification as well.
All right, any other certifications?
I am certified in engineer with
I'm trying to go
psychotechnology.
20 or higher.
And do the certifications that you hold require ongoing
All right, so
training
we'll
or
do that, we'll let
updating
you
or
know
continuing
when,
education?
they
Yes.
schedule
And you
your
complete those every year?
Yes.
physical, and then,
You qualify him now?
Are you familiar with the election systems used in Georgia?
I am.
How are you familiar with it?
I was first asked to become familiar with them as a retained expert by Stephanie Lambert for her client, Misty Hampton in Coffee County.
And
Which shift was his preference?
what version of Dominion software is used in Georgia?
Dominion Democracy Suite version 5.5 alpha.
I'm going to be speeding up now just through the period of his being qualified as an expert, because this is not stuff that's really going to be helpful.
Hey. In the course of your work and training and experience, have you had occasion to become familiar with something called FIPS 140-2?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with that?
Well, FIPS 140-2 is required anytime a technology that's going to be utilized by the federal government and contains security encryption functionality. It has to be FIPS compliant. And so our Cypher software, I became very familiar with FIPS in the development of that software and our algorithms.
And so how would you characterize your level of familiarity with FIPS 140-2?
what about second shift?
I would say that it is
Maybe
more
a
advanced
little
than
bit
the
more
average
because I go out to
security
do
guy.
that too.
I'm
So
not
he could
a
be second or
FIPS
third.
certification.
I think when you
expert, aware
nominate,
of
you
the
don't have to
criteria.
Right, if
nominate.
you would please turn to tab
No, they're
20
not
Sure.
shift. They
Yeah.
just
and
have-
The
they
company.
whether you recognize
But you
job.
said
the document mark exhibit number 20.
whatever, Be like he's available for either second or third.
Yes.
And what is
That is
Maybe
the
you could get
FIPS
him in on the 14th because
Hub
the other two are
140-2.
first.
Hub?
Yeah, right at the very top.
Not
FIPS
like
Hub.
a
It's
English or
published.
Irish Hub, right?
Starting
It's
on
a
the 14th,
publication.
Okay.
Publication.
they
And it's put
are
out by
for third shift.
By NIST.
who they?
They are the National Institute for Science and Technology, I believe is what that stands for.
Standards and Technology.
Standards and Technology. Yeah.
And got you guys on acronyms today.
There you go.
Given your work in cybersecurity, are you familiar with something called encryption keys?
Yes, I am.
What are they?
Encryption keys are utilized from two aspects. One is to authenticate accesses to ensure that when a system or a user is actually accessing a system, that they are supposed to access it. And it's also used to encrypt and decrypt information and protect that data from unauthorized disclosure.
Now, are you familiar with the industry standard protocols or practices for the storage and management of encryption keys?
I'm familiar with the requirements, yes.
Sir. And are you also familiar with the U.S. Election Assistance Commission certification requirements as they relate to encryption keys?
I have reviewed them. I don't know that I would class myself as an expert, but I am familiar with them.
All right. And does FIPS 140-2 address the topic of encryption keys?
Yes, it does.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
Have you had occasion to examine the election? You've answered this in part already, but have you had occasion to examine election databases in any Georgia counties that were used in the 2020 election?
Yes, I have.
Can you identify the counties that you've examined?
Yes. So Bibbs, Telfar, Appling, Jones, and Coffee.
Right, sir. Have you examined those databases with respect to the storage and management therein of encryption keys?
I have.
Have you examined or analyzed what could be done by a bad actor who had possession of the encryption keys for the election systems used in Georgia?
I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
I was first qualified as an expert in federal court in 2007, and between depositions and actual court appearances, at least 4 or 5 expert engagements per year after that.
Okay, since 2007?
Correct.
4 or 5 a year?
Yes.
Right. Have you ever been excluded as an expert due to lack of training, skill, qualifications, or expertise?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding any aspect of the Georgia election systems or Dominion election systems?
Yes, I have.
And where have you done that?
Specifically in Arizona. I also have provided declarations in Michigan on 3 separate occasions.
Who?
I have provided declarations in support of Supreme Court appeals, reference Arizona.
Well, no, it's.
And what aspects did your testimony cover?
Yeah.
In those
yeah.
instances?
Cybersecurity, basics, the state of the systems, state of the database.
Thursday and Friday.
And the vulnerability aspects of the systems.
Have you ever testified regarding the encryption keys and how they're stored and managed in these systems?
By declaration and affidavit, yes.
And when was the first such declaration?
Well, the first time I was aware of these encryption keys issues was in March of 2021 as part of the Antrim lawsuit. I provided input to the declarations and affidavits at that time, and I also have provided declarations concerning these databases more recently in the Arizona case.
In March of this year?
In March of this year.
And do you recall the first time you ever connected encryption keys to certification standards, if you ever did?
The first time I really was asked about that was in conjunction with this case, and that would have been about a month and a half ago.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I tender Mr. Cotton as an expert on cybersecurity in general, encryption keys and how they should be stored and managed, and how they are actually stored and managed in the election systems used in Georgia.
Justin? What are your Honor? Good afternoon, Mr. Cotton. My name is Brian Tyson. I represent the Secretary in this case. I wanted to ask, I believe Mr. McDougall asked you about your testimony on the Georgia system, and you mentioned an Arizona case. Did you talk about the Georgia system in any of your testimony in the other states that you mentioned?
As part of my declarations, I have included the Georgia analysis in the analyzed systems from a holistic perspective.
But you had not offered opinions specific as to Georgia's election system in Arizona or Michigan or other states, right?
Only to the state of the correlation of widespread vulnerabilities across the Dominion systems.
Not yet.
And your first work in
That's what this
cybersecurity
cross
related
is
to voting
for.
machines happened after the
This is
2020
voir
election,
dire.
right?
That's correct.
And for your testimony today, you're relying on your review of the Coffee County EMS. Is that in part of your reliance?
In part, yes.
And you're also relying on the databases from the 4 counties that you referenced?
Correct.
Have you reviewed any EMS files from any other Georgia county besides Coffee County?
Are you talking a forensics image of those devices, or are you talking just the databases?
A forensic image of those devices.
Only Coffee County.
Do you have access to any other counties, a forensic image of any other counties EMS in Georgia besides Coffee?
I do not. However, I would offer my services should the Secretary of State make those available.
For the love of God, please use me to help fix your
Now, in part
crap.
of forming your opinions in this case, you relied on Dr. Holderman's report in the Curling case, right?
I reviewed his report. What I'm relying on is my own analysis and findings within the scope of this case.
So fair to say you reviewed his report as part of your process, but you did your own analysis of the systems. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Now, you don't have any specialized knowledge regarding election administration, correct?
Only what I've gained as a experience since 2020 as part of these legal proceedings.
And you don't have any special training or knowledge about Georgia's system apart from what you've looked at with the Coffee County system and these 4 databases. Is that right?
Well, unfortunately, the ability to analyze those systems is strictly controlled, and some might say hidden, by the restrictions put in place in Georgia.
So that would be a yes to my question then. You're relying on what you've looked at, those 5 items?
I am relying on what I have looked at as the basis of my examination.
So we've basically kept you from being able to learn how to actually to uncover all the corruption that we're hiding so well.
And are you being paid for your work in this case?
I am.
And what is your hourly rate?
$350 an hour.
And when were you first hired to work on this case?
I was first engaged for this matter probably the end of July. I was asked to take a look at it.
So, Your Honor, we would don't have a dispute of Mr. Cotton testifying about cybersecurity generally. Don't think he has a sufficient basis for specialized knowledge about the Georgia election system itself to testify as to the Georgia specific components of the Dominion system. So we'd object on that basis.
The system including all aspects of it, not necessarily like to include the encryption keys that are the heart of the issue?
Yes, Your Honor, to include the encryption key. I think he can speak to encryption key storage and management generally, but the scope, as I understood it, was specific to the Georgia election system, and we would object to that.
All right, but it's fair to say he's saying he's just making extrapolations based on what he learned through Coffee County. Is that
correct? I think that's right. Yes.
All right, I'll note the objection. That's reserved for the record. But I'll overrule it. Mr. Cotton can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. On that point, did you examine the backup election databases from Appling, Bibb, Jones, and Telfair?
I did.
And so your opinion is based not just on your examination of the Coffee County forensic image, but also the files.
And just to clarify, now that he's been qualified, what that means is he can give his opinion as opposed to a normal witness can only testify about that which they've seen. He's able to actually speculate and give his opinion about things and talk about things that he's never seen based on the areas that he's been qualified as an expert.
The backup election databases in the other 4 counties?
Correct.
So you've examined 5 Georgia counties?
Yes.
And have you examined any other Dominion systems anywhere else other than Georgia?
Yes.
And you examined the databases in those systems as well?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Are encryption keys any part of the Dominion system used here in Georgia?
Yes, they are.
How are they used in the system here?
So they are used to authenticate systems, establish trust between one system and another, authenticate the user activities on a trusted system. They are also used to protect the data. So, for example, in a tabulator, when you scan the ballots, you are generating images of those ballots, and you are also generating a results file, .dvd, and you're generating a cast vote record as part of that. So those keys are utilized to, one, encrypt the DVD files, and any encrypted file that system utilizes, those specific encryption keys are used to encrypt that data. It's also used to facilitate the transmission or transport of that data, whether that be over a network or whether that be via a USB or SD card. Those encryption keys are critical to ensuring the integrity and the assurance of the voting process.
In light of how they are used, are they important to the security of the system?
They're vital. It might be noted that if one takes the time to examine the certification documents that are present on the public website at the EAC, there's actually a matrix there of risk mitigation strategies from different threats. And encryption of data and the securing of transmissions is used in almost every single one of those mitigation efforts. That shows you how important it is for those keys to the system.
If a bad actor with some skill has access to the system and can they get access to the encryption keys?
Yes.
And if they do that, if they're able to do that, how would you characterize the overall security of that system?
Well, in context of the voting system, they could completely manipulate and control both the reporting and the artifacts that are contained for some of the levels of the audits that are conducted by different states.
And how is it that access to the encryption keys would enable them to do something like that?
So, simple scenario. Let's say, for example, that the encryption keys or the voting results on the SD cards from the tabulators are being transported from the precinct to the location of the EMS. If an insider or an unauthorized person could gain access to that SD card and had access to the encryption keys, they could decrypt the results, change the results, modify the ballot images on that SD card to conform with those changed results, re-encrypt it, re-SHA hash it, and submit that to the EMS, and the EMS would know the difference. That's one scenario. Second scenario, if you're actually transmitting data via a network interface, they could do the same thing in what's known as a man-in-the-middle attack, leveraging the 509 keys and those encryption keys in combination.
To do effectively the same thing that you just described with the cards. In light of their importance to system security, how should encryption keys be stored or managed?
It actually sounds like it would take 90 seconds.
They should certainly be protected like the family jewels. they are a critical component of the
It actually sounds like the sort of thing you can do faster than you can actually say you did it.
integrity and the surety of that election and the functioning of that system.
And is that topic covered in FIPS 140-2?
It is. It's key management principles.
And in a nutshell, can you describe for the court what FIPS 140-2 requires?
You just
with
need a
respect to the
program.
Storage and management of encryption keys.
You don't do it
If
by
they're
hand.
contained
one by
outside
one.
of the actual encryption module themselves, then they must also be protected and encrypted.
All right. With respect to Appling, Bibb, Coffee, Jones, and Telfair, can you describe what you examined?
Yes. So I was directed to a website, zebraduck.org, I believe is the name of that. Zebra, ZEBRADUCK.
And I have a witness to explain that name.
I will have to rely on other outside experts to explain the name. I was directed to this website, and it contained the responses from public records requests throughout the state of Georgia. Those 4 counties were part of those postings on that website. They were posted there in the form of a zip file, a 7-zip file. So it has a .7z extension on it. I downloaded those files and extracted them. First thing I did was I looked for a verification hash for the databases. When I did not initially see that on the first download, we queried back to the organization that posted them, and they provided us another link to a site that they had the original files that were placed up there, and those did have the 7-zip file of the whole package and an accompanying SHA value for those files. So I downloaded those as well.
All right. And did you do anything to determine if the files you examined were authentic?
Yes, I did.
Did that vary by county?
The procedure was the same. Obviously, the files that I checked were different. One has a name X in this one. However, the first thing that I did was I created my own SHA value for the 7-zip file that was related to each county. I then compared that SHA value to the SHA value that was posted by the Dominion system in conjunction with the production of this package.
Barely an inconvenience.
So on 3 of the counties, they matched perfectly. On one of the counties, which was Jones, there was a mismatch. And so I further examined that particular mismatch and determined that at some point, someone had mistakenly added that SHA value to the 7-zip package for the encryption, and that had changed the value. I further dug into that particular package specific to the database file and the project package .xml file, and determined that the dates and times of that file matched what was produced with the Dominion voting software.
Based on your examination, as you have just described it, with respect to the backup databases in the 4 counties, do you have an opinion, a professional opinion, as an expert as to whether the files you examined are authentic?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now, are you familiar with how the Dominion system works?
Basically, yes.
And how are you familiar with it to that extent?
I've been examining these systems since 2021. I've actually created virtual machines of the forensics imaging that we have taken, and I have operated the systems in a virtual isolated environment.
All right, sir. Now, can you characterize the fidelity of the backups to the operational databases on the machines?
Well, I can tell you that I have the unique opportunity to have a forensics image of Coffee County with that database in its operational state. And so I did examine the Coffee County database. I compared the artifacts of that database to the backup databases we received, and they are fundamentally the same construct, and they would represent the operational databases of those counties.
And does that provide a reliable basis for the opinions you have given based on your analysis of those databases and the encryption keys that are in them?
Absolutely. If it exists in that backup database at that point in time where they made that backup, all the data in that backup existed in the operational database.
Now, you've mentioned Coffee County a couple of times, and you've made reference to a forensic image. Would you please describe to the court how you came into possession of that forensic image?
So by direction of my attorney, I was given access to a download site from a firm called Sullivan Strickler. And Sullivan Strickler had been engaged by Coffee County or some person to perform a forensics preservation of the Coffee County EMS, ICC, a Dominion supplied laptop, and some poll pads.
Okay. And how, when you went on there and retrieved it, what did you retrieve?
So when I downloaded those files from the secure website, first thing I did was verify the images. And in this particular case, all of these images were in an EnCase image format, which I know well. It's a forensically preserved, a bit-for-bit copy of that device that was the target of that imaging operation. It is a self-verification mechanism as well. So when you verify a forensics image in EnCase, it will tell you if any bit of that data is changed or if it's deviated from the original hash value at the time of the imaging of that device.
And what did that software report to you about the Coffee County image that you examined?
They verified.
And in your field of work, cyber forensics,
the objective of this hearing is to force them
EnCase
to act.
image through the method you've described considered to be self-authenticating.
Yes, not only self-authenticating, but it's the industry standard for admission into court.
And so in your expert opinion, both Coffee County files you examined and the files from the other 4 counties are in fact authentic digital records of the systems in those counties?
Yes.
I will, at this point, Your Honor, I renew my tender on the 4 counties, the flash drives. I don't have a flash drive or EnCase image or anything like that for Coffee, but I would intend to ask him questions about Coffee, subject to the ruling of the court.
And I think I've already kind of conditionally admitted them.
Right.
So if there's any update from Mr. Tyson, I think we proceed along those lines.
Your Honor, I think just waiting for a copy, but we don't have any objection to them.
All right, so if they're admitted, if they're authenticated, then we can dispense with my authentication witnesses, several of whom are outside. And we can release them from sequestration.
All right.
You can let them know they can come back. They can come on in.
Oh, good. We just saved like
thank you, Your Honor.
probably like an hour of testimony. A very boring testimony. Authentication is basically verifying that everything is what it purports to be. So
What, if anything, did you do
it's a
to check on the
necessary evil
encryption
of
keys in the
litigation.
election databases that you looked at in these 5 counties?
So the first thing I did was to verify their existence. I knew which tables they would reside in. I navigated to that location of those tables and verified that those encryption keys were there. And I did that in each of the 5 counties.
And is it your opinion that the encryption keys that you found in the backup databases in the 4 counties are the same, in the same state or condition in terms of storage as they are in the operational databases for those counties?
Yes, the reason that you make a backup is so that you can immediately restore that backup copy to an operational state in the event that something goes bad with the EMS server during an election. So by definition, those encryption keys would have had to been the same as the encryption key state in the operational database.
And so when you looked at these 5 databases, what did you find in terms of how the encryption keys were stored?
In all 5 databases, the encryption keys were stored in unencrypted text, open text.
Was there any control on access to the encryption keys?
Not really. And the reason I say not really is because in the Coffee County EMS and in all other Dominion systems which I have examined, they are utilizing a user authentication to the database. So that means that if you are at the keyboard of the computer, then you have access, full access to that database. So the vulnerabilities for a Windows system are well known. The antivirus had not been updated since the Coffee County Dominion suite had been installed in September of 2019. There's roughly 1 million new exploits released every day. And so when you do the math, you're talking about millions of additional vulnerabilities that that system would not have detected. There were no system patches applied. Once again, hundreds of
No
vulnerabilities
patches
that were admitted by the operating system owner, Microsoft. They release a patch every Thursday. So the fact that that hadn't been updated after the installation of Dominion software,
it's pathetic.
is
pathetic.
It's just
Say
basically an open
pathetic.
state. We've heard other experts say that it's just wide open, and it really is wide open.
Does what you have described with respect to the storage and management of encryption keys on the election system in Georgia comply with FIPS 140-2 as a technical matter?
No.
Is that a close call?
No.
You may not know the answer, but does it comply with the voluntary voting systems guidelines
And I'll
as
just
a
object.
technical matter?
I'm just objecting in terms of lack of foundation. I don't think we've talked about VVSG with this.
Well, you're right.
At all.
I'll take it back if I can. Are you familiar with the voluntary voting systems guidelines provisions on security, cybersecurity?
I've reviewed them, yes.
Do you know enough about that to say whether the management and storage of the encryption keys on the election systems in Georgia complies with the voluntary voting system guidelines?
I would say they do not.
All right, sir. Have you examined any Dominion election systems in other jurisdictions outside of the state of Georgia?
I have.
What jurisdictions?
Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Colorado.
And on those systems, did you check on how the encryption keys were stored?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found they're stored in the same state, which is plain text.
Unencrypted.
Unencrypted. And I might add that with those different analysis, it's not only that they're in the same storage state, but Georgia uses Democracy Suite 5.5 Alpha. Arizona used Democracy Suite 5.5 Bravo, and Colorado used Democracy Suite 5.10.
And so that's those are subsequent updates of this.
That's correct.
But they all had the same characteristic.
Yes.
As a matter of cyber security, how would you characterize that situation?
Well, it depends on how I'm looking at it. If I'm looking at it from a hacker's point of view, hallelujah. If I'm looking at it from a cybersecurity perspective, I can't believe that anybody would ever do this.
Son.
If you're talking about the criticality of the ensuring the integrity of the vote, which is the base for our democracy, then how could you ever leave?
I ran the entire county.
So I quite find it, frankly, appalling.
I like his calm, measured demeanor. And understand, we're watching this at 1.25 speed. It's even slower.
That
when we
Georgia's
catch up
election
in a few
system
minutes.
was the most secure in the world. What would be your opinion about that statement?
Your Honor, I'll just object here in terms of it's about the election system. He's not an expert on that. I don't think there's any basis for foundation for him to have known every election system in the world to respond.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Cotton, would you describe the Dominion system that you've examined in the 5 Georgia counties and in other jurisdictions around the country as the most secure computer election system in the world?
I would not.
What's your second place?
No.
All right. You had an opportunity sitting in the courtroom to observe the demonstration videos that Mr. Parikh played for the court. You recall that?
I do.
And can you give an opinion about the significance for cybersecurity purposes of what those demos show, and if you can do them one at a time or in the aggregate?
Swear
So
to you, like,
basically what it shows and
he was
demonstrates,
like a black
and by the way, I have
person, my
performed
friend.
independently each and every
Like,
one of those activities to ensure
like tall,
that
big
they are
chubby
accurate.
cheeks,
Um,
tattoos and everything. I was like,
So
yeah,
what I can tell you
version of my
is
brother.
that
So I like them a
those are
lot.
just
I was like,
three
hey, guys,
snippets
and I was like, you know,
of vulnerabilities and methodologies by which you can gain
and he
access
knew it, and
and
everything,
manipulate
so blah, blah,
this
blah,
system.
shit, years pass, and
But it does
it was
show
my
a general
top
lack
10.
of
Basic.
One
of security within the voting system,
And
specifically
Byron
within the
happened to be
database.
going
And that
to get
database is
into
critical
Farsight.
to
So they were
recording
sitting
and reporting
the
the
same
results of an election.
orientation room.
I also have the
And I was like, hey, Byron,
advantage
remember when
in this
I
particular
told
case
you
to have access
there's this guy
to the full forensic
that he looked
image of
just
the
like
Coffee
my
County
brother, but
EMS.
like a black version
And
of
so I
him.
took that one step
And I was
further.
like, yeah, I was like, he was in
I said, well,
orientation today.
are those
Like,
passwords present
don't tell me it
as
was
the
the guy that was
Windows
sitting there.
user authentication
And I was like,
passwords
yeah, that's my brother.
on any of these
Don't you
systems
guys
from
look like
Coffee
each other? He's
County?
like, yeah, we do.
And so I
Like,
analyzed
what dude,
all
this
of the
black
passwords
version of you. He
for the
said,
user
was he
accounts
sitting over
for the
here?
ICC,
And I was
the
like,
Dominion Supply
isn't that
laptop,
awesome
and
that they
the
both
EMS,
looked at each other
Recognize
and
that?
the
like, dude, that one looks
DVS Corp
Now, when you nominate somebody, where
08
does this go
exclamation
to?
point
I
was
don't
present as the
nominate
primary
Okay,
password
I'm not going to
for
do
all
it.
of the accounts
I
on the
just
Coffee
sent it
Because
County
I think
authentication
it
system.
looks like it sends an email to the
So
client.
now you
I
not
don't
only
wanna do
have
that.
No.
a vendor supplied password in the SQL database,
Because actually,
you've got a
I've
vendor
noticed
supplied
sometimes too, if
password
someone is
for
nominated,
the only
it's hard to assign them.
mediocre
No, I
protection
didn't
of the
nominate him.
database.
I will assign him once.
So
I'm not-
basically,
I'll just send you the info. That way I won't forget.
what is demonstrated here is a total lack
Yeah, but today,
of
I'm actually
cybersecurity
gonna
with
text
respect to
email her, be like,
the
hey,
Dominion
baby,
EMS and the voting system.
Oh, for
All right, so that was the password
today,
video, if I recall correctly.
That is correct.
Showed us DVS Corp 08 exclamation point. The second one, do you recall what the second one was about?
The second one was the tabulator passwords. And those were encrypted passwords that are contained within the election definition file and also the election database.
And the encryption keys were used to decrypt those passwords?
Yes.
Is that method of password management compliant with cybersecurity standards as you understand them?
No.
What is the significance from a cybersecurity password of having common usernames and passwords for all the users?
Well, there's a couple of very critical points here. One, you're using the same username for every single account on the tabulators, as well as on the Coffee County EMS. There is a standard list of generic usernames that are present on every single Dominion voting system that I have examined. Okay. If the passwords are all the same and the usernames are all the same, then there's no accountability as to who did what in the event that you do find something wrong. So you don't know who did it, right? Furthermore, over time, if someone, like in the case of an election worker, is a volunteer in one election, they would have that same username configuration piece specifically for the databases for the next 10 years until they change them. So, you know, that really broadens the extent to which someone can exploit these vulnerabilities, and there's no accountability for them.
Wow.
All right, sir.
He's killing them. He's burying them.
So if I understand you correctly, username and password in Colorado is the same as it is in Bibb County, Georgia?
For the specific usernames in the SQL database, yes. Okay, for those three specific usernames, it's DVS Corp 08 exclamation point. What I have found is that specific to the Windows login, you have the same list of usernames and then a shared password for all the different accesses to that Windows system. So what this means is that if you're trying to regulate what privileges a specific user has, so you want them here at the EMS user level, they can use the very same password to simply jump up to the EMS admin and have full control over that system.
And so we heard testimony from Mr. Parikh that the DVS Corp 08 exclamation point password has been present on the system, identified as a vulnerability since no later than 2010.
I would submit that given the nature and the syntax of the password, probably since 2008.
How would you characterize that as a cybersecurity matter?
Horrendous.
In your examination of any of these Dominion systems, have you seen any indication of non-election personnel remotely accessing a Dominion system?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I too have reviewed a series of emails produced by Dominion in which they're discussing remoting into Gwinnett County, Georgia. I have also reviewed depositions from Coffee County in which the election clerk specifically details how 2 Dominion employees fixed her voting system from the parking
Your Honor,
lot.
I'll just object here. I think we're in a triple hearsay at this point, at least.
Unless you've got an exception that comes to mind, Mr. McDougall, I think I would agree with that.
I don't think I can think of an exception, Your Honor.
Oh, no, be sustained. Next question.
All right, sir. Have you at any point had any discussions with anyone from the Secretary of State's office about the encryption keys issue?
I have.
Can you tell the court about that, please?
Well, in the Supreme Court affidavit, I had mentioned that I had analyzed a Bibb County database, and we immediately got a call from the Secretary of State's office and correspondence demanding to know how I got access to the Bibb County election system. My attorney that represented me at that, Mr. Kurt Olson, handled those communications primarily, but we did have a Zoom conference. I can't, off the top of my head, recall every person who was there as part of that conference, but they were all representatives of the Secretary of State's office.
And what was the topic of discussion in that call?
They had misread the declaration, and they had thought that I had access to the physical voting systems, that I had analyzed the physical voting systems, not just the database.
All right. And was there any discussion of the encryption keys or your findings and opinions on that topic?
With the call, no. However, the very fact that the only reason they were calling me was because I had called out the encryption keys in that declaration, they would have had knowledge of the issue.
Did they ask you any questions about the encryption keys vulnerability?
No.
Was there any discussion about what ought to be done to mitigate that risk?
No.
And when was that?
That would have been in the July timeframe, I believe.
All right.
What year on that?
24. Your Honor.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. It would have been 2 days after the submission of the of that document in support of the Supreme Court petition.
All right. And I'm going to ask you to turn to tab number 5.
Yes.
And that's a document marked as Exhibit 5. Have you ever seen that before?
Yes, I have.
Now, this is an email thread, and to be fair, you are not shown as being a sender or receiver. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so how is it that you're familiar with the document?
I was shown this by the attorney.
All right, sir. And does this refresh your recollection of when approximately your conversation with the Secretary of State's office occurred?
Yes, it says Sunday, August 25th.
Well, let's go back down a little bit.
And the thread looks like it originates March 28th.
All right, and it's fair to say, or did the Secretary of State's office ever follow up with you to talk about what your findings were?
No. Once we had sent them the data on where we had obtained the backup file, that was the last I heard from the Secretary of State.
Of course. They don't give a damn. They don't care. You don't care. Yeah.
Is compliance with FIPS 140-2 an ongoing obligation as you understand it?
Absolutely.
And I'll just object on the grounds that obligation to what and under what?
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. Is as a technical matter, cybersecurity technical matter, is compliance with FIPS 142, where it's applicable, an ongoing requirement that must be maintained?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it would be absolutely ludicrous to require something for certification and then say that as soon as you buy the system, you can do whatever you want with it. You can delete the encryption keys, you can do whatever you want with it. It's just, that's nonsensical.
I like how plainly this guy speaks. In a sense, it's like
Your Honor, I'm trying to skip things we've already been
truth.
covered with Mr. Parikh, so give me just a second. I'm almost done.
It just makes it like this is just an obvious, simple truth. It's not very complicated. As complicated as you would think it.
You heard Mr. Parikh's testimony on how X509 certificates are used.
That's correct.
Any disagreement with the
Yeah,
way
it looks
he
like
expressed
another
it?
one, bro.
I'd
And I
actually
saw
expand
Ryan
on
Hall,
it
y'all
just a little
saying
bit. Okay. So, the opportunity I've had to look at different systems across different states gives me a unique perspective of what that vulnerability could do. And so that 509 value is the same in every single Dominion system that I've looked at, regardless of version and regardless of jurisdiction. What that means is that if anyone with that certificate can get access to the same network address space, then they can remotely establish trust with that voting system, execute APIs or direct interaction with that system without really needing to know the user password for the Windows system. Okay, so I use the term address space because each of the Dominion EMS systems comes with pre-configured tunneling protocols and capabilities. What are those? So a tunneling capability, think of it as a VPN. If you've ever used a VPN to log into your office or somewhere else, you simply connect to a VPN, and then you have the same IP address or the same IP address space as the network that you've VPN'd into. So in the case of a typical home network, that'd be a 192.168.1.1. Oh, I'm sorry. A 192.168.1.x network or address space. And so you could join that network and be a member of that network through those tunneling protocols.
It's just not home. It's
That is very easy to do.
It's always about the tunnels,
We
Mr.
do know
E.
in many jurisdictions that the routers that are procured as part of the Dominion voting systems are what they call managed switches, which means that you can program access control lists, you can program routes, and you can establish tunnels to those routers. So, that is it's critical that with that 509 key, literally, if they have a tunnel, anyone anywhere in the world that has access to that address space could change the voting software. They could change the voting results. They could change any aspect of that voting system that they desired. If they did that, would it be detectable? Not given the current logging levels and the artifacts that they currently log. So the only way that you would detect that would be to analyze different machine address, they call them MAC addresses, okay? And those addresses can be spoofed, but generally they're not. But if you had a PCAP capture, which is basically as you transmit data over a network, those are in packets. And a PCAP is a packet capture. If you have recorded those packets as they transmitted the network, then you may be able to determine whether or not somebody had unauthorized remote access. But given the current state of every system that I've looked at,
no doubt,
simply do not record PCAP data, nor do they record the system process data that tells you exactly which processes were executed on the system. So the short answer is, at the current state, no, that would not be discoverable. Can Dominion remotely access these systems without detection? Based on the emails that I reviewed, yes.
I'll object on that basis because we're relying on hearsay for that. Those aren't before the court.
All right, if you want to expand on the basis for his opinion.
What's the basis for your statement? Dominion produced a number of emails in response to subpoenas. A number of those emails have been released publicly by a sheriff by the name of Dar Leaf, and contained within those
That's gonna be a
emails
hearsay problem.
are specific conversations about them remotely accessing voting systems
That's gonna be a
during the
hearsay
course
problem.
of an election. Well, apart from that, based on your understanding of the technical aspects of the systems, is that possible? To It is remotely possible. Remotely, okay.
If I was Depends. Oh, yeah, I would have objected to saying that's still hearsay.
We've heard reference to air gapping. How would you characterize the level of protection provided to the Georgia systems by the Georgia version of air gapping?
Well,
I'm not going to kid you.
air gap
I'm
is a
still
technique,
confused.
but it's an easily bypassed technique.
What is
for
air
protection.
gapping? You guys know?
The U.S. government has been bypassing air gap networks since the 70s. Okay. And the most common technique to bypass that is called island hopping. And basically, we know that the EMS servers typically have a wireless card installed on the motherboard. Even though they claim it's disabled, it's still there. If you bring in a hockey puck with an unencrypted signal, typically default on a Wi-Fi connect to these unprotected Wi-Fis. So all it would take is somebody with their cell phone in a hotspot mode, or bring in a little Verizon hockey puck, and you've once that EMS connects to it, or any of the other systems connects to that, you've bypassed the air gap network. It's very rudimentary. If you've got an actual active insider threat, it's child's play. If you have somebody who's inept and
But you don't know that anyone inside is corrupt. Maybe everyone's fine. You don't know that.
So
that's the question Lori's going to ask.
It is a technique for protecting, but it can't be the technique because it's so easily bypassed.
All right, sir. And so if we assume that this system is vulnerable because of the encryption keys and the passwords, and the X509 certificates, as we've discussed, are the physical security measures that are supplemental to electronic cybersecurity, are they sufficient to protect the system?
And I'll object, Your Honor, on the grounds I don't think there's foundation for Mr. Cotton's knowledge of the physical security measures that Mr. McDougal's question is referencing.
Well, as a general matter, as a cybersecurity professional, can you rely on physical security procedures in place of adequate protection of encryption keys and passwords?
Same objection. I believe we're talking about a specific set of physical security processes in Georgia that we haven't established he has knowledge of.
All right. So yeah, Mr. Dewey, if you can tie it a little more closer to Georgia practice and procedures, I'd also say I think we've already covered this ground fairly adequately. And so I'd be wanting to know what additional insight he might offer here.
So as a general matter, are you familiar with the concept of physical security in the cybersecurity world?
Yes, and in the course of my support to election litigation, I have visited various
that's right,
election offices, shall we speak, although I have not visited Coffee County. But it's important to remember that the people who run our elections are not cybersecurity experts like myself and Clay. In most cases, these EMS servers that I have viewed are simply running in the clerk's office. So while you may call it an air gap system, there's a question as to physical access on these systems. If they're simply exposed in a clerk's office and they're there 24/7.
As a cybersecurity professional, would you be willing to rely on physical security measures
That's a good way
as
to
the
frame it.
primary defense
That's a
of your
good way to
system,
frame it.
where it was as vulnerable as the Dominion system is, as we've discussed?
Your Honor, same objection in terms of Georgia
doesn't know
specific.
how
We're
vulnerable
assuming a
it
law
is.
without a foundation.
I'm asking him as a general matter.
All right. Well, I'll give you some leeway, Mr. McDougald. I think, again, we're getting a little astray of the core of your petition.
All right.
But we'll see where it goes.
Certainly physical security would be an aspect of it, but I would heavily focus on what happens when that first layer of defense breaks down. right? So if your defense on a system
Sweet.
is strictly one layer and that breaks down, then you really have no layers. We had a saying in the military that one is none, two is one. So in this particular case, if you're solely relying on physical security to ensure the protection of those encryption keys,
You have no
then
protection.
that's really not security at all.
So do you have familiarity with the physical security procedures in Georgia election processes?
I have been informed by the clerk from Coffee County what her procedures were. I am not familiar with the total statewide standard operating procedures.
All right, sir. Now, in the there was testimony earlier that there are lots of different vulnerabilities for the election system.
That's a vulnerability in his testimony.
Can you
we don't know there's
assign
a
a
problem,
rank to the encryption keys
which is where the
and
lawyer's going to
password
hit.
vulnerabilities and X509 vulnerabilities that we've been discussing relative to the other known vulnerabilities? Can you rank it?
In some ways, there are different classifications of vulnerability. So most of the vulnerabilities that we have talked about are really vulnerabilities to grant access to those systems that contain the unsecure keys. Okay? So the relationship between those two different categories is if you've got a vulnerability over here for access, then you've got the full vulnerability for the encryption keys in effect. I would say that if you're going to rank this, I agree with Mr. Fareek's assessment that the average home computer is better protected from a cybersecurity perspective than the EMSs that I have examined. And I'll take this kind of one step further. If I'm going to do an analogy between these vulnerabilities, you've taken a AES 256 encryption key, which is a very, very secure encryption technology, and you've neutered it. Okay, so if I put this into an analogy with banks, if you've got a bank vault, and that's the latest and greatest lock on that bank vault, and you tout that security on that bank vault, what they've done here is the equivalent of writing in big bold letters the combination on the wall next to the lock. Okay, so there really is no security if you can get access either remotely or physical access to those systems.
And as a incident response professional,
They wrote that in the petition.
would mitigating that be a high priority?
Absolutely.
What mitigation measures could be taken in the way of transparency to help mitigate this that wouldn't be overly burdensome to the counties or the state?
Your Honor, I'll just object here. I think overly burdensome to counties in the state assumes a level of knowledge this witness is not, there's no foundation for that. And I think this is very speculative, even for an expert on what he could offer.
All right, let me ask it this way.
I'll just say, I'll say sustain on those grounds. If
All right, sir.
Phrase.
Would it be difficult to order the election officials to produce system logs,
He's gonna
cast
renew
vote
his
records,
objection.
and ballot images shortly after the election?
No, it would not.
Would that affect the user experience at all?
No, it would not. And furthermore, I would say that if you're really going to protect and mitigate during the time frame while they're fixing the database encryption issues, you would also want to
This morning, the expert
enable,
witness hacked in.
PCAP captures of the network space so that you could definitively prove that nobody else remotely accessed those systems, and enable what's known as syslog logging of the actual processes and operating system to determine what programs and processes were ran during the course of that election. And both of those are very simple technologies and are not burdensome at all to implement. All right, thank you, sir.
Take a break.
Unless there's any immediate need for a quick break, I'd like to try and see if we can power through it.
Oh
All
my
right, Mr.
God.
Tyson.
We're powering through.
Don't expect to take as long with Mr. Cotton. Good to see you again, Mr. Cotton. Let me start with Coffee County, because you reviewed data from Coffee County, the forensic images you described, right?
Yes.
And were you aware of the data collection happening in Coffee County before it occurred?
No, I was not.
And do you recall when you first were hired to review Coffee County's EMS and equipment?
That would have been the end of May, first part of June of 21.
And I believe you indicated you worked with Stephanie Lambert. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that Misty Hampton, the then elections director in Coffee County, was a client of Miss Lambert's. Is that right?
Yes.
You referenced a firm called Sullivan Strickler that you used, that you utilized to download those images. Do you know who Sullivan Strickler's client was in the Coffee County collection?
I do not.
And you've been involved in imaging election equipment in states other than Georgia, right?
Sense to see.
And that includes
Going
voting
back
equipment
and
in
see
Michigan.
anybody, report to the office.
Was that also working with Miss Lambert?
And that was reading
Yes,
on
and
Michael
part of
Ramos,
that
what
was
he
also
said,
with
what he
Matt
said.
DePerno.
Gina read that text.
Matt DePerno, I believe it's spelled DEPERNO.
No, I'm not going to. I don't care.
You indicated you conducted a forensic
No, I'll let her, and I'll
examination of the
I'll
Coffee
explain it to
County,
her. Like,
images. What do you mean by that term?
Well, and then
So,
that's, the same person is.
Forensics means I
three different
applied
numbers for
standard
so it's like,
investigative practices that are technically accurate and repeatable. The term forensics means that you're gearing this towards admissibility into a legal environment. And so it must be able to be replicated and must be authenticated.
Oh, you mean to set up your password?
In your review of the Coffee County images, you
Well, I
didn't
just
find
sent
any
the things
malware,
right.
did you?
I mean, if you want to, you
I did
can
not
just go
find
in.
malware.
Did you find any evidence of manipulation of votes
have it
on those
email you.
systems?
To the extent that
Okay,
I've
type in your email.
looked at at this point, no.
I forget to do that sometimes.
And earlier, when you referenced you had spoken with the clerk in Coffee County, were you referring to Miss Hampton?
Email's not
Yes.
even in the system.
And so you've spoken with her about her work in the Coffee County Elections
I don't know why
Office?
I didn't get to you because
And you're aware that Miss Hampton and others were criminally indicted related to allowing access to the Coffee County equipment, right?
I read about that in the
What's
newspaper,
your last
yes.
four? Oh, wait.
And I believe you said you've never been to Coffee County. Is that right?
No.
It won't go by your last four then. What's your name?
Let me ask you about some of the analysis you performed. You described some different ways that people could access systems. And one of the things you described was a similar pattern, I believe, of vulnerabilities in Dominion equipment in states other than Georgia. Is that right?
Yes.
Which
And so,
email are you using?
so the way to think about this is it's not unique to Georgia to have these encryption keys stored the way they are. From your knowledge, every state that uses Dominion equipment has the exact same vulnerability, right?
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably why you didn't get it.
Yeah, it happens. Sorry.
And so when you said Georgia's system, in your view, is not safe and secure, you'd agree that that applied to other states using Dominion equipment as well, right?
I would.
Reset real quick.
In terms of access to a system, you described some ways where if somebody had access, they could
Then
undertake
once you get logged
various
in,
steps.
all those tests. pop up for
Do
you.
you know or have you reviewed in Georgia the rules surrounding the storage and maintenance of voting equipment?
I have not.
So you don't know exactly what someone would need to do to gain access to the Dominion equipment in Georgia, right?
Well, I mean, basic storage is basic storage, right? So if you have it secured, it's locked up somewhere in a closet. Somebody has a control key. However, Dominion systems have to be maintained. You can't let the batteries go down on the tabulators. You've got to keep them plugged in. You've got to keep them energized. So someone has to maintain them. So there is continual access during that time period in which they're stored. To the extent of who has access, I do not know. But from a basic principle perspective, if you secure something, people have access. They perform maintenance throughout the year.
You talked with Mr. McDougall about air gapping. You'd agree, though, air gapping is a security technique of some sort, right?
Yes.
And you discussed a scenario where someone could bring in a hockey puck to connect to Wi-Fi, various things like that. Has that ever occurred in any Georgia election, to your knowledge?
So here's what I will tell you is I have, as a course of my examination of Coffee County, that system was connected to the internet. Now, whether that was through a hockey puck or another routing mechanism, I simply haven't been able to determine what that is, but the artifacts on the system itself mean that it was connected to the internet.
And when you say connected to the internet, are you finding artifacts of network connectivity or specifically internet connectivity?
Internet connectivity, for example, I believe it's mail.live.com, where somebody checked their mail.
And was that on the EMS server or on another component?
That was on the EMS server.
And do you know if that connection of the EMS server to the internet would be a violation of any Georgia law or regulation?
I would assume that it would be, given what I know about the Georgia law.
You talked with Mr. McDougall about different risk mitigation strategies that are on the EAC website. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you'd agree that states may select different risk mitigation strategies based on things that are unique to those states, right?
Yes, however, at a certain point, there has to be a little bit of common sense involved in that risk analysis, right? So if you're saying that I'm going to assume a wide open barn door because I really like the looks of the lock when it's open, then obviously that's a failure of the analysis and the risk mitigation strategy.
Now, from your review, you'd agree that the encryption keys for each of the databases that you reviewed, while they're stored in plain text, were different for each county, right?
They were.
And as part of your analysis in this case, you've never reviewed the process Georgia uses to build election project files, right?
My understanding, that's controlled by the state. And that in itself may be a weakness from a security standpoint, because you have one office who is now constructing all of the project files, thus defining all of the passwords for every single county in Georgia. So there's a single point there where all of that information is in one point. So the fact that that is performed at state level in one location is actually a weakness rather than a strength.
Do you agree that it's better than having a vendor perform that function of building ballots?
I think that would depend probably on who at the state is doing it, and I don't know who's doing it. If you have the janitor doing it, then I wouldn't say that. But typically, I would agree with the statement that if you have competent people at the state level performing these functions that are government employees, then that gives a larger fiduciary responsibility and assurance to the process.
Yeah. And you haven't reviewed the process Georgia uses to deliver election project files from the state to counties, right?
No.
In response to some questions from Mr. McDougall, you propose some other changes you think need to be made to the Dominion system, PCAP captures, I believe, various things like that. Do you have any knowledge of whether making changes like that to the Dominion system would alter its current EAC certified status?
Well, the beauty of those changes would be, like for a PCAP capture, that would not involve the Dominion systems at all. That would simply be what's termed a tap off of the switch in a promiscuous mode, so that it would record all of that traffic. So there would be no impact to the certification status of Dominion at that particular point. The syslog enabling function is a setting in the registry. It would require a repository to be established external from the voting systems themselves, because you don't want to put the copies of the logs on the same place where you copied the logs from. That should not affect the certification status. But I find that argument a little bit interesting, because on one hand, you're saying you can't do a simple configuration change because it may affect the certification. But on the other hand, in my certification or in my analysis of the Coffee County voting system, there is a compiler on that system, and they have developed, modified, or created over 3,000 program executable files or device drivers on that system, and that did not affect the certification, apparently, of that system. So in my case, in my view of that, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? You either allow changes within certain constraints, or you don't. And in this case, changing a registry setting, making a configuration to take the logs off of those individual systems and centrally store those for future analysis is minor compared to creating program files, creating DLL files, which can actually change and modify the behavior of the system.
Boom.
So it's your belief that having those compilers is an additional vulnerability, but it's not something related to EAC certification. Is that right?
What he said.
So EAC certification
requires
requires
system
a
more.
static program listing as it relates to the voting system. Okay.
I'm
going to leave
eventually it should pop up with
legal opinions
like
to
a browser.
To the
But
attorneys in this
there's
room.
nothing you can do to change
But what
it.
I will tell you is it's once again nonsensical to certify a system,
Didn't do anything.
and actually the Secretary of State's
Yeah, there it
office
goes. Now hit
called for
the back
for
button.
essentially an audit after the 2020 election,
Bottom,
in which
top
they
left.
hired ProVNV to come in and certify that nothing
The browser.
changed on
Yeah,
those
like,
systems,
hit back.
and at the same time have program files and DLL files that were modified and created
And then just try to get back into it
related
again.
to
Shut up.
Dominion Democracy Vote software
Oh, yeah.
paths.
That network's been really slow.
Over 3,000 of them.
Okay, it's been acting weird. lately.
So, in my opinion, if you change or if you add a program file or a device driver that's related to the voting software,
It's going to have more of an
that should
impact.
decertify the system.
So to make sure I'm clear on my question then, you believe that the existence of compilers should result in a loss of EA certification, but to your knowledge, the Dominion 5.5A system remains EAC certified. Is that right?
So my opinion is that if you use those compilers to create new executable files or to create new or modify the device drivers of those program files, that should result in a decertification of the system. Okay. Now, the problem is nobody checks. Okay. I know that when ProVNV came into Georgia, they said no file had been changed, but they didn't check the entire directory paths of the Dominion voting system.
You gave an example of a bank vault and writing the combination and putting it on the door of the vaults. Do you recall that?
I do.
You'd agree that even if a bank undertook that, having locked doors on the outside of the building and having guards or staff present would at least provide an additional layer of security, right?
Well, it would provide an additional layer. Now, how effective that is obviously the question. And
Depends
if
who's doing the guarding.
I relate to an old show, and I'm dating myself here. If you've got somebody guarding it, his name's Barney Fife.
Barney Fife, I knew
and
it. I knew
he's got one bullet, and he's asleep in the car. Then that's really not protection, but it is a technique.
And you've obviously looked at some components of the Georgia election system. Do you have any evidence that anyone has ever manipulated votes in a Georgia election using any of the vulnerabilities that you've described in your testimony?
The challenge is you're not recording the right items or enough of the ones that you do record to make that determination.
So that would be you do not have evidence, correct?
Well, just as I would argue that you can't definitively prove that they didn't. There simply is no proof there because you don't have the necessary elements to analyze to determine whether or not prove or disprove that something happened.
So for whatever reason you don't have whatever tools you feel you need to have, it's still true that you don't have any evidence of the manipulation of votes cast in a Georgia election, right?
Based on the forensics evidence, if you have no evidence or no artifacts to look at, then you're right.
Mr. Cotton, do you believe that Georgians can never know for sure whether Joe Biden won the 2020 election in Georgia?
Objection, relevance.
You know, look,
He doesn't object, though, McDougald.
I served my country for 21 years.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
And
No, you don't.
I abide by
Look at this lace dam.
the law of the land. And he is our certified president. Okay. This is not about rehashing the 2020 election.
Nice.
This is about restoring the confidence and faith of all Americans in the foundation of our democracy, which is
Nice.
the voting process.
Nice.
And if we can't prove or demonstrate to them that this process is secure and that we can detect if there is something going on, then I think that what we saw subsequent to the 2020 election is going to continue forward in the next foreseeable future with whoever lost bringing these up as issues,
Republican or Democrat.
for the general public. And so I really look at this as more of a confidence issue and making sure that we as a collective government are doing the steps that we need to do to ensure the integrity of these elections.
Is it your testimony that if no
Great
changes
answer.
are made to the Dominion system from how it's currently configured, that Georgia voters cannot trust the results of the 2024 election that'll be happening in November here?
Yes.
Well, I'll go you one further. I mean, there's obviously going to be doubt. If no steps are taken to address the vulnerabilities and the integrity issues that are readily knowledgeable in the public, then there's going to be doubt. Okay? But I will go you one step further. In those emails that I have reviewed, the Dominion programmers themselves stated.
And I'll just object here to hearsay, Your Honor, for any further testimony on that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
There's something.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Cotton.
There's an
Thank you.
aura about him which
Read
has
us on
just
those points.
incredible credibility.
Just a couple, Your Honor. You mentioned the executable files.
Yeah.
Were those placed on the system, or were you able to tell whether those were placed on the system before or after certification?
They were placed on the system after EAC certification and after the installation and implementation of the Dominion software on the Coffee County EMS.
And does that raise any questions in your mind about whether the certification is still valid for that particular system?
Huge questions. Huge questions.
Now, you mentioned a compiler. What does a compiler do?
So, as experts, we are often accused of speaking very technically and
Yes.
above people's knowledge levels, right?
And you are guilty as charged.
I am guilty. So a compiler does the same thing for a computer. Okay? So a computer only understands one language, zeros and ones, bits and bytes. Okay? Now, as humans, we like to program in programming languages. Okay? And it can be C++, it can be Cobalt, it can be Fortran, it can be, Net++, tick, 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 tick. What a compiler does is takes that human written code and turns it, net plus plus, tick, 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 tick. What a compiler does is takes that human written code and turns it into machine executable language so that the machine knows how to interpret it and run appropriately.
Is that compiler a necessary component of the ordinary functioning of the election system?
Well, here's what I will say. If the Dominion software requires changes to a program for an election cycle, or requires the development of a new device driver, that clearly would be outside of what the scope of the certification examination was in the EAC. Now, whether it's required or not, that would be an EAC and a Dominion question, okay? Why do we have over 3,000 program files and device dynamic link libraries, which are device drivers, that were created or modified after you installed the software? Okay, and they all appeared to emanate from the Net++.
Yeah, what do they do?
MSBuild.exe compiler,
which was also installed after the original installation.
No, that was installed before. So what's changed? So it appears that the Net++ MSBuild.exe was installed as part, or that it was part of the golden image that was utilized to install the Dominion software when it was created, when they created the EMS. But what's different is that it was actually used, and it actually created over 3,000 executable files and .dll files after the fact.
That were not part of the system at certification.
Correct.
Can the compiler be used by a bad actor?
You have access to the machine, you have access to the compiler.
And what possibilities does that open up?
Well, I spoke a little bit about the OPM breach. In that particular case, the piece of malware was actually a dynamic link library file, a DLL file, that was masquerading as a McAfee antivirus driver. And that created the entire access to the system, the exfiltration path. It created the entire vulnerability for that system. So when you're talking about malware, you're talking about unauthorized access, unauthorized exfiltration, those types of things. The creation of specific DLL files or executable files is quite common, which is why they should not be there after the certification.
You don't have to fill out that part.
Okay.
Right, so that's what I.
Yeah, do the form, but the school thing will go on automatically for your address.
Okay, because you brought me back to the
Mr. Cotton, just so I think we're all clear on this point, but is your understanding that Dominion 5.5A is certified by the Election Assistance Commission, right?
I've seen the certification certificate.
So it is?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused, Mr. McDougal?
Yes, he may, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Any further witnesses or evidence, Mr. McDougal?
Subject to delivering the flash drives on the demos?
No.
No, and with that, I think I've tendered everything that we've identified and intended to put in, and they've been ruled on, so we would rest at this point, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, so finding that the applicant's case, Chief, is closed for now at this point, what I would say, Mr. Tyson, or how soon do you think you can get a copy of those flash drives to him, either remotely or physically?
Well, this evening electronically, tomorrow physically.
Okay. Do you have a preference? Do you need them both, or just is remotely fine for you?
Remotely is fine.
You can just let us know in the next day or two, Mr. Tyson, if you've got them, if you have any further concerns.
Unless Dominion hacks it.
And then, should Mr. Tyson, I think we're going to call that a day for now. And should we reconvene? Did the secretary anticipate presenting any evidence of their own or any witnesses?
Possibly, but before we do that, we'd like to both renew our motion to dismiss and
Right.
also make a motion for a directed verdict.
Right. And I'll get to that in just a second. I just kind of want to scope it out. If you say, just generally kind of what that would look like, if you have a proffer generally of what that testimony would be, and just to kind of complete the roadmap for today.
So, Your Honor, I think if we end up putting on evidence, it would be probably a single witness from the Secretary's office just to speak about some of the internal processes for just, I know we had some different answers in terms of ballot building, delivery of information to counties, those types of things. I believe the SEB rules can be decided as law. I don't need testimony on those. So I think that would be the substance of what we'd be looking for a witness from the Secretary's office. So not very long.
Sure. Is there anything as it relates to encryption keys or their current status that you think would come in through that witness?
Okay, we'll give you a pay card then. Well, the other one, what was the other one?
Okay. All right. Well, Ms. Young,
Insurance?
They don't seem very relevant then.
Yeah, you still fill that out. If you're not interested, just
is
opt
there
out.
anything that you think
It'll-
needs
it'll give you the
updating
option
in your
to opt out.
arguments, or
You
that
just
you
fill
want
out
to
the top
highlight
and then check opt
what
out.
you learned today?
We just need proof that
In
we
terms of
offered
a
it to
directed
you.
verdict, I'd kind of like to address why the evidence that you just heard is not sufficient to state a claim for mandamus. And I can do that this afternoon or.
I think we got a little time here, so.
Sure.
Do it. Give us your best, bitch.
I guess mainly what I was saying is obviously I'll incorporate all your arguments from the motion to dismiss. I'm more just curious what
there anything
you would
new?
have in addition to that. That's
We
more
heard
so what
your
I was trying to
arguments. Do you have anything new?
press on.
Well,
I just want to repeat myself.
so
please.
a couple of things to say if I can take the podium. I want to start from a big picture standpoint.
Do it now,
because,
boss lady.
We've heard a lot of testimony about the flaws that the petitioner's experts believe are in the system. And even if you take all of that as true, and even if you don't hear testimony that we might put on about the guardrails that are put around the system.
Your guardrails suck because
that
anyone can hack it,
keep
idiots.
Some of the parade of horribles ideas from happening. They look at 300 and they say, well, that can't mean what it seems, what they think it says.
What?
It can't simply be, go
the
buy a
statute,
system
300.
that's certified and certify the system, and you don't have to do anything else ever again. And they're kind of right and they're kind of wrong. That is what it says. But
nope,
it doesn't say that in a vacuum. And if you look at, there's a great law review article at 36 Georgia State University Law Review.
We'll circle next to the owl.
Page 86.
Log out.
I'm sorry, 81. 81. And it kind
She
of
needs
goes
anything
through the
else?
history of HB 316.
Yeah, just see if she needs anything.
Of which
Well-
21-300 was a part. And, the use of the BMDs at that time were very hotly debated. Sorry? BMDs. And while we didn't hear this exact argument about encryption keys, there were arguments made against the use of the system. And the law review article kind of goes through, the objections to that. And what came out of that was, okay, the majority wanted to have a BMD system, but they said, we're going to do certain things. You're going to buy a system that's certified. And then after that purchase, you're going to have risk limiting audits.
I'm going to pause for a second so you can appreciate the statute that they're about to be debating here, because this is in order for you to best understand what they're going to be debating. We should look at the statute, which is the basis of this application. It's 21-300. Is that the state shall furnish a uniform system of electronic ballot markers and ballot scanners for use in each county as soon as possible. Such equipment shall be certified by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission prior to purchase, lease, or acquisition. The question is, does that mean that Raffensperger has to make sure it's being maintained that way, or can he just buy a system that complies, stick his head up his own rectum, and then say, "Well, I did what I'm supposed to do"? That's what she's arguing. That's what she's about to argue, and what the petitioner has basically said is scanners for use means it's got to be something that is actually being executed that way, not that you just buy it and stick your head in the sand. That's what they're about to be arguing about right here and now. With that, I think we can better understand. It's just this paragraph right here, which is Georgia law 21-2-300. That's what she's basically going to say. She's going to be making the argument. This is the argument she made this morning, basically saying, no, that's, as frustrating as it might feel for you, that's the law. He's allowed to buy it and then basically pretend that everything is fine because he did everything he's supposed to do. In the context of everything we just heard about how unsecure everything is, it doesn't sound like it's an argument which feels very compelling. But if he wants to be a coward, and frankly, we have seen Scott McAfee shy away from pulling the trigger when need be, he could, in theory, hide behind this as being like, it's technically true, and I'm powerless to do anything about it. I can only do what the statute says. So that's what these arguments are going to be about now.
And logic and accuracy testing. So when you look at 300, it's a starter statute. It tells the secretary, go buy a system that's certified. Then you look at it and you certify it yourself. And then from there, other statutes kick in terms of who's going to do what. You've got, if you go through the entire election code, lots and lots of statutes that talk about what happens after that. You have statutes that tell the county superintendents that they need to make storage plans and they need to appoint a person that's going to be in charge of making sure the storage is safe. You've got this whole very detailed description of the counties doing logic and accuracy testing before elections, and then a process for risk limiting audits after the elections. From that point forward, most of the responsibilities are placed on the county. The SEB is told to go, promulgate rules for recounts, and they narrowed the threshold for the recount by 0.5% to make it a little easier for somebody to meet that recount threshold. And so when you look at HB 316 and our election code as a whole, it makes sense that the secretary's obligations under 21-300 did stop at that point because that's when other things kicked in. In terms of what we've heard today, we've heard a lot of things criticizing, whether or not this system should have been certified or should still be certified. The reality is it's certified. It's still certified. And under 21-300, what the secretary was to do was to purchase a certified system, which he did, and then certify the safety of that system, which he did. What should happen today could be a matter of debate. Should the EAC change its rules? Should they do something? Those are interesting points to debate, but that's not a proper case for mandamus.
This woman should go after
you also heard Mr. Cotton or Dr. Cotton, I can't remember, admit that the EAC certification is static. That was a very clear admission that, he acknowledged that certification is static. Now,
he's not
they
an expert
have
on the law.
raised,
He doesn't know.
lots of arguments
It's not even
about why maybe it shouldn't be or whatever, but EAC isn't here. They're not a party to the case. We've also heard about physical security not being enough. Well, the legislature thought that it was. And the people responsible for ensuring that, some of these things that we heard about, election workers not properly watching their spaces, those election superintendents aren't here either. And those are their duties under the code. So when you look at mandamus, nothing that we have heard here today points to a clear legal duty placed on the secretary that has been breached. In terms of laches, you heard testimony that people have been aware of this issue for quite some time, depending on which witness you're talking to, but even, the plaintiffs.
Isn't there really only one witness that matters, though, and that'd be
I'm sorry?
McCarthy? Wouldn't it really only be one witness that matters on that issue, though? And it's
True, but, and she testified that she's a cybersecurity expert, and that she read the Halderman report when it came out. And the standard for what puts you on notice of bringing a claim isn't having an aha moment. It's having knowledge that there's an issue and picking up your duty to investigate further.
She said lunches? Is that what she said? Lunches?
Factors of Laches, the ones that apply here are, okay, well, you start with how long is the delay. And then you look at what's the excuse for the delay. And, you heard these experts say they began working on declarations months ago without having a plaintiff, apparently. Apparently it was just a matter of time until they found one. But, between there not being a really good excuse for that delay, and then the final factor being, what's the prejudice? The prejudice is we're starting early voting in about 2 weeks. This is not the time to be reevaluating the state's entire system.
No, of course it is. Of course it is, you stupid
legislature
bitch.
had a very clear plan with HB 316, and they thought a lot about the steps in that plan. And the secretary did the things the legislature told him to do. The county elections workers picked up the ball from there, and from that point forward, it was a group effort between the secretary and the elections workers to do all of these things that the legislature
I agree with
sat
you,
down,
Audacity.
sort of brainstormed
That would
out
defeat this
to
argument.
try to help find a brand new system for our state, and then take it from there to make sure it was securely stored, maintained, and properly checked before and after every election. There's just simply no cause of action stated for mandamus, and so we think, even with what you've heard here today, directed verdict would be appropriate.
Even with, because you know how awful it sounds.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Insane bitch. You don't give a damn about having a...
So the fundamental legal question, I think, presented by the motion to dismiss and the motion for directed verdict is whether there is a duty to have of an ongoing compliance with the certification requirements. They say there isn't. We say there is. And we rely primarily on 21-2-300, subsections A2 and A3. And their argument relies on a very narrow reading of the language in A3 that it shall be certified by the EAC prior to purchase, lease, or acquisition. And we've checked that box, and that's all we have to do. But that interpretation does not square with subsection A2, which requires that the secretary certify as safe and practicable for use. Now, that certification by the secretary, it is made prior to purchase. That's relevant to the statutory analysis. But what is the purpose? What is the purpose of that certification? What is the purpose of EAC certification?
Why have them certified?
What is the purpose of the deliberations by the legislature that counsel has referred to about how to have a secure election? Well, the purpose is to have secure elections on secure systems.
It's
voter
obvious.
verifiable. Why do they
child
store the
understands
machines in
this.
locked rooms? Why do they put sealing tape over the machines and the cases they're in? Why do they do all of those things? Why have any physical security procedures in an
Why
election?
have a damn
Why have
election?
any chain of custody procedures in elections? The entire structure of the election code in Georgia and the regulations that the Secretary of the State Election Board has promulgated is to promote election integrity and give the public faith and confidence in the result and have an auditable trail so that people can trust the outcome. So this is important. And Mr. Cotton talked about this. We're evolving into a situation of zero trust in the elections. There was a big discord in our country over the 2016 election and whether it was hacked by the Russians. There was huge discord in our country over the 2020 election. And people are losing faith and confidence, and that creates a fragile situation. And we need a stable situation. We need, in a zero trust environment, we have to have verifiable steps and documentation and proof so that it doesn't require trust. It can be verified independently. HABA requires auditability.
Your interpretation of the statute, the certification, this isn't a one-time deal. That's your interpretation of this.
Right.
Is that this is a
ongoing requirement.
And how often, and something that can be revisited at any point.
So
the secretary could uncertified at any point.
There is
the statute.
Yes, there is a provision, and I can't recall the code section. I'll get it to the court. I'll file a supplemental brief that permits a petition to be filed with the secretary. It's either competing vendors or a certain number of electors. I think the number is 17 electors, and they can petition for the secretary to revisit the question of certification. So that's a specific way to invoke a duty to re-examine the question. But in this case, we have the Haldeman report, which documents the encryption key vulnerability and many other vulnerabilities being delivered to the secretary in July of 21. Wasn't made public until June of 23. I think earlier I said July, and apparently that was wrong. So what has the Secretary of State done in response to that?
Jack Zippo.
Nothing.
Yeah.
In March of this year.
And he did his job because in 2019 he bought the system.
The Cotton affidavit, in another case, apparently came to the Secretary's attention. And they reached out through the Secretary's General Counsel to inquire about that. And that affidavit was made available to the Secretary's General Counsel, and the gist of that affidavit is very close to the affidavit that we submitted from him as an attachment to our application and to the testimony you heard from Mr. Cotton and Mr. Parikh. So the entire problem was laid before the Secretary in, I think, late March of this year. And what did the Secretary
Jack
do?
Zippo happened.
He did nothing.
Yep.
And so we are here asking for mandamus relief to
because
compel
he's
the Secretary
such a complete
to do
jackass.
what he will not do himself.
Yeah, we were hoping he'd take care of himself. That he wouldn't be a douchebag moron.
Interpretation of the statute
who looks
say
completely
it
corrupt.
would be absurd to interpret it as the Secretary's Counsel urges, because then it would be nothing more than security theater.
Yeah.
It would create the illusion of security, not the reality of security. And we cannot impute to the legislature the intent to simply create illusions. They wanted to create the reality of election security, as illustrated by the entire body of law in the election code, very, very minutely, the procedures for carrying out elections. The Secretary, his own self, took the position in the purchase contract with Dominion that the system must maintain compliance.
Why did he do that?
So which is it? Are they supposed to maintain compliance as the contract provides, or is it in the rearview mirror and it doesn't matter?
It's an admission from him. That there's an obligation for that to continue.
So the mandamus code sections,
he didn't slow down. I just put up to him.
9-6-20 provides that, and in our brief, I quoted this language and I said it was 9-6-21. I was wrong. It's 9-6-20. It says that there's a mandamus provides a remedy for improper performance.
And on highlighting improper performance,
yeah,
I think the most common application is we see is do something, not that you've done it wrong. Any particular cases stand out where the Supreme Court said you did it wrong instead of do something?
Not on remedy of compelling due performance. So that language in 9-6-20 remedy for improper performance and compel due performance. So we think that it's a mandatory duty that the system comply with the EAC certifications, and that responsibility.
And I'm not just saying, not just confined to the world of election law. Just are there any mandamus cases that you came across where they said, yes, that performance was improper, and here's the court stepping in to say that it was improper? Or are they all just kind of mostly the complete absence of any action?
Well, the other statute, 9-6-21, it does say that there's a remedy for the, normally it lies only for ministerial duties, but it's also black letter law that mandamus will lie for discretionary duties if there's been an abuse of discretion. And so if it's not construed as a mandatory duty, which we think it is, because it either complies with certification or it doesn't. And as we sit here today, it does not. And, does
we all know it doesn't.
Secretary today, in light of this evidence, certify this system safe and practicable for use?
If so, he's an ass clown.
I attribute to the Secretary good intentions to have a secure system.
Which sounds naive.
But it's baffling that they have not reacted to the compelling
It is.
evidence that's been put in his hands
Mr.
for 3
Diddley
years
Squat.
about this problem. Mandamus, that's the remedy. It's available to us, and we are resorting to it. So the abuse of discretion, let me put it this way: he doesn't have discretion to field a system that has open text encryption keys that any moderately sophisticated attacker could exploit to alter election results without detection. He doesn't have that discretion. Where's the statute that says that? And they get there. That's the effect of the argument. They get there by saying, well, all we got to do is have a pre-purchase certification. Then it doesn't matter anymore. It does matter. It has to matter. The only context in which it could matter is the operational context. The whole point is to have a safe election, not to pass a test. Why did the legislature require the test? So they would have a safe system in elections. I mean, it's nonsense to construe this as there being no duty to have a compliant and safe operational election system. That's the thrust of the entire thing. So I have not read that article, but I will go out on a limb and say that an overwhelming concern was election. The commission that was convened by the secretary was called the Safe Commission. It wasn't the Unsafe Commission, it was the Safe Commission. Why? Because they wanted a safe system. And if those people had known that these encryption keys were in plain text, that you had hard-coded vendor passwords going back to 2008 or 2010, that you had 10-year X509 certificates that could establish trust between communicating machines, it wouldn't have gotten off the ground. Now we have an argument that's been made that I will paraphrase by saying there's so many different security problems on this system that it doesn't really matter that the encryption keys are in plain text. He did not say that. I'm characterizing it. But the line of cross-examination was, well, there are a lot of problems here, and this is just one of them. And why should we focus on this one compared to the other ones? And the reason is because it is an extreme vulnerability, and it's been proven in this courtroom that they can be exploited to decrypt passwords with administrative privileges. It's been proven in this courtroom that they can be used to alter election results. Those are critical vulnerabilities, and they're not being addressed. And I'm sad to say that the Secretary of State's office is resisting doing anything to correct them. There was another sort of insinuation. That it's the same all over the place. Well, that's like the everybody does it defense. Questions, does it comply with the statute? Yes or no? And it doesn't matter what everybody else does. It either complies or it doesn't. And it does not comply, and there's no evidence that it complies.
Every one of us in this room understands what a joke our election system is. Are you going to do something or not?
Latches. The actual best is gross latches. No illumination was provided on the subject of gross latches.
Latches means delay in bringing the action. If they sat around too long when they knew of the problem and didn't do anything. That's what latches is. That's a reason to reject
June of 23.
The application.
We're talking 14 months. Latches can be sometimes analyzed in comparison to applicable statutes of limitation. It's not in every context, but that is one way to sort of figure out where you are in the world of sleeping on your claims. There's no particular statute of limitations on this. The public and the plaintiff were entitled to assume that the secretary would perform his duty. And I cited this in the brief, but it's the case about the recording the lease. So, you knew in 2003. Well, and I was at pains to to point out we got encryption key vulnerability is one part of it. The certification aspect of that problem is the other. And it's fair to say that Halderman talked about encryption keys vulnerability in July 21. He did not talk about certification. He did not put it in the context of certification. That report was such a hot potato, it was put under seal. Went up to CISA, which is the Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency. And it's all, so they got security in there twice. Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency. And they took about, well, Mr. Tyson would know better than me, but I'm going to say approximately a year to review that. They issued a bulletin recommending mitigating measures, adaptations. There were 8 of them. They didn't mention encryption keys at all. And the secretary from 2001 forward has not taken any action to mitigate the encryption keys problem. But the Latches argument presumes that Ms. McCarthy should have known more and better than they did once she read it in 2023 and come immediately to court. That's inverted. They're the ones that have the affirmative legal duty. And she's entitled to rely on them performing their affirmative legal duties correctly. It does not fall on her. So I think that's inverted, and I think they have unclean hands charging her with latches. And in terms, there's no evidence of gross latches, no evidence that she laid around and tried to spring it on them. The issue was presented by Mr. Olson.
I want to just explain the legal terms he's using here that you might not realize even are legal terms. So latches means delay. If you delay too long and it harms the other side by your delay, so that's a notion to say that whatever relief you're seeking should be rejected. Okay? It's considered like an equitable defense. It's inequitable for you to sit around on your tuchus the entire time, and now you're going to come the last second, or when it's harming me and it's making things in my life really difficult, and say I need my relief now. So we'll say, even though it's not beyond statute of limitations, but it's just inequitable. That's so when you talk about like it's just unfair, right? When we say inequitable, it's just an unfair thing for you to do, and that's a reason to deny relief, which is one of the bases that the Raffensperger's counsel has brought forward. He referenced just now unclean hands. That's a way of knocking off latches, saying like, don't come to me and say that you're entitled to some sort of fairness because you yourself have what we call in the law unclean hands. You yourself acted inappropriately. So now don't start saying now you're harmed by the way I acted because you have unclean hands. So both of them are basically arguments not based on the statute or based on written law, but as far as just notions of fairness that are woven into the law. So there's latches is what the defense is saying. He's like, you can't raise latches because you have unclean hands. You yourself acted inappropriately. So that's the arguments that he's basically trying to. One basis he's trying to knock off the latches issue.
To the Secretary's General Counsel back in March of this year, and still they did nothing. We have asked for relief in the form of an order to compel them to bring the system in compliance with the certification requirements. They did not make the argument that that was impossible or infeasible for 2024. That argument has not been made. Maybe they'll make it in their case if we get there. But they have not made that argument.
All right.
But what if it is? What if it is? Well, is that the same thing true for future elections after that? 25, 26, 28? I should think not. And if it is, presents a practical problem for them to bring these systems in compliance in time for 2024. We've asked for what we call in the complaint interim and mitigating relief in the form of transparency measures. And I would say, to be fair about it, that our witnesses described some additional things that could or should be done that we didn't identify in our pleading. And all of that would be good, not just what we asked for in the pleading, but specifically the things that Mr. Cotton described. Those are not big burdens on election officials. The system We got PCAP
It's
devices.
basic.
Those are not part of the Dominion system. That's not maintained by Dominion. But the logging can be, they can change what gets logged. They can produce system logs that's maintained normally. They can produce ballot images. Those are part of the process. And they can produce the cast vote record. Those are all already there. Just give them to us.
That was actually
will
statute of
be-
limitations.
It's not going to be perfect.
That's
not gonna
stronger.
solve
It's a
the problem
statutory
entirely.
claim.
But
Not
it
just
will
unfairness,
mitigate the problem
which is
that we
murky,
have.
but
That's an
law,
urgent
which is
problem that
more
needs to be addressed and needs to be
bright
fixed.
line.
And
Then
the
they change the
fact
law.
that if those mitigation measures are applied, it will serve as a deterrent, because a bad actor will know that more scrutiny is being applied, and that will have a beneficial effect. And these transparency measures will bring additional confidence to the public. Now, why did we bring this case? Because we want this problem fixed. If the secretary had fixed it himself, we wouldn't have had to file it.
There's no T
Thank you.
in latches, by the way.
Briefly, or just on that last point about remedies. We've had both shifting legal theories. They started saying it was ministerial, and now they're saying it's discretionary, but of course, abuse of discretion. But what I haven't heard is a really cogent and clear expression of what the remedy should be. He says, well, you should just order them to bring it into compliance.
I'll just take it. I think there's quite a few things laid out in the petition, so that's what I'm using as my
Well,
kind of point of reference.
So there you go. So sit down.
I'd like to
Sit
ask
down,
before you enter any
Hobgoblin.
kind of an order to consider what that would actually mean, because I'm certainly not sure what that would mean. In 2 weeks, what is it that they're asking the secretary to actually do?
Not 2 weeks.
Is it fix the system or throw out the system?
And I see these more, Ms. Young, as those, that'd be a discussion we'd have if they get past your directed verdict. So
Well-
I don't see that as.
But it does wrap into the directed verdict analysis, because if you can't simply order somebody to do their duty under a statute, then it's not a proper mandamus.
No,
case.
it's very
I
simple.
will remind you that in terms of relief post-election, we do have a fully litigated case pending in the Northern District, which
No one
kind of
gives
tells you
a
that there are adequate legal remedies out there, where many of these issues may end up being
She's not an
decided in
idiot.
that
She's
form.
corrupt.
But if the suggestion is that the secretary should just,
Or she's not
simply
corrupt.
order
She's
the
defending
counties to
corruption.
toss out all the machines, that would be a violation of a number of legal duties that
No one
expressly
said
were
that,
placed upon
bitch.
the secretary and the county election.
They said just
and
log
superintendents by
what's
the
happening.
legislature.
So I don't know why you're
the remedy,
confused by it.
I think, really illustrates why mandamus is not the right place for us to be right now. Thanks.
I think the reason she's trying to play stupid is because she figures it's something she can sell easily. I
All
don't
right,
know
thank you,
what
Ms.
relief
Young.
they want.
All right, so based,
Gosh,
I know I'd initially indicated that we would reconvene Wednesday, but I think kind of in light of some of the other things that Ms. Young has brought up and some of the other cases that are active this week, I think her presence and attention will be needed elsewhere. And so also just with our own conflicts here on this docket, I don't think we'd be able to come back this week. So I think next week would be the earliest. Recognize kind of the time-sensitive nature of the decision here.
Very
So my
time-sensitive.
intention is to have a decision for you on the directed verdict by the end of the week, which I'll just file by written order on the docket. And depending on the results of that, if we need to come back and reschedule something, I'll start working logistics with the parties from there. I think that's all I've got.
On scheduling.
Yes, sir.
And I confess, I do not have a leave of absence filed in this case, but I'm going to Europe between the 10th and the 23rd with my wife. And
We'll just reconvene in Paris.
Yeah.
All right.
And they do have Zoom from there.
Understood. Well, we can work that out through
Yeah.
email. Anything else we need to have today?
No, other than thank you very much.
I guess that's it. That's it.
That's it,
Well,
guys.
if you stuck with me you saw this morning or really even
Did
this
for 6
afternoon, you
hours,
saw either
Jack.
half of this testimony. What you saw is that Georgia's election system is basically something that my 9-year-old could probably hack into. No, I need to withdraw that. I apologize. She's 10 now. So yeah, that they can hack into, easily get the password and change the algorithm, change the outcome of elections. And Raffensperger is pretty much doesn't give the slightest damn. But he's going to tell you that we had the most secure election in world history. Yeah. Yeah. And then the Democrats would be like, and he's a Republican. He's a Republican. Why are you complaining? He's a Republican. Right. Yeah. These neocons. Neocons are worse than Democrats. They are. They're worse than Democrats. Anyhow, so yeah, at a certain point in time, when you're defending your crappy system as being state of the art, and you're clearly aware. He's been aware. I can pull up here the petition, the underlying petition, which was the basis of this. I've actually spent a great deal of time going through it and marking it up, just so that I can be able to do it quickly. And I mean, it's crystal clear. It's right over here. It's crystal clear. They knew about this whole problem. They go through what the Georgia law is. It's left in unprotected state, readable to anyone. That the Secretary of State has been on notice of this violation since at least March of 2024. And here's the evidence. Where you have in dark green here is stuff that's evidence that they have, that because he himself, the attorney himself, informed the Secretary of State's counsel, Charlene McGowan, on March 28th, saying, "Hey, you got problems here," and their failure to enforce this mandatory requirement. An election system be EAC compliant has compromised all passwords administrative level controls on Georgia's election. The data has been lawfully published online. You can find the data, meaning the encryption key. You can get it online. You can get it right now. It's unbelievable. The administrator and technicians' passwords are also accessible to the public. The Secretary of State's failure to enforce mandatory security requirements for encryption keys has compromised Georgia's election systems and left them vulnerable to any malicious actor, foreign or domestic. It could be someone in Russia, it could be someone in China, it could be someone sitting in Fulton County, to manipulate the election results without likely detection. It's very easily, there's no footprints. The relief that they're seeking is forced. You don't have to get rid of the whole system. You're not going to be able to change this out between now and November. We understand that. Simply just put in basic coding, which means that anyone who does anything to this would leave a footprint. Just logging who is doing what to that system each step along the way. It's not a very big ask. I am a little concerned, not going to kid you, that he said that he's going to issue a decision on directed verdict by the end of it. Like it's a lengthy. It's a little concerning. He could have just denied directed verdict here and now. So I'm a little bothered that he didn't just deny that application right now. That leaves me a little concerned that her technical we can skimp out of this because we're not technically under the statute bound by this, despite what a ridiculous read it is of the statute. The plain wording is unfortunately more consistent with what she's asking for, but the plain reading is rather simplistic, because then there's really no point to it. There's no point to saying you have to set things up and then we're just going to let everything go on autopilot and never worry about whether or not the system becomes garbage 10 minutes after you buy it, which is just, it doesn't make any sense. So we will find out by the end of the week what the story is. I am going to give you all a heads up. I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing tonight with respect to my regular show. I do need to work on my Ungag Trump application, because we're looking to get emergency relief before a Supreme Court. You can find out more about that at gibsongo.com/Ungag Trump, where we're going to be making an emergency application to try and get into SCOTUS this term and have our application heard beforehand. My attorney has presented to me a third draft of the application, which I've not had an opportunity to review. He sent the last version out late last night, so I've not had an opportunity to review that yet. I do plan on reviewing it. I'm probably going to end up editing it tonight. It's probably going to be a work stream tonight, where instead of a regular stream, I'll be clacking away here to get that done, because we need to get this in. He told me tomorrow, so I'm probably going to be working on that tonight. And when I'm working on it tonight, I'll probably end up live streaming my work on it. So you'll end up sitting there watching me just sort of like be clack away, but now in this document, put on the actual document that was prepared by the attorney for Good Logic LLC, which serves as not my personal counsel, but as counsel for my LLC. Anyway, that's the story. I will try to keep you all updated on further developments on this case. If this comes back with further testimony next week, I expect to live stream that for you all next week. I hope you enjoyed this and sign up. Please, if you're here, like, subscribe, drop comments, tell me how you think it went, what your thoughts are. Do you trust our elections? Do you? Do you trust? You think it's just Georgia? You think it's just Georgia? You think we have to worry about this all over the place? Anyway, I appreciate you coming in here. Please like, subscribe, share, do all that stuff. Leave a comment. And you like when beautiful. All right, so maybe we'll have a whole. We'll all be working together. Let me do a quick check over here. Make sure I didn't miss anything in Rumble. I think I'm good here. I think I'm good in Rumble. Oh wait, no, I did miss. Ripka the Jade Gamer says, "How far in advance do you need to assume that an office holder won't do a job? How can latches apply to a mandamus? They waited too long to notice they wasn't going to address their concerns. Apparently, that's what the claim is." That's what the claim is. Yeah, it's pretty stupid, but like I said, she sells stupid. She sells stupid pretty easily. She's got like that nailed down. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I hope to see you later tonight. Till then, take care of yourselves. Watch out for families. Don't eat any of those bugs, and Godspeed.
Same. I'm out. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Everyone who is still here. This will be jumping over to the little Kensington cameras. But thanks for hanging out. I will see you guys later. Let me turn off some of this shit. Peace.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on that tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.